Chapter 1284. After letting the tears flow freely for a while, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and wiped them away. Xiao Xinrui as a woman could endure for his safety, so why couldn't he hide the sorrow in the bottom of his heart? It was dark inside the cave. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, thinking quietly. Yes, from the moment he learned of Xiao Yuehong's death until he met Xiao Xinrui, until he left Yellow Flower Ridge, he didn't ask about the cause of Xiao Yuehong's death, nor did he ask who the murderer was. If it wasn't the 100 Herbs sect, then it must be the 10,000 Poisons sect. These two sects definitely have something to do with it. Xiao Hua mused. This Bai Chao Men is even more suspicious. Zhang Men did not meet with danger early or late, but when Xiao Xinrui went to the Bai Chao Men, Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao went to deliver her, he met with danger? This must be a trap set by the 100 Herbs sect. Yes, it must be. They first used the banner of an alliance and then they tried to unite by marriage. They made two preparations. That day, sect leader didn't agree to their marriage, so they made the first move and killed me, Shang Huaming. Then they entered Yellow Flower Ridge with the identity of an alliance and controlled senior sister. Even if others had some complaints, it was justified and no one could do anything about it. Of course, the 10,000 Poisons sect is also suspicious, but if the 10,000 Poisons sect killed sect leader and two senior brothers that day, they should have occupied Yellow Flower Ridge immediately. They definitely wouldn't have waited for my senior sister to come back from Medicine Farmer Peak and be occupied by the 100 Herbs sect. Right, what about Little White? What happened to Little White? That day it was undergoing its lightning tribulation. Spirit beasts that can undergo lightning tribulation are all at the Foundation establishment stage. This is what second senior brother said, it can definitely help sect master. Xiao Hua thought of Little White who was undergoing its lightning tribulation. I don't know the strength of the 10,000 Poisons sect, but sect leader said that the 100 Herbs sect has several elders in the Foundation establishment stage. It seems that Little White was either killed by the elders of the 100 Herbs sect or driven away by them. Xiao Hua was more and more certain that the 100 Herbs sect was the culprit who killed Xiao Yuehong, Gong Mingwei and Zhang Qingxiao. Even Jiang Fan's gentle smile was seen by him as hiding evil intentions. You want to test yours truly's cultivation? Do you think yours truly is that stupid? Xiao Hua thought angrily, poor senior martial sister, in order to save her life she can only feel wronged. I hope this young master Jiang will treat senior martial sister a little better. If he treats senior sister a little better, I might consider not taking his life in the future. If he makes senior sister feel wronged in the slightest, I'll cut him into 7 or 8 pieces first. Yes. Also, although senior sister wants me to go to the Huanhua sect, in reality she doesn't want me to go to the Huanhua sect. This is a smokescreen. But, where can I go now? 100 Herbs Gate will definitely chase after me. If they can't catch up to me they'll probably guess that I'm somewhere around Yellow Flower Ridge. I'll wait until it's dark before I leave. This time I'll definitely fly far away. I can't let 100 Herbs Gate sense anything. Where are we going? Xiao Hua was at a loss. Ever since he woke up, he had been staying in Yellow Flower Ridge for the past 3 years. Apart from the last time he went to the Medicine Farmer Peak, he had never gone out. Regarding this country of what Dawn Rain continent, it was all pitch black. The overseas celestial clan? Maybe they can find my origin. Can I get a ship to go out to sea? Xiao Hua still pondered. If I can get a trace of memory from tracing light, I'm almost certain that if I can break tracing light I'll be able to find out my origin. But, this thing, who knows how to break it? I'm afraid it's too far to put all my hope on tracing light. Maybe I won't have an answer even if I die of old age. It's better to cultivate while searching Dawn Rain continent, and see if I can dig out memories from tracing light. Just as Xiao Hua was pondering 100 Herbs Gate. Although they weren't the culprits Xiao Hua had identified, but they were doing what Xiao Hua had expected. Early on, Xiao Xinrui stood outside the great array of Yellow Flower Ridge. She waited until Xiao Hua's back could no longer be seen, but she still stood there. Let's go, Sister Rui. Xiao Hua has already gone far. He'll definitely be lucky if he goes to Huanhua sect and will be accepted into the sect. You don't have to worry. After all, he has to walk his own path. As his senior sister, you've done your best. Alas, Brother Fan, you must know the pain in my heart. The Shang Huaming is gone just like that. I feel terrible. Although Xiao Hua isn't my disciple, once he leaves, my heart is also empty. Xiao Xinrui didn't avoid these things and told Jiang Fan the truth. And I understand. Jiang Fan said with a smile. Nostalgia is human nature. Cultivators like us can't be free from vulgarity. Then I'll stay with you for a while. I hope that when you turn around and leave, You can face our beautiful future with a new mood. Thank you, Brother Fan, I understand. Xiao Xinrui nodded slightly and turned her head to look at the sky where Xiaohua left. In fact, when she saw Xiaohua flying at the speed of the second level of the Qi refining realm, she was already relieved. She knew that before Xiaohua broke through to the second level of the Qi refining realm, his flying speed had already surpassed hers. Now that he had reached the second level of the Qi refining realm, although she didn't pay attention to how fast he was flying, it was definitely much faster than what she saw just now. Xiao Xinrui's mouth unconsciously curved slightly, revealing a smile that she hadn't seen for a long time. She laughed in her heart and said, "This junior brother is not much worse than second senior brother." She stood there and waited for Jiang Fan to urge her again. Only then did Xiao Xinrui follow him into the great array of Yellow Flower Ridge. When Jiang Fan turned around, he winked at the disciple standing next to him. The disciple nodded slightly. When both of them entered the great array, the disciple sent out a messaging charm. A dozen disciples of the 6th or 7th level of the Qi refining realm came out of the great array. They whispered in the disciple's ear and then chased after Xiaohua. It wasn't until late at night that these disciples came back with tired faces. Looking at their depressed faces, it seemed that they didn't find anything. At this time, Jiang Fan was standing in the hall of Shang Huaming's former residence, pacing back and forth. From time to time he would look up at the sky. Faintly he muttered, "Junior brother Xing, can't you be a little more ruthless? You're making me so embarrassed." Jiang Fan scanned with his divine sense and knew that the disciples who were searching for Xiaohua had returned. He quickly walked forward a few steps, but then his face changed color. At this time, outside the great array of Yellow Flower Ridge inside the cave, Xiaohua had already made up his mind. "It doesn't matter where I go. The most important thing is to improve my strength. As long as my cultivation reaches the Gold Core realm, as long as I reach the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, I will be able to avenge the sect master. However, if I want to improve my cultivation, the first thing I have to do is to find spiritual plants and refine medicinal pills. Although the method of taking medicinal pills to improve my cultivation has its drawbacks, making my Tao foundation unstable, I don't have any other good methods. If there were any method to steadily improve my cultivation, I wouldn't drink poison to quench my thirst like this. The second thing I have to do is to find a cultivation method. Right now, I'm in the second layer of the aura refining realm, and I still have Shang Huaming's corresponding cultivation method to cultivate. Once I break through to the third layer of the aura refining realm, I'll be in a predicament where I have no cultivation method to use. In fact, if possible, it's best to find a cultivation method that can help me advance from the first layer to the 12th layer of the aura refining realm, once and for all." Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He stroked his ear and took out the summoning talisman that Kai Wuxia had given him from the space behind his head. He muttered, "100 Zhang Peak? An individual cultivator whose cultivation has reached the Gold Core realm? Sect leader thought that I could always cultivate Shang Huaming's cultivation method until I reached the Gold Core realm. Unfortunately, that cultivation method has already fallen into Jiang Jiantong's hands. In the past, I naturally had to listen to sect leaders' orders. I didn't need to go to 100 Zhang Peak and didn't need to covet other people's cultivation methods. But now, I've already become an individual cultivator. For the sake of Elder 100 Zhang's Gold Core cultivation method, I have no choice but to go to 100 Zhang Peak." Finished thinking, Xiaohua stood up from the ground, pushed aside the stones blocking the entrance of the cave and came out of the cave. Borrowing the weak moonlight, he knelt down in front of Yellow Flower Ridge and kowtowed 9 times. He silently muttered a few words in his heart, stuck a flying talisman on his body and flew up. The direction he was going was precisely where Huanhua sect was located. What's this? Not long after Xiaohua flew up, he happened to see an emerald green brilliance flashing under the mountain peak. That brilliance was extremely weak, only flashing for a moment. If Xiaohua's 5 senses weren't sharp, he definitely wouldn't have been able to see it. At this time Xiaohua was already poor, so how could he let go of something that might be useful? When he landed and saw the thing on the ground, he couldn't help but frown. This thing was none other than the deity statue with a human body and a snake tail that Xiaohua had seen in Shang Huaming's inheritance palace. This statue was leaning obliquely between the mountain rocks and messy grass. If it wasn't for the water-like moonlight, Xiaohua definitely wouldn't have seen it in his hurry. Why is this deity statue here? Could it have been thrown out by 100 Herbs Gate? Xiaohua lifted the statue and looked left and right. After confirming it, he suddenly realized what Gong Mingwei had said in the inheritance palace. Only sect leader and senior sister know the restrictions of the inheritance palace. I guess senior sister compromised and opened the restrictions of the inheritance palace. After 100 Herbs Gates, Jiang Fan obtained Shang Hua Ming's cultivation method. The inheritance palace would naturally be used for other purposes. And this statue was enshrined by Shang Hua Ming. 100 Herbs Gate probably has something they enshrine themselves. But Jiang Fan could have just destroyed this statue. At worst, he could have just thrown it in the depths of Yellow Flower Ridge. Why would it come here? Xiao Hua scratched his head. His previous guess was basically correct, but he wasn't Jiang Fan. He didn't know that Jiang Fan originally wanted to destroy this statue, but he didn't know what the statue was made of, so Jiang Fan couldn't destroy it no matter what. But if he threw it in Yellow Flower Ridge and if Xiao Xinrui saw it, it would be hard to say. Therefore he told his disciples to throw it far away. There were always lazy people. The disciple who threw the statue was not familiar with this place. After flying for a while he was scared, so he threw it away and went back to report. Xiao Hua was also coincidental. He flew past here, so of course he could pick it up. Xiao Hua looked around again but didn't see anything else. He exerted force in his hand, and with a thought, the statue suddenly disappeared. It was taken into the space of his mind. Chapter 1285. Inside Yellow Flower Ridge, on top of Minci Peak, Jiang Fan scanned with his divine sense and knew that his disciple had returned empty-handed. After the disciple reported back, he said coldly, Xiao Hua is just a boy who has just entered the second layer of qi refining. His flying speed is so slow. A dozen sixth-layer qi refining disciples actually spent an afternoon and several hours and still couldn't catch him? This disciple is stupid. This disciple and the others had estimated his flying speed and moved forward to search for him. Later on, when we saw that something was wrong, we spread out and searched the area within 100 miles. However, we didn't find any trace of him. Are you sure you've searched all the places? Jiang Fan asked coldly. Yes, young master. He went for less than 2 hours, at most a few hundred miles. Our speed is much faster than his. There's no reason we can't find him. The disciple was very puzzled. No reason? We just can't find him now. Jiang Fan snorted coldly. He flies slowly and his direction is fixed. Why can't we find him? Where could he have gone? Young master, this guy is only in the second layer of qi refining. His cultivation is pitifully low. What's the use of looking for him? If Xiao Xinzi finds out, how can you explain it to her? Nonsense, I was afraid she would be unhappy, so I didn't take him down in front of her. Listening to Jiang Fan's tone, he really treated Xiao Xinrui very well and didn't want her to be unhappy. But how was Shang Huaming killed? Our 100 Herbs Gate knows nothing. At that time, only Xiao Xinrui and Xiao Hua were at Yellow Flower Ridge. Since Xiao Xinrui has been killed, we can only ask Xiao Hua about it. Xiao Xinzi didn't ask because she knew she didn't have the ability to take revenge. But we can't. Since we have occupied Yellow Flower Ridge, we must know why Shang Huaming was killed. We can't repeat the same mistake. Xiao Hua said that he was sent to the depths of Yellow Flower Ridge to pick herbs. That does make some sense. But I've always wanted to ask in my heart. Oh, I understand now. Xiao Hua looks very simple and honest, but he's actually so shrewd. Have you searched the surroundings of Yellow Flower Ridge? Jiang Fan suddenly realized. No, I only searched in the direction of Huanhua sect. I also searched hundreds of miles away, but I didn't search around Yellow Flower Ridge. The disciple suddenly thought of something. Young sect master, you mean? Xiao Hua flew very slowly. He must have been afraid that we would catch up to him, so he turned back halfway and hid near Yellow Flower Ridge. Jiang Fan sneered. Let's go, he must still be somewhere around here. Yes, disciple will leave now. The disciple cupped his hands and left. At this time, Xiao Hua had already put away the god statue and was about to fly up. Suddenly he thought, Jiang Fan threw away the god statue in Shang Hua Ming's inheritance palace. Of course, he wasn't afraid of being seen by senior sister. Since this is the case, then senior sister must be unable to enter the inheritance palace. Then, wouldn't senior sister have lost her value? Senior sister's life is in danger? For a moment, Xiao Hua stood in the air, not knowing what to do. After a while, he let out a long sigh. What a pity, what a pity. I have the heart, but I'm powerless. Even if senior martial sister follows me out of Yellow Flower Ridge, where else can we go? It would be better to let senior sister stay in 100 Herbs Gate. She might even be able to keep her life. Forget it, let's go, let's go. As he spoke, he urged his magic power and flew rapidly in the direction of Huanhua sect. His speed was several times faster than it was at noon. Just as Xiaohua flew away for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the disciples of 100 Herbs Gate arrived and searched desperately, but how could they find traces of Xiaohua? Even after that, Jiang Fan sent a lot of people to search a larger area, but the direction they were looking for wasn't the direction of Huanhua sect. Not to mention how fast they were flying. Even if they followed Xiaohua's previous worst-case scenario, even if their young sect master Jiang Fan and that Foundation establishment stage elder went out to search together, he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to find anything. Although Xiaohua urged his magic power with all his might and raised his flying speed to the fastest, he flew forward for nearly 4 hours. At this time the sky was already slightly bright. Along the way he flew over a continuous range of mountains. Occasionally he would see a sparse village on the plains or beside a river. Xiaohua only looked at them, not daring to stop. At this time the flying talisman on his body was gradually losing its effect. Xiaohua had no choice but to stop. After looking around, his figure landed and flashed to the side of a mountain stream. Panting slightly, Xiaohua's nervous mood gradually calmed down. He calculated that he had just flown for 4 hours. Although he wasn't sure exactly how far he had flown, his speed should be several times faster than the second layer of the aura refining stage. Whether it was time or distance, he definitely far exceeded 100 Herbs Gate's estimation. Even the disciples who were chasing him earlier might not have chased him this far. Therefore Xiaohua sat cross-legged, very peacefully regulating his breathing and recovering his magic power. Time flowed like water. When Xiaohua opened his eyes again, the sun was already high in the sky. The mountain stream was empty and birds were singing. This kind of unknown sound was everywhere, giving off a feeling of paradise outside the world. Xiaohua closed his eyes again, relaxing his mind. It was as if he had grown another pair of eyes, reflecting everything around him into his heart. The quiet and peaceful atmosphere also made his slightly tired heart feel extremely tranquil. Alas, after a long time Xiaohua let out a long sigh. What's the point of being a person? What's the point of only cultivating? Take school head Xiao for example. He's lazy, doesn't like trouble, and doesn't want to offend anyone. Unexpectedly, he was also targeted by 100 Herbs Gate, and in a moment of carelessness, his sect was exterminated. What's more, Little White was already a demonic beast undergoing tribulation. With great difficulty, it cultivated from a snake to the foundation building stage. How difficult was that? Unfortunately, when it succeeded, it became a small fish that got caught in the crossfire. I didn't hear Senior Marshall's sister mention Little White's corpse. Presumably, long before she returned to Yellow Flower Ridge, 100 Herbs Gate had already taken her back to Medicine Farmer Peak. Since cultivation is so cruel, it's really not as good as a mortal building a house by this stream. When he's thirsty, he'll drink morning dew. When he's hungry, he'll catch fish in the stream. He'll live a carefree life. Thinking up to this point, Xiaohua let out a burst of hoarse laughter. He said self-deprecatingly, even if it's this carefree life, how long can it last? Not to mention that life is short, several decades will pass in the blink of an eye. Even if I hide from the world here, how can it be a true paradise? Even a great formation like Yellow Flower Ridge was breached, and this mountain wilderness is even more defenseless. If any cultivator finds you displeasing to the eye, a yellow talisman will be enough to take your life. How can you still talk about living a carefree life? Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. Only by cultivating extraordinary magical abilities can one have the freedom to not be controlled by others. Only then can one soar freely in this world. Thinking up to this point, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel his blood boil. His entire mind opened up, and an incomparable ambition was born. It was as if he wanted to trample this world under his feet. It's good to think clearly, but I can't think too far. Biting off more than I can chew will only make me fall even more miserably. After a moment, Xiaohua gradually calmed down. The corners of his mouth revealed a slight smile. I'll slowly raise my cultivation. Only when I have the strength will I have the qualifications to think about more things. Immediately Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the snake-shaped ring from the space. At this time the ring was different from before. At the very beginning the ring in Xiaohua's space only had a snake body. The snake body didn't have a snake head at the front, nor did it have a snake tail at the back. There were only a few vague claws. At this time the snake body's back had already been mended. Only 2 claws could be seen growing out of the abdomen. Each of the claws had 5 toes and they clawed down from the air. The mended snake tail was also different from an ordinary snake tail. The tail was extremely similar to a butterfly's wings. The shape of the entire ring was exactly the same as when Xiaohua saw Little White transform into a python dragon to undergo tribulation. Even if Xiaohua had never seen a dragon before, he already understood that this was a dragon-shaped ring. It was a ring that lacked a dragon head. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. What made Xiaohua frown and think hard the most was that when he was unconscious on the peak of Cherishing Flower Peak a few days ago, this dragon-shaped ring passed some incomplete cultivation method into his mind. And this incomplete cultivation method was the so-called dragon transformation art. At the same time, he also knew that this dragon-shaped ring was called Dragon Jade. It's very strange. This dragon transformation art looks extremely simple, but it's completely different from the Death Flower Dark mantra that I've comprehended before. It's as if it's simply not used for cultivation. Or perhaps it's used to refine the body? Xiaohua's only knowledge of cultivation came from Zhang Qingxiao's nagging. But even if it's for refining the body, this cultivation method, I'm also unable to make sense of it. I don't know how to start. Could it be because the cultivation method is incomplete? Maybe when I find this Dragon Jade's dragon head and complete this dragon transformation art, I'll be able to cultivate it. But that's also not right. If this dragon transformation art was given to me by Little White, then why can it cultivate into a dragon? This Dragon Jade is only the tail, and it's even less than half of mine now. Xiaohua scratched his head a bit. He held the Dragon Jade with both hands, his fingers stroking the fine dragon scales on the Dragon Jade's body as he thought carefully. Suddenly, his two hands touched the Dragon Jade's meridians. They jumped slightly as if it was a kind of pleasant surprise, a kind of pleasure. What's going on here? Xiaohua's heart stirred and he tried again. Sure enough, the meridians moved slightly again as if they were not happy at all. When Xiaohua tried to send his magic power into the Dragon Jade again, the meridians did not have any reaction. Suddenly, Xiaohua remembered the change in his meridians when Little White was going through the tribulation. That lightning tribulation was clearly Little White's, so why are my meridians so scared? That lightning tribulation was clearly aimed at Little White, so why did it hit me instead? Could it be that my meridians are somewhat special? That's right, sect leader, didn't he say before? He felt that my meridians are different from normal meridians, as if they have vitality and vitality. Can even be said that they're alive. Living meridians, really inconceivable? Could it be that my cultivation can't be raised normally because of these meridians? Could it be that I have to cultivate my meridians first before my cultivation can be raised normally? Xiaohua followed his own thoughts and Xiao Yuehong's words, and continued to think without restraint. Suddenly, an inconceivable idea, one that he had never thought of before, appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Chapter 1286. My meridians, since they might be alive and are so sensitive to Little White's lightning tribulation, and Little White might be cultivating the dragon transformation art, then, can I also? No, that's not right, can my meridians also cultivate the dragon transformation art? An unimaginable idea formed in Xiaohua's mind. Once this idea was born, it was immediately like withered grass meeting the spring breeze, dry firewood meeting a raging fire. It became uncontrollable, becoming a spark of fire that started a prairie fire. Moreover, as this idea brewed in Xiaohua's mind, he increasingly felt that this idea could be implemented. Meridians are thin and long like a long snake. Although I don't know how long it is, if I cultivate it bit by bit, I will eventually be able to cultivate it to the end. Xiaohua was all smiles as if he had discovered a huge gold mine. The saliva at the corner of his mouth was about to drip down. But if this dragon transformation art is successfully cultivated, my meridians will become a dragon. What about me? Will I also become a dragon? Xiaohua suddenly thought. I understand the god in Shang Huaming's inheritance palace cultivated the dragon transformation art? She didn't have legs, only a snake body. Could it be that when I cultivate to the end, I will become that kind of person? If that's the case, I won't do it, not a human, not a snake, really ugly. Xiaohua curled his lips and waved his hand. The statue of the god was taken out by him. It was unknown how heavy the statue was, but in Xiaohua's hand, it was not heavy at all. It seemed to be an empty shell. Unfortunately, the tail of this god is indeed a snake tail and not a dragon tail. I remember that Little White also had a dragon tail, exactly the same as this Long Yu. Presumably, this so-called god did not cultivate the dragon transformation art. Right? Could it be that this dragon transformation art was created by this god? Xiaohua thought again. Oh, that's not right, the middle part of this Long Yu is in the space behind my head, it has nothing to do with this god. Could it be that it is related to the overseas celestial race? Thinking, Xiaohua put the statue of the god into the space and then put the Longyu inside. Cultivator not. Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. If I cultivate a dragon, I'm afraid it will be a yellow dragon? With little white. Little white is already gone. Even if I master the yellow dragon, I won't be able to see little white again. What am I thinking? I don't even know how to use the meridians to cultivate the dragon transformation art. Why should I worry about it? I really don't know how to treat a disease if I'm not sick. Xiaohua suddenly realized and slapped his forehead. I should think more about the bone refinement technique that I obtained from reverse light and see how I can master the light evasion technique step by step. Why would I suddenly think of cultivating the dragon transformation art? Using meridians to train. Xiaohua almost laughed involuntarily. However, there are many difficulties in cultivating the light evasion technique. Last night in the cave he also thought about it a bit. According to the reverse light evasion technique that was transmitted to his mind, before cultivating the real light evasion technique, there must be two conditions. The first is to temper the bones of the whole body 7 times, completely tempering them into 7 colors like light. The fluctuations of the bones of the whole body should also be the same as light. Only then can the body merge with the light and cultivate the light evasion technique. The second condition is to master the 5 elements evasion technique of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the wind and thunder evasion technique one by one. Only then can one be qualified to cultivate the light evasion technique. These 2 conditions are out of Xiaohua's reach. Let's talk about the 5 elements evasion technique first. Xiaohua has never heard of it. Zhang Qingxiao has never said a single word in her daily chatter. As for Xiao Yuehong, who is in the middle stage of foundation establishment, he has never used the evasion technique. How can Xiaohua know? Then there is the bone refinement technique. It is clearly stated in the martial technique that one must first have the bone tempering fist technique in magic art. Then one must use the 5 elements origin to temper the bones. Not to mention what the 5 elements origin is, Xiaohua simply doesn't know. Even the bone tempering fist technique in magic art, although the golden figure in reverse light evasion technique used it many times in Xiaohua's mind, he doesn't remember it at all. The remnant memories that occasionally remain in his mind are telling Xiaohua that the figure is completely different from a human's figure. Since the figure is different, the bone tempering fist technique in magic art will naturally be different. In other words, what the golden figure taught is not suitable for Xiaohua. If Xiaohua wants to temper his bones, then he must find the bone tempering fist technique in magic art that are suitable for him. Good. I originally thought that I picked up a treasure and fainted for more than a month because I had a fortuitous encounter and obtained some world-shaking martial technique. I didn't expect that it was actually just a reflection of the moon in the water, completely useless. In the end, I still have to painstakingly do it myself. Xiaohua doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thinks, if I want to practice the light evasion technique, one must find the 5 elements evasion technique and the other one must find the bone tempering fist technique or magic art. These are all inexplicable things, simply more unrealistic than comprehending how to cultivate the dragon transformation art. Xiaohua almost raises his middle finger. If I want to practice the light evasion technique, it would be better to be down to earth and cultivate ordinary martial techniques. From the second layer of the Qi refining stage, the third layer, to the foundation establishment stage and the gold core stage, this is more realistic. There is always a bit of hope. After thinking it through, Xiaohua threw all unrealistic thoughts to the back of his mind and inwardly calculated, 100 Jiang Peak is very far from here. Can be said that it is in the opposite direction. If there are any dangerous places in between, the sect master didn't say anything. If I want to go there, I must first inquire about it and make some preparations. In any case, it is still early, there is no need to rush to 100 Jiang Peak. Although senior martial sister gave me some yellow talismans, it is still not enough. I have to find someone to exchange for some. But, who can I find? What can I use to exchange with them? Xiaohua has never been to E City, he also doesn't know how to exchange. In his hands, he only has a single spirit stone on the body of the puppet in his mind. He really is poor to the point of jingling. That's right, I can use spiritual plants. Xiaohua suddenly slapped his head and suddenly came to a realization. No, in the space behind Xiaohua's mind, not only were there the absorption fruit and black tuber grass used to refine the Peiyuan pill, but also the parasol grass and blood-devouring grass used to refine the parasol pill were over 100 years old. Even the exquisite grass used to refine the foundation-building pill had sprouted tender shoots. Obviously, they were already over 100 years old. Moreover, Xiaohua faintly felt that ever since he advanced to the second layer of the qi refining realm, the spiritual light emitted by the tracing light in his mind space had strengthened. It seemed to be a bit stronger than before, almost 2 years old in a day. However, whether it was true or not, Xiaohua himself wasn't clear. After all, he had never seen spiritual plants over 100 years old. Everything he saw was from Shang Huaming's ancient records. The detailed age of the spiritual plants still needed to be confirmed further. However, even so, these 100-years-old spiritual plants were really amazing. After all, according to Xiaohua's experience, the spiritual plants that Xiao Xinrui and the others produced in E-City were all 10 to 20 years old. There was also the parasol pill refined from these aged spiritual plants. These kinds of things could occupy a place in E-City. Of course, the 100-years-old spiritual plants would be even more popular. But where is this E-City? I only heard second senior brother and the others say that it's in Jianghu City, but they didn't say the specific location. Moreover, there should still be some time before we leave E-City. Even if I go, what can I do? Just as he was thinking, he heard the sound of weapons in the air above the mountain stream. Hearing the sound, Xiaohua was startled. He hurriedly hid behind a thick tree several zhang away. He stuck out half of his head and secretly peeked in the air. It can't be the 100 Herbs sect chasing after us, right? He saw that in the air several zhang north of the mountain stream, 3 young Taoists around 20 years old were making hand seals and using their transcendence energy to drive 3 sword talismans. They were fighting back and forth. One of them was around 20 years old, around the 5th layer of the qi refining realm. He wore a Taoist robe, his teeth were white and his lips were red. His face was arrogant. His opponents were 2 men around 25 to 26 years old. One of them wore a Taoist robe while the other wore slightly sloppy clothes. These 2 people were both at the 4th layer of the qi refining realm. At this time, their faces were already red and beads of sweat were dripping down from their foreheads. Although Xiaohua's cultivation level was low, he could tell at a glance that these 2 people were already at a disadvantage. Not only did the young Taoist sword talismans move unhindered and unhindered, his sword moves were tight and his transcendence energy was even more profound. The other 2 people couldn't compare to him. The 2 people's sword talismans had already dimmed. The flying swords transformed from the sword talismans were swaying. Every time they collided with the young Taoist's flying swords, they seemed to be unable to withstand it. Go! One of them clenched his teeth and made a hand seal. The sword talisman suddenly emitted a sword light. Ignoring the brilliance of the young Taoist's sword talisman, it looked for an opening and stabbed towards the young Taoist's armpit. Then, the other person made a hand seal and his body swayed at the same time. He actually ignored the sword talisman and prepared to use a flight talisman to escape. Haha, you think you can escape? Han Fei, why haven't you handed over the thing yet? The young Taoist laughed wildly. He simply ignored the sword talisman stabbing towards him. He slightly channeled his transcendence energy. The flying sword transformed from the sword talisman suddenly split into 2 and stabbed towards the 2 people. Dual splendor sword? Seeing this, Han Fei was greatly alarmed. Jiang Huanqi, you're a senior in the 6th layer of qi refining. Why are you still making things difficult for us 4th layer qi refining juniors? Only those in the 6th layer of qi refining can use dual splendor sword? Just as Han Fei cried out in alarm, his flying sword had already pierced Jiang Huanqi's body. A clear light appeared on Jiang Huanqi's body, blocking the flying sword. The sword couldn't pierce through at all. Meanwhile, the 2 sword lights he controlled pierced towards Han Fei and the young Taoist. What do you 2 loose cultivators know? I am in the 5th layer of qi refining. I can also use dual splendor sword. How can you know the secret techniques of my splendid sect? Didn't you want to stop by the day before yesterday? Now that I personally delivered myself to your doorstep, why don't you dare to accept my challenge? Senior, you've wronged me. Han Fei's expression was very anxious. He looked at the similarly panicked loose cultivators next to him and said, the day before yesterday, fellow Taoist Qiao Fengyue and I didn't go for you. We were preparing to ambush someone else. Senior, you walked into the ambush by mistake. Didn't we apologize at that time? Senior, why do you have to force us? Apologize. Jiang Huanqi laughed coldly. Several fireball talismans and 2 earthen spike talismans. If I wasn't careful and didn't have the sect's secret treasures on me, wouldn't I have already lost my life? Chapter 1287. Cut the crap. If the words of a rogue cultivator can be taken seriously, then I'm afraid the sun in the sky will rise from the west. hand over your life. Jiang Huanqi sneered, his sword talisman stabbing towards Han Fei. Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue smiled wryly. Xiaohua couldn't tell whether they were really trying to ambush the other person, or whether they coveted Jiang Huanqi because he was alone. Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue channeled their transcendence energy and fought a few more rounds. They were obviously no match for Jiang Huanqi. Seeing that the two of them were about to lose their lives, Xiaohua held his breath and carefully hid himself to avoid being seen by them. At this moment, a sudden shout came from the air behind Xiaohua. "Fellow Taoist, please have mercy." Xiaohua was slightly stunned and hurriedly turned his head. He saw several 4th or 5th level qi refining cultivators in the air several hundred feet above the mountain stream. They were all wearing different Taoist robes as they flew over his head, flying towards the place where the three of them were fighting. "Shit, I'll be seen by others," Xiaohua hurriedly dodged. Of course, he avoided Jiang Huanqi and the others, but his figure was exposed behind a tree. Just as Xiaohua raised his head to look, one of the cultivators had already discovered Xiaohua's trace with extreme sensitivity. Xiaohua was greatly regretful. He didn't know what relationship these people had with Jiang Huanqi. He had just come out of Yellow Flower Ridge and might have gotten himself into trouble. He couldn't help but wonder if he should run away now. "Fellow Taoist, please have mercy." At the front of the group was a 5th level qi refining cultivator. He wore a loose gray Taoist robe and his face was like a full moon. His face was red and shiny and he had black hair and thick eyebrows. He was about 30 years old. His voice was extremely loud and clear. Just as he spoke, he waved his hand and two light blue radiances flew out, covering Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue. Condensing water talisman? When the light blue radiances hit the two of them, they immediately rippled into a watery mist. The mist immediately solidified and a thin layer of watery blue radiance formed on the two of them. At the same time, Jiang Huanqi's flying sword talisman transformed into a flying sword and stabbed Xiao Fengyue. When the flying sword saw the watery blue radiance, the radiance rippled but wasn't damaged. Jiang Huanqi involuntarily cried out, "Who are you? Why are you interfering with my Shanghua sect's business?" Shanghua sect. That person also flew over at this time. When he heard the name of the Shanghua sect, he couldn't help but frown slightly. After hesitating for a while, he turned his head and asked, "Fellow Taoist, which sect are you two from?" "You?" Jiang Huanqi was stunned. He thought that this person was Xiao Fengyue's helper, but he didn't know him at all. Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue looked at each other. They cupped their hands and replied, "Fellow Taoist, please know that we are both itinerant cultivators." "Oh," the man nodded and said, "If you two fellow Taoists believe why don't you tell me about the matter with this fellow Taoist? Perhaps I can be the peacemaker?" Jiang Huanqi's expression darkened. Although this person didn't say anything, it was obvious that he wanted to interfere. If it weren't for the fact that this person was in the 5th layer of aura refining and had several 4th layer aura refining cultivators behind him, Jiang Huanqi probably wouldn't have been a match for him. Otherwise he would have attacked him long ago. Suppressing his anger, Jiang Huanqi cupped his hands and said, "I am Jiang Huanqi from the Magnificent Flower sect. Do you have any relationship with my Shanghua sect?" "Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. I have long heard of fellow Taoist Jiang's name. You're a good man who clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. It's my great fortune to meet you now." The cultivator cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I am Qing Fengmin, an itinerant cultivator who has been abandoned by the heavens. Since I've encountered a matter involving low-level itinerant cultivators, it's not good for me to not ask." Abandoned by the heavens? Itinerant cultivators? Jiang Huanqi frowned. It seemed that he wasn't familiar with this name, but when he heard Qing Fengmin's last sentence, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Abandoned by the heavens? The so-called alliance of low-level itinerant cultivators that was formed 3 years ago?" "Fellow Taoist Jiang has a good memory." "That's right," Qing Fengmin said with a smile. "It's not easy for itinerant cultivators like us to survive in the country of Qi, especially those below the 4th layer of the Qi refining realm. We're often in a precarious situation. In order to survive, I had no choice but to ally with some other itinerant cultivators and form this alliance. Fellow Taoist, please don't laugh at us. Although Abandoned by the Heavens has only been established for 3 years, it's developing very quickly. I heard that even some Foundation establishment itinerant cultivators are showing signs of joining. Even the small sects in the country of Xi can't compare with this kind of reputation. How would I dare to laugh at it?" Jiang Huanqi wasn't afraid of Abandoned by the Heavens and sneered. "A just cause enjoys abundant support, an unjust cause finds little support. This is an unbreakable truth. Although I, abandoned by the heavens, only protect low-level itinerant cultivators below the fourth layer of the Qi refining realm, who hasn't started from a low-level itinerant cultivator. Those Foundation establishment seniors naturally know the dangers of low-level itinerant cultivators, which is why they lend a helping hand. There's nothing strange about it. Qing Fengmin still had a smile on his face, and his etiquette didn't diminish. Then fellow Daoist Qing, are you sure you want to interfere in this matter? Jiang Huanqi's face turned cold. Fellow Daoist Jiang, don't be anxious. Although I, abandoned by the heavens, protect low-level itinerant cultivators, I don't mean to blindly protect them. If these two fellow Daoists are indeed in the wrong, and fellow Daoist Jiang really has a grudge against them, I will immediately turn around and leave. I won't ask half a word. Qing Fengmin said with a smile and cupped his hands. Jiang Huanqi snorted and didn't say anything else. Qing Fengmin then turned to Han Fei and said, how should I address you two fellow Daoists? Did you have some misunderstanding with fellow Daoist Jiang? Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue were overjoyed when they heard this. It was as if a long drought had finally met with rain. They hurriedly narrated the whole story. The story was simple, just like what Xiaohua heard. The day before yesterday, Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue had set up an ambush. They wanted to scheme against another person, but Jiang Huanqi had barged in. Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue were ruthless, wanting to kill him in one fell swoop. But after the two sides fought, the two realized that they were wrong. But how could there be right and wrong in the cultivation world? What's more, you were ruthless. Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue wanted to make the best of it, but Jiang Huanqi was in the fifth layer of the Qi refining realm and a disciple of the Shanghua sect. Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue were far from being able to deal with him. After weighing the pros and cons, the two of them decided to stop. As they ran away, they sent out sound-transmitting talismans to express their apologies. Jiang Huanqi was on a mission from his sect, so he couldn't chase after them. He could only let them escape. When Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue saw that Jiang Huanqi didn't chase after them, they thought that he had forgiven them. In the past few days, they relaxed their vigilance and didn't deliberately hide their whereabouts. Who would have thought that Jiang Huanqi would complete his mission today and come back to settle old scores with them? Well, hearing Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue's words, Qing Fengmin also frowned. Although this matter wasn't a matter of life and death, but it wasn't far from it. You ambushed him. If his cultivation wasn't high, wouldn't he have been dead by now? Seeing Qing Fengmin hesitate, Jiang Huanqi sneered. Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue on the other hand were anxious. They cupped their hands and said, Senior Qing, it's really a misunderstanding between us. Think about it. Senior Jiang is in the fifth layer of the Qi refining realm and a disciple of the Shanghua sect. Even if we had 10 times the courage, we wouldn't dare to ambush him. Alas. Qing Fengmin sighed. You two have made things difficult for this matter. Even if I'm heaven forsaken, I'm afraid I can't interfere. Hearing this, Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue became anxious. They shouted, Senior Qing, please save us. If we can escape from this disaster, we are willing to join heaven forsaken and follow your orders. Qing Fengmin shook his head slightly. My two fellow Taoists are too different. In heaven forsaken, everyone is equal. We all have the idea of not giving up on ourselves and helping each other. Even I can't order others to do what I want. Senior. Xiao Fengyue's tone was almost pleading. Senior Qing, a fourth-layer Qi refining cultivator, flew over from behind Qing Fengmin and said with a smile, Senior Jiang of the Shanghua sect and fellow Daoist Han aren't mortal enemies. This is all a misunderstanding. Senior Jiang wants to kill fellow Daoist Han and Xiao Fengyue out of anger. Even if he kills them, Senior Jiang won't get any benefits. In my opinion, why don't fellow Daoist Han and Xiao Fengyue take out enough spirit stones or medicinal pills to compensate for Senior Jiang's loss in exchange for their lives? Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Excellent. Qing Fengmin clapped his hands and laughed. You're right. He turned to Jiang Huanqi and said, Fellow Daoist Jiang, even if you kill them, it's just to vent your anger. There's no need to do so. If you can compensate them with external items and avoid karma, wouldn't that be great? Jiang Huanqi's heart trembled. He'd heard of the Heaven-Forsaken Alliance before. At the time, he'd snorted disdainfully. They were all fourth-layer Qi refining cultivators, so what could they do? But now, facing so many fourth-layer Qi refining cultivators and a fifth-layer Qi refining cultivator, he wouldn't be able to easily take Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue's lives. If they fought, he might not be able to escape easily. As a disciple of the Xianghua sect, he might not necessarily be afraid of heaven forsaken. But what if? There's no what if. Jiang Huanqi sneered inwardly. He didn't have any deep hatred for Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue to begin with. Whether he killed them or not was up to him. If he was satisfied with something, he could spare them. Seeing Jiang Huanqi's silence, a smile appeared on Qing Fengmin's face. Fellow Taoist Jiang, you're indeed a disciple of a large sect. You're broad-minded and forgiving people whenever possible. That's the wisdom of the Xianghua sect's disciples. Come, fellow Taoist Han and fellow Taoist Qiao, hurry up and thank fellow Taoist Jiang for his magnanimity. Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue were overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. Thank you for sparing our lives, Senior Jiang. Jiang Huanqi flicked his sleeve. It's too early to say. Let me see what you have that's worth your lives. In my storage pouch there are 100 low-grade spirit stones, 4 mid-grade spirit stones, a dozen or so spirit herbs that are 10 years old, and a dozen or so magia pills. Please kindly accept them, Senior Jiang. Han Fei said hurriedly. Xiao Fengyue also hurriedly said, the spirit stones, spirit herbs, and pills in my storage pouch are about the same as fellow Taoist Han's. Jiang Huanqi's face was full of contempt. Indeed, apart from spirit stones, Xiaohua hadn't seen many of these things before. To Shang Huaming the rest were not worth mentioning. Chapter 1288. As for spirit stones, although Xiaohua hadn't seen many, Shang Huaming must have a lot. After all, a parasol elixir could be exchanged for some low-grade spirit stones. If Xiao Yuehong wasn't lazy, Shang Huaming would have saved a lot of spirit stones. Seeing Jiang Huanqi's sneer, Qing Fengmin also smiled bitterly. After all, he was a rogue cultivator with a shallow foundation. He couldn't compare with a disciple of a sect. Xiao Fengyue obviously knew that their things were limited and not enough to exchange for their lives. He glanced at Han Fei and the two exchanged glances, then hurriedly said, please let us finish. Senior Jiang, we know that our belongings are shabby and these things are not worthy of your attention, but we also know that there is a dangerous place in the Yimeng Mountains where hundreds of years old ling long grass grows. Because of our limited cultivation, we didn't dare to go deep and only picked some ling long grass in the periphery. Please take a look at these ling long grass first. If you think this information is credible, we are willing to exchange the information of the ling long grass for our lives. Hearing this, Jiang Huanqi's eyes lit up. The Foundation Establishment Elixir was the key to advancing from the Qi refining stage to the Foundation Establishment stage. Even the Xianghua sect, which was one of the top cultivation sects in the country of Xi, was in short supply. Jiang Huanqi's aptitude was average among his fellow disciples. When he was just 20 years old, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th level of Qi refining. Compared to some of the geniuses in the sect, he was much weaker. If he developed normally, he might not be able to reach the Foundation Establishment stage and might not even be able to get a Foundation Establishment elixir from the sect. His Foundation Establishment cultivation was simply like a flower in a mirror. If he could get some mature ling long grass and offer it to the Xianghua sect, the Foundation Establishment elixir would be easy to get and his Foundation Establishment cultivation would be within reach. Well, even if it was just information, if the seniors in the sect picked the ling long grass, they would be rewarded according to their merits. Thinking of this, Jiang Huanqi frowned and shook his head slightly. Fellow Taoist Qiao's words are too easy. If there really is a ling long grass, it is equivalent to your lives. Just the information of the ling long grass alone, I don't know if it is true or not. You want to uncover the grudge between I and you, it is really too easy. Senior Jiang, this junior's information is absolutely true. The two of us have never told anyone about this. If you don't believe me, how about this junior bring you there? Han Fei hurriedly said in a panic. Take me there? Jiang Huanqi was slightly tempted, but when he looked at Qing Fengmin and the others, he immediately rejected the idea and shook his head slightly. Senior, the two of us are sincerely apologizing to you. Xiao Fengyue smiled bitterly. How can you believe us? Next to him, Qing Fengmin said with a smile, fellow Taoist Jiang, why don't we first take a look at their spiritual grasses and see if they match what they said? If fellow Taoist has any ideas, why don't you tell me? Hearing this, Jiang Huanqi smiled and took the spirit grass from Han Fei's hand. After carefully identifying them, he nodded and said, these spirit grass are very rare. Judging from their color, they should be grown in the wild. It is consistent with what the two of them said. Excellent. Qing Fengmin clapped his hands and said, in other words, fellow Taoist Han and fellow Taoist Qiao didn't deceive fellow Taoist Jiang. I only said that the spirit grass is real. As for the exquisite grass, how would I know if it is real or not? Jiang Huanqi retorted. Well, fellow Taoist Jiang is right. Qing Fengmin didn't seem to be angry at being refuted. He only said gently, but the information of the exquisite grass in exchange for the lives of two people, even I feel that it is too easy. Then he hesitated for a while. Looking at Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue, he gritted his teeth and said, since it is the lives of two rogue cultivators who are willing to join Heaven Forsaken, I may have to offer something. As he spoke, he patted a small storage pouch in front of him. A dark green object appeared in his hand. Qing Fengmin smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, fellow Taoist Jiang, most of us rogue cultivators don't have anything valuable. The storage pouch I have is not much better than fellow Taoist Jiang's. If I offer a spirit grass or medicinal pill like the exquisite grass, I definitely don't have it. Looking at the object in his hand, he raised his hand and put it in front of Jiang Huanqi, saying, I obtained this when I was training in the Imitang Mountains a month ago. I don't know what it is, but I am sure that there is some great opportunity in it. I originally wanted to keep it to study or use it when the opportunity came. But since fellow Taoist Jiang is involved today, I can't care about anything else. Fellow Taoist Jiang, please take a look and see if it is worth it for fellow Taoist Jiang to stop. Jiang Huanqi didn't care and casually took it. But when he looked at it carefully, he couldn't help but stiffen. A trace of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Just as the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, it was immediately replaced by doubt. Jiang Huanqi's eyes turned slightly. He raised his head and asked in confusion, fellow Taoist Qing, what is this? What is it used for? Qing Fengmin smiled bitterly and said, I obtained this by chance when I was traveling in the Imitang Mountains. I don't know what it is. I have been studying it for more than a month, but I still don't know its use. Alas, forget it. If fellow Taoist Jiang thinks that this thing has no origin, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. As he spoke, Qing Fengmin reached out to take it. I see. Jiang Huanqi withdrew his hand and nodded slightly, saying, since fellow Taoist Qing is so protective of rogue cultivators, after all, I used to be a low-level qi refining cultivator. I also know the hardships of rogue cultivators. This thing, although it has no origin, it is still fellow Taoist Qing's sincere heart. I will consider it as making friends with fellow Taoist Qing. When everyone heard this, they were overjoyed. Qing Fengmin smiled and said, thank you for your help, fellow Taoist Jiang. Then he turned to Han Fei and Xiao Fengmin and said, fellow Taoists, please tell fellow Taoist Jiang about that place. In addition, please swear that you will never mention this place to anyone else in the future. Of course. Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue cupped their hands and smiled. Then Jiang Huanqi clapped his hand and took out a silence talisman. He set up a restriction around the three of them. Qing Fengmin and the others couldn't hear their conversation inside the restriction. Looking at Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue's words and Jiang Huanqi's slight nod, the three of them seemed to be satisfied. Not long after, Jiang Huanqi waved his hand and put away the silence talisman. He cupped his hands and smiled at Qing Fengmin, saying, fellow Taoist Qing is really talented. If this Heaven Forsaken is in your hands, it will definitely prosper in the cultivation world of the country of Xi. I don't dare. I am only one of the three initiators. Moreover, there is no hierarchy among the fellow Taoists in Heaven Forsaken. There is no control or prosperity. Qing Fengmin corrected him with a smile. He. Jiang Huanqi smiled and didn't say much. He cupped his hands and said goodbye to Qing Fengmin. He didn't even look at the others. After Jiang Huanqi left in a hurry, Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue stepped forward and bowed with gratitude, saying, Junior greets Senior Qing. Senior, thank you for saving our lives. No need. We are all rogue cultivators. Of course, we have to support each other so that we won't be bullied by others. Besides, as long as you join Heaven Forsaken, you will be fellow Taoists in the future. You don't have to be polite. Qing Fengmin hurriedly helped the two of them up and said with a smile, well, of course we have to follow the rules. But how do we join Heaven Forsaken? Han Fei asked respectfully. That's easy. But before I explain it to you, I have to invite a fellow Taoist to come up. Qing Fengmin's face was genial. He turned to Xiao Hua and said warmly, fellow Taoist? Could it be that you want to hide behind the tree? Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue were stunned. The others also looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked at them for a long time and knew that they were all rogue cultivators. Moreover, there was even a rogue cultivator who was Heaven Forsaken. He had already dispelled the idea of escaping. When he heard Qing Fengmin's question, he knew that he couldn't hide. He put on a smile and walked out from behind the tree. He flew into the air and cupped his hands, saying, "Junior Xiaohua greets seniors." Han Fei and the others were shocked. They didn't expect someone else to be hiding under the tree. However, when they saw Xiaohua's cultivation, they were even more shocked. Then, a wave of sympathy spontaneously rose in their hearts. That's right. Although these rogue cultivators didn't think highly of disciples from real sects, they were all cultivators from the first and second layer of aura refining, and had cultivated since they were young. Which one of them hadn't broken through to the second layer of aura refining when they were about 10 years old? It was only because of various reasons that they couldn't reach the third layer of aura refining for a long time that their cultivation was crippled and they were expelled from the sect. Afterwards, due to other reasons, they slowly cultivated back to their peak. But, even so, they had long reached the third or fourth layer of aura refining before the age of 18. As for those who cultivated on their own from the beginning, they had never seen anyone reach the early second layer of aura refining at the age of 18. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you must have heard me. I am Qing Fengmin. Is fellow Taoist Xiao cultivating on your own? Or are you an abandoned disciple of some sect? After Qing Fengmin returned the greeting, he was certain that Xiaohua was a rogue cultivator. Xiaohua was at a loss for words. I have spoken too much. Qing Fengmin immediately came to his senses. He slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "How could I ask about this secret of my own origin? It's only because I saw that fellow Taoist cultivation is low that I felt a sense of concern. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist Xiao." I don't dare. Xiaohua liked Qing Fengmin's amiable attitude very much. He quickly said, "Junior also has some difficulties, otherwise I would have definitely told you. No matter, there's no need." Qing Fengmin waved his hand. I, heaven forsaken, have always believed that heroes don't ask about their origins. Miracles are man-made. Since fellow Taoist Xiao is a rogue cultivator, if you don't mind, I also invite fellow Taoist Xiao to join Heaven Forsaken. We can help each other. Xiaohua was greatly surprised and said with a smile, "Junior is also moved, but I don't know how to join Heaven Forsaken. How can we help each other and support each other?" Qing Fengmin said with a smile, "You and I are both rogue cultivators. When we cultivate, what do we lack the most?" Chapter 1289. Of course it's cultivation methods and medicinal pills. Xiaohua spat out almost without thinking. Fellow Taoist Xiao is right. Qing Fengmin clapped his hands and laughed. As a disciple of a sect, there's no need to talk about cultivation methods. When you cultivate to a certain level, you'll be given a cultivation method. As long as you have the ability to cultivate, the sect won't be stingy with this cultivation method. Even the elders of the sect can't wait for you to cultivate to a higher level. It's the same for medicinal pills. Ordinary disciples will be given corresponding medicinal pills every month. If you can make more contributions to the sect, you'll get more medicinal pills. What? Xiaohua was slightly stunned and muttered in his heart, Shang Huaming doesn't seem to have this kind of treatment? On the other hand, we rogue cultivators are born with a flaw. Medicinal pills are a bit easier to exchange with spiritual herbs or spirit stones. What we lack the most is cultivation methods. I don't know how many rogue cultivators have been stuck at the low level of qi refinement for their entire lives because they don't have the corresponding cultivation methods. Qing Fengmin bitterly lamented. Including Xiaohua, several people also felt the same way. Xiaohua himself could also be considered a loose cultivator. Moreover, he was only at the second layer of the qi refining stage. If he wanted to go further, he didn't even have a single mnemonic. Then senior's meaning is. Xiaohua felt a bit strange and asked, but he secretly muttered in his heart, could it be that there's a complete cultivation method in this Heaven Forsaken? Qing Fengmin seemed to see through Xiaohua's thoughts and shook his head. Heaven Forsaken is just a rogue cultivator's self-help alliance. It's not a cultivation sect. How could there be any cultivation methods? Then, looking at the astonishment on Xiaohua's face, Qing Fengmin said with a smile, this question. I don't know how many people have asked in the past 3 years, so even if fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't say anything, I also know. Xiaohua's face was embarrassed and he smiled apologetically. Then, this cultivation method matter? To enter my Heaven Forsaken and exchange what you need with the low-level cultivators in Heaven Forsaken and help each other, the first and only condition is to contribute your cultivation method so that the cultivators in Heaven Forsaken can comprehend it. Ah? Xiaohua stared blankly. He had never thought of this condition before. Xiaohua turned his head to look at Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue. The two of them were also surprised and somewhat puzzled. Their expressions were not out of Qing Fengmin's expectations. He chuckled and said, "This condition seems very harsh and difficult to understand. But my three fellow Taoists, think about it. If you join my heaven-forsaken sect and contribute your cultivation methods to others to comprehend, you will be able to do so. While you contribute, you can also comprehend the cultivation methods of the other rogue cultivators of Tianqi. The number of cultivation methods is extremely huge." Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. That's right, as long as I tell him the cultivation technique of the second layer of the aura refining realm, not to mention other people, even Qing Fengmin's cultivation technique would be at least the fifth layer of the aura refining realm, and Xiaohua would be able to immediately comprehend it. Thinking about it again, how many individual cultivators were there in Heaven's Forsaken? There were probably hundreds of them. Wouldn't he have hundreds of mental cultivation methods to comprehend? Beside him, Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue also came to a realization, and their faces flashed with pleasant surprise. Not only that, I presume, that my three fellow Taoists also know the connection between body attributes and cultivation methods. Many individual cultivators are unable to cultivate because their body attributes don't match the cultivation methods they cultivate. This kind of trouble definitely doesn't exist in my Heaven's Forsaken sect. Fellow Taoists, think about it. No matter what attribute you have, in my Heaven's Forsaken, there will definitely be cultivation methods that match your body attributes for you to comprehend. Qing Fengmin added more firewood to the fire. Junior agrees. Han Fei rushed to say, "Junior has been stuck at the fourth layer of the aura refining realm all this time because my cultivation methods don't match. I've cultivated for several years without any progress. Since there's an alliance of rogue cultivators like Heaven's Forsaken, how can Junior not join? It's just that, our cultivation methods are only at the fourth layer of the aura refining realm. I wonder?" Xiao Fengyue probed. That's right, Junior's cultivation method is even more shallow, only at the second layer of the aura refining realm. Xiaohua took the opportunity to say, although there are very few cultivation methods at the second layer of the aura refining realm, who told my Heaven's Forsaken to have such a purpose? Qing Fengmin smiled and said, "I work for everyone and everyone works for me. Even if fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation method is at the second layer of the aura refining realm, as long as you contribute it, you'll be considered joining my Heaven's Forsaken. All cultivation methods, including cultivation methods that directly cultivate to the Foundation Establishment realm, can also be comprehended." There are cultivation methods that cultivate to the Foundation Establishment realm? Xiao Fengyue was overjoyed and asked urgently. Of course. Qing Fengmin said proudly, there are also many capable individuals among my group of rogue cultivators. Not to mention Foundation Establishment, even Golden Core cultivation methods may not necessarily not exist. Junior also wants to join. How could Xiao Fengyue still hesitate? He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment. I still have a condition that I haven't mentioned yet." Qing Fengmin waved his hand. "Senior, didn't you say there was only one condition?" Xiao Fengyue was curious. "Oh, this can't be considered a second condition." Qing Fengmin smiled and said, "In order to prevent people from harboring evil intentions and only coveting other people's cultivation methods and not completely taking out their own cultivation methods, I, Heaven's Forsaken, have a supplementary condition. That is, if those who join Heaven's Forsaken don't completely contribute their own cultivation methods, if this is discovered by others, their entire cultivation will be immediately crippled and they will be expelled from Heaven's Forsaken." "Oh, so it's like that." Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue sighed in relief and said with a smile, "This is natural. How can there be only taking and not taking out?" Hearing the two's reply, Qing Fengmin said with a smile on his face, "There are many benefits to joining my Heaven's Forsaken, so I won't say too much. You'll naturally know in the future." "Oh, right, fellow Taoist Xiao, it seems you still haven't expressed your opinion?" Seeing Qing Fengmin's eager gaze, Xiaohua was very conflicted. Logically speaking, Heaven's Forsaken's requirements were not high. As long as he took out what he knew of Shang Huaming's cultivation method, he would be able to comprehend other people's cultivation methods to the high levels of qi refinement, and even Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivation methods. This was really a great temptation. However, Shang Huaming's cultivation method was passed down by Xiao Yuehong. Thinking of the names of Xiao Yuehong, Gong Mingwei, and Zhang Qingxiao, Xiaohua couldn't help but have the thought of treasuring Shang Huaming's cultivation method. He really couldn't bear to take it out and let others comprehend it. In fact, thinking about it from another perspective, Shang Huaming's cultivation method had already been used by Xiao Xinrui as a life-saving bargaining chip. Although he didn't take it out now, wouldn't there be many people in 100 Herbs Gate who could comprehend Shang Huaming's cultivation method? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua felt that he was deceiving himself. But, if it was really in his hands, he really couldn't take out this cultivation method. Forget it, let's think about it again. If I take out this cultivation method, will 100 Herbs Gate be willing to give up? Isn't that the same as revealing my whereabouts? Provoking 100 Herbs Gate's pursuit? Xiao Hua found a reason to convince himself. Alas, senior, this junior's cultivation method is really too shallow. How about this junior? Think about it again. Xiao Hua said with cupped hands. Hehe, fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to worry about this. Qing Fengmin looked at Xiao Hua thoughtfully and said, my fellow Taoists in Heaven Forsaken are all magnanimous people. They definitely won't care about this. However, since fellow Taoist Xiao still needs to think about it, I won't force you. Our country of Xi's rogue cultivators are one family. Heaven Forsaken is the best home for rogue cultivators. If one day fellow Taoist Xiao understands, you can join Heaven Forsaken at any time. Thank you for your righteousness, Senior Qing. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, then, this junior won't disturb senior anymore. Fellow Taoist Xiao wants to travel alone? Qing Fengmin didn't expect Xiao Hua to be in such a hurry to leave. He was slightly stunned and said, we're going to Jianghu City. I wonder if it's on the same way as fellow Taoist Xiao? If possible, it's best if fellow Taoist Xiao comes with us. Fellow Taoist Xiao's cultivation still makes I worried. Xiao Hua heard this and couldn't help but be overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, that's just right. This junior also wants to see Jianghu City. If Senior Qing is interested, then this junior will disturb you. Don't mention it. We're all rogue cultivators. You don't need to be polite? Qing Fengmin said with a smile. Soon after, he slapped his forehead and said, look at me, I only thought about talking. I even forgot to introduce myself. Come. Let's introduce ourselves. From now on, we'll all be fellow Taoists in Heaven Forsaken. Xiao Hua and the other two didn't need to say anything. They had already reported their names just now. The first to speak was the fourth-layer Qi refining cultivator who gave Qing Fengmin the idea just now. He wore an ochre-yellow Taoist robe, and his face was white and chubby. He looked quite young. I Ma Qing greets the three fellow Taoists. Fellow Taoist Ma, you're experienced and knowledgeable. You've also seen many cultivation methods. There's no harm in you picking one or two that are suitable for fellow Taoist Xiao and revealing a little to him first. I see that fellow Taoist Xiao isn't a fool. It's definitely because his cultivation method and constitution are incompatible that he's been unable to advance for so long. If he can obtain a suitable cultivation method, he'll definitely become an expert in Heaven Forsaken. Qing Fengmin said with a smile as he pointed with his finger. I know. Ma Qingqing replied with a smile. He flew in front of Xiao Hua and cupped his hands in greeting. Xiao Hua was grateful and also returned the greeting. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I am a few years older and my cultivation is also a bit higher. My experience in cultivation can also be considered to be some insights. If fellow Taoist doesn't mind, you can ask me any questions. Ma Qingqing lifted Xiao Hua up and said with a smile. In fact, many fellow Taoists were the same as fellow Taoist Xiao at the beginning. They all had some misgivings, but it turned out that their way of thinking was wrong. Fellow Taoist Xiao only needs to follow Heaven Forsaken's fellow Taoists for a period of time and you'll know whether what I said is correct or not. Xiao Hua hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, Junior is afraid. Junior indeed has some misgivings in his heart, but, if there's something Junior doesn't know, I hope Senior can dispel my doubts. Junior thanks you in advance. No harm. Ma Qingqing waved his hand. The world's loose cultivators are one family. This person is actually warm-hearted. Qing Fengmin only said he was a loose cultivator from Xi, but he suddenly spread it to the world. As expected, he's amazing. Xiao Hua muttered inwardly. He couldn't forget Pai Lan and the twin bears, Chang Huan and the others. It didn't matter who he was with. These people, he'd better kick them out of this house first. Chapter 1290. Thump. Xiao Hua suddenly thought, these Pai Lan twin bears can't also be members of Heaven Forsaken. If that's the case, then I can't join Heaven Forsaken. Heaven Forsaken doesn't know there's no rule against killing each other. If the Pai Lan twin bears saw me and tried to kill me, who would stand up for me? At this time, Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue had already met several people from Heaven Forsaken under Qing Fengmin's introduction. Since Xiao Hua still hadn't expressed his position, the people from Heaven Forsaken could only salute him as a form of greeting. Fellow Daoist Qing, this is a mental cultivation method that I comprehended. It's from a certain cultivation family in the state of Shi. It's only at the 4th level of Qi refining. Xiao Fengyue was somewhat impatient. He patted the storage bag at his waist and took out a thick booklet, handing it over to Qing Fengmin. Qing Fengmin looked at it with a smile on his face. He didn't reach out to take it but waved his hand slightly and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, don't be impatient. To join Heaven Forsaken you must contribute your cultivation method. This is the rule, but it doesn't mean that I care about this cultivation method. All cultivation methods are obtained from rogue cultivators and benefit rogue cultivators. You don't need to be in a hurry to contribute this cultivation method. I have a permanent residence in Jianghu City, and there are many cultivation methods there. It won't be too late for fellow Daoists to take out the cultivation method when we arrive at Jianghu City together." Xiao Fengyue's face was full of smiles. Where was the slightest doubt? He nodded and said, "Fellow Daoist Qing is right. I will listen to fellow Daoists' arrangements." "Good, then let's go." Qing Fengmin glanced at Ma Qingqing and Xiao Hua and said, "Fellow Daoist Ma, please guide fellow Daoist Xiao. His cultivation is shallow, I'm afraid he can't catch up to us." "I know." Ma Qingqing nodded, then patted his hand and shot out a flight talisman. To Xiao Hua's surprise, this flight talisman was different from the ones he usually used. After Ma Qingqing put the flight talisman on himself, it didn't disappear but floated in the air. It's just a lot dimmer. Seeing Xiao Hua still standing to the side, Ma Qingqing said to Xiao Hua, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please use this half of the double flying talisman. It's just like the spell. Double flying talisman? When Xiao Hua heard the name of the flying talisman, he came to a realization. His finger moved slightly and a trace of magic power was sent over. Sure enough, the flying talisman flew onto Xiao Hua's body and suddenly disappeared. Xiao Hua sensed his surroundings and found nothing abnormal. Just as he was about to ask, he heard Qing Fengmin's loud voice. "Fellow Daoists, we're setting off now. It's estimated that we'll reach Jianghu City in 4 hours. I have already sent a message. Tianqi will hold a welcoming banquet in Huayan Park for everyone." Everyone smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Qing, you're too polite." Immediately after, Qing Fengmin's figure flew away, and everyone else also followed. Only Ma Qingqing was half a step slower. He said to Xiao Hua, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, get close to me. Just like normal flying, you only need to stay within 3 feet of I." Xiao Hua followed his words and stepped forward. Ma Qingqing made a hand seal and his figure also flew up. Xiao Hua felt a force coming from under his feet and knew that the flying dual talisman had taken effect. Thus, he also slightly urged his magic power and his figure immediately chased after Ma Qingqing at the same speed. This flying dual talisman is really strange. It can actually bring people along. Xiao Hua almost didn't use any magic power to follow beside Ma Qingqing. He couldn't help but praise in his heart. Then he thought of how he used his hand to pull Kai Zhuoxia and madly flew away. That day, I didn't even use this flying dual talisman. She actually thought I was a nascent soul senior. It's really funny. After flying for a while, Xiao Hua gradually discovered the benefits of having more people. Tianqi and the other cultivators all seemed to be at the 4th or 5th layer of the Qi refining realm. If they came out alone, although they were a bit better than Xiao Hua who was hiding and restless, if they encountered some high-level cultivators, wouldn't they have to lower their altitude and carefully avoid them? But now, Qing Fengmin had brought nearly 10 cultivators with him. With Han Fei and the others, the group of more than 10 people could be considered mighty. Even if they encountered some high-level cultivators, they didn't need to panic too much. And no wonder. Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue wanted to join Tianqi. Not to mention anything else, just these loose cultivators gathered together will give them some courage. It's much better than being alone. Xiao Hua thought to himself. Just as he was thinking, a Foundation establishment cultivator flew past at high speed in the distance. Although he wasn't flying in Xiao Hua's direction, Ma Qingqing and the others still stopped and waited for the Foundation establishment cultivator to fly away. Just as Xiao Hua and the others were quietly waiting, Qing Fengmin's figure flashed and unexpectedly went to greet him. Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. As a loose cultivator, Qing Fengmin actually knew this Foundation establishment cultivator? Sure enough, looking from afar, Qing Fengmin saluted very respectfully. That cultivator also stopped and said a few words to Qing Fengmin before looking over. Ma Qingqing and the others didn't dare to be negligent and all saluted respectfully from afar. When the Foundation Establishment Cultivator saw this, he nodded slightly and waved his hand as a greeting. Then, his figure flashed and he flew away into the distance. Qing Fengmin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not daring to move. He respectfully sent that cultivator off, then turned around and smiled at the people flying over. Jianghu City's elder fan is indeed courteous. I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect to meet you here. This is Jianghu City's elder fan? Han Fei's face was extremely excited as he hurriedly said, Junior heard that this elder is a late-stage Foundation Establishment expert and is also the most promising elder in Jianghu City to advance to the Golden Core stage. I didn't expect that he's actually so amiable and approachable. Junior really doesn't dare to believe it. Yes, this is an expert who has advanced to the Golden Core stage. Junior, I don't know what to say. Junior can. No, not to mention the Golden Core stage. Even if I can reach the Foundation Establishment stage, I won't waste my life of cultivation. Xiao Fengyue also sighed. Ah, fellow Taoists, don't give up. We loose cultivators are also cultivators of the country of Xi. Since we can set foot on the path of cultivation, of course, we also have the hope of peeking into the Foundation Establishment stage and even the Golden Core stage. Just now, Senior Fan has already agreed that if he has time, he will come to Jianghu City's Huayun Park to guide our cultivation. Qing Fengmin said at the right time. Really? Hearing this, not only Han Fei, but even Ma Qingqing and the others showed surprise and lack of confidence on their faces. Several people crowded around and asked, when will Senior Fan go to Jianghu City? Xiao Hua was stunned, but then he came to a realization. Loose cultivators relied on themselves for all their cultivation. There was no one to guide them, and the path of cultivation was quite bumpy. As the saying goes, the slightest difference can lead to 1,000 miles of error. As long as there was a little mistake in cultivation, it would directly affect the cultivation realm in the future. Although Elder Fan's cultivation method was different from that of the loose cultivators, if he could use the experience of his predecessors as a reference, he could avoid many wrong paths and save a lot of time. These were very convenient in the cultivation sections. When they were in Yellow Flower Ridge, Zhang Qingxiao often muttered in front of Xiao Hua. Although she had the intention of showing off, it also had a very important impact on Xiao Hua's cultivation. But this was impossible for loose cultivators. So, when they heard that there was actually a late Foundation Establishment stage senior coming to guide them, it was no wonder that they lost their composure like this. Elder Fan is a senior expert. Naturally, there are many things. However, since he has said it, he will certainly keep his promise. It's just that the time is not fixed. Everyone don't panic. If Senior Fan has the time, I will naturally inform everyone. I won't disappoint everyone by coming to my heavens forsaken. Qing Fengmin had a smile on his face, looking indifferent, as if inviting a late Foundation Establishment stage senior to come to heavens forsaken was not a difficult matter. When the others saw this, they were even more envious. They all bowed and thanked him. Senior Qing's righteousness, we will remember it in our hearts. If heavens forsaken orders, we will all obey. Aha, everyone is too polite. My heavens forsaken is a loose alliance. The most important thing is to support each other. How could there be any orders? Let's go, Jianghu City is not far ahead. It's better to enter the city early. Qing Fengmin flicked his sleeve and flew ahead. Everyone's faces were indescribably excited. They whispered to each other and also followed. Xiao Hua was a loose cultivator, so his feelings were naturally much less. Moreover, when he heard about Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, he very naturally thought of Xiao Yuehong. How could his expression still be excited? His expression was obviously completely different from the abnormally excited Ma Qingqing. Ma Qingqing was excited, but he naturally very keenly noticed Xiao Hua's expression. Extremely puzzled, he said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I see that you don't seem happy because you saw Senior Fan. Why, do you look a little depressed?" Xiao Hua was startled. He hurriedly smiled apologetically and said with a crying face, "Senior, please understand. Seniors are all experts at the 5th or 6th layer of qi refining. Even if Senior Fan wants to give pointers, he will give pointers to seniors and others. With juniors' cultivation, I only need seniors' pointers. What difference does it make whether I see Senior Fan or not?" Actually, Ma Qingqing came to a realization. He patted Xiao Hua's shoulder and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't give up. As long as you are willing to work hard and find a suitable cultivation method, whatever Foundation Establishment stage or Golden Core stage, They are all within reach. The corner of Xiaohua's mouth almost twitched. This seems to be what Qing Fengmin said just now. Why did you suddenly use it on yourself? Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua probed, Senior, Junior has a small question? There's no harm in speaking. Even if it's a difficulty in cultivation, I won't hide it. Ma Qingqing waved his hand and said with a smile. It's like this. Junior is a bit puzzled. Our country of Xi has many loose cultivators, between each other. Presumably many of them have some grievances. But if everyone joins heaven forsaken, towards their grievances, how do they deal with it? Xiaohua organized his words and asked vaguely. About this, fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation isn't deep. Could it be that you have a deep grudge with a cultivator? Ma Qingqing wasn't surprised by Xiaohua's question at all and asked with a smile. Not at all. With Junior's cultivation, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't dare. Xiaohua shook his head and denied bluntly. It's just that I saw the grievances between Senior Han and Shanghua Zong just now. That's why I was moved, that's all. Chapter 1291. Jiang Huanqi is nothing more than a lowly disciple of the splendid sect. He has a master, a cultivation method, and someone to guide him to the 5th level of the aura refining realm. What is there to be proud of? When Ma Qingqing heard this, a trace of disdain appeared on his face. If it weren't for the fact that he's a disciple of the splendid sect, how could fellow Taoist Qing be so humble? For the sake of fellow Taoist Han and fellow Taoist Xiao, he even offered up the precious things he obtained and took their lives. If it were anyone else, do you think we wouldn't be able to take their lives? When Xiaohua saw Ma Qingqing's gentle appearance just now, he thought that Ma Qingqing's nature was kind. Now that he heard these words, he suddenly realized that he was really wrong. This is the cultivation world, a place where strength is respected. Who could be kind? However, when he thought about it again, Ma Qingqing's words were also extremely correct. Not to mention the splendid sect, one of the largest sects in the state of Xi, even the 10,000 Poison sect, when they came to provoke Shang Huaming, didn't they also bring disciples at the 5th or 6th level of the aura refining realm? In the 100 Herbs sect, the disciples they sent were also around the 6th level of the aura refining realm. Senior's teachings are correct, Xiaohua said with a smile. It's only because Senior Jiang has a master that he has nothing to fear and doesn't put us rogue cultivators in his eyes. That's right, Ma Qingqing clapped his hands and said, it's precisely because of this that fellow Taoist Qing initiated this heaven abandonment. He wants to gather the rogue cultivators of the state of Xi together and make a tower out of sand to resist the persecution of the cultivation sects. Persecution? Xiaohua stared blankly. This word was a bit subjective. Oh, I misspoke. Ma Qingqing realized that he had said too much and immediately answered Xiaohua's question. Actually, what fellow Taoist Xiao asked just now, this poor Taoist had also asked fellow Taoist Qing a long time ago. Which one of us rogue cultivators isn't struggling to survive? It was normal to offend 1 or 2 people. I had an irreconcilable enemy. Fellow Taoist Xiao will naturally find out about this in the future. Back then, the 2 of us were fighting over a cultivation method, and each of us used ruthless methods to try and kill the other. In the end, I was lucky enough to succeed, and only then was I able to cultivate to the 4th layer of aura refining using the cultivation method. As for that enemy of he was seriously injured and left. I originally thought that he definitely wouldn't be able to keep his life, but who would have thought that when I joined Heaven Forsaken last year, I actually discovered that this guy had also reached the 4th layer of aura refining, and had even joined Heaven Forsaken 1 step ahead of me. Senior, did you guys make a move again? Xiaohua asked urgently. What do you think? Ma Qingqing looked at Xiaohua with a smile and didn't answer. I don't think so. Xiaohua's heart stirred and he said with a smile, could it be that Senior shakes hands with him and makes peace, and a smile dissolves all enmity? Bullshit, Ma Qingqing laughed loudly and cursed. Those are just jokes made by the secular world. I almost killed that person, so how could he possibly bury all enmity with a smile? Junior saw that Senior didn't seem to have made a move, so I took this as an excuse. Xiaohua said embarrassedly. And I naturally didn't make a move. As Ma Qingqing flew forward, he looked at Qing Fengmin who wasn't far ahead and said in a low voice, that day, I also followed fellow Taoist Qing to see my enemy. As soon as the 2 of us saw each other, we wanted to make a move, but we were still persuaded by fellow Taoist Qing. Could it be that Heaven Forsaken forbids individual cultivators from fighting? Although Xiaohua knew that if he didn't ask, Ma Qingqing would still tell him, but he still asked with a confused look. How could that be? Didn't fellow Daoist Qing say that Heaven Forsaken is just a loose alliance? They don't care about the individual behavior of individual cultivators. They only have some routine regulations to protect the mutual interests of Heaven Forsaken's members and to guarantee that individual cultivators won't harm Heaven Forsaken. As for the fights and enmity between each other, Heaven Forsaken doesn't stop them. Ma Qingqing said with a smile. Seeing Xiaohua scratching his head, Ma Qingqing continued to say, actually that day fellow Daoist Qing didn't say anything. He only said 2 sentences. 2 sentences? Xiaohua's curiosity was piqued. Yes, the first sentence was, Heaven Forsaken doesn't interfere with the enmity between individual cultivators. If you fight, whoever lives or dies, I won't interfere. The second sentence was, you're all in the 4th layer of the aura refining realm, so there's not much difference. Even if you fight to the death, the winner will definitely be seriously injured, and his cultivation will decline greatly. Now that you've taken out your cultivation methods, in my opinion, it'd be better to cultivate separately and wait until your cultivation far surpasses your opponent's before fighting. Ma Qingqing raised his eyes and looked into the distance. It seemed that Qing Fengmin was the one who said those words. When Xiaohua heard this, he inwardly nodded. Those 2 sentences were indeed to the point. When the 2 of us heard that, we couldn't help but feel enlightened. With Heaven Forsaken's cultivation methods, we no longer need to worry about cultivation methods. Instead of fighting on that day, it'd be better to see who reaches the foundation building realm first. At that time, killing the opponent would naturally be easy. Therefore the 2 of us stopped fighting. Ma Qingqing turned his head and looked at Xiaohua. He said with a smile, however, even though I have such thoughts, I don't know if the other side also has the same thoughts. When Heaven Forsaken is around, both sides will have some misgivings, so we just need to be a bit more careful. Right, fellow Daoist Zhao's worries are. Soon after, he saw Xiaohua's awkward expression again. He slapped his forehead and said, look at me, I asked too much again. In fact, according to I's knowledge, Heaven Forsaken not only doesn't prevent individual cultivators from fighting, but also regularly organizes some martial arts competitions. On one hand, it can eliminate everyone's enmity, and on the other hand, it can also improve one's cultivation. Oh right, the best thing Heaven Forsaken does is to often organize some large-scale activities. These are all carried out according to the information provided by some individual cultivators. Every member of Heaven Forsaken can participate. Who gets the benefits depends entirely on their own cultivation and luck. Some large-scale activities? Xiaohua stared blankly and asked, Senior, what do you mean? What large-scale activities? Fellow Daoist Xiao is not a member of Heaven Forsaken, so of course I can't tell you these things. However, I can reveal a little. For example, the exquisite grass that fellow Daoist Han mentioned just now. He and fellow Daoist Xiao's strength is not enough to search for it, so we can send this information to Heaven Forsaken. Heaven Forsaken can quickly gather enough people to search and harvest it together. Of course, fellow Daoist Han and fellow Daoist Xiao can not only get a certain amount of compensation after the event, they can also go together with other fellow Daoists. Ma Qingqing said mysteriously, it is said that last year before I joined Heaven Forsaken successfully organized hundreds of fellow Daoists in the periphery of Jianghu Black Forest, and found a cultivation method, some medicinal pills, and the remains of a magic weapon. Jianghu Black Forest? Magic weapon remains? Xiaohua was even more stunned. These are all rumors I heard. Individual cultivators who didn't participate in these things are not very clear about these things. Ma Qingqing laughed. However, I heard that the fellow Daoist who obtained this cultivation method has already cultivated to about the 10th level of qi refining. Senior, this cultivation method, don't you need to contribute it to Heaven Forsaken? Of course not. Only at the beginning of Heaven Forsaken must contribute one's own cultivation method. After that, everything obtained will naturally be one's own. Ma Qingqing said in all seriousness, if it was all given to Heaven Forsaken, who would go and risk their lives? You don't know, fellow Daoist Xiao, I heard that on that day, only 10 of the 100 fellow Daoists returned. Ma Qingqing said in a low voice again, however, we individual cultivators live precarious lives. This kind of risk can still be taken. If we were like the fellow Daoist last year who obtained the cultivation method and medicinal pills, we would immediately be able to reach the sky in a single bound. If we were alone, which qi refining level 7 individual cultivator would dare to go to Jianghu Black Forest? Even if it was the periphery, it still wouldn't do. Xiaohua was silent. In the end, only 10 of the 100 individual cultivators returned. 90 people were buried in the so-called Inkzhao Black Forest's periphery. This was really not an ordinary risk. Moreover, looking at Ma Qingqing's appearance, he was actually extremely envious of the individual cultivators who were able to participate. If he had entered Heaven Forsaken that day, presumably he would have already gone to Inkzhao Black Forest. Oh right, Senior, where's Inkzhao Black Forest? Why do Qi Refining Level 7 individual cultivators not dare to go to the periphery? Xiaohua asked. Haha, what is your cultivation level? When fellow Taoist Xiao enters Heaven Forsaken, you should first raise your cultivation level to Qi Refining Level 5. Otherwise, even if I take you there, you would have died in vain. Ma Qingqing's words were not pleasant to hear, but there was no contempt in his tone. Xiaohua knew his own cultivation level, so it was not good for him to ask too much. How about it? Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you have any other questions? Ma Qingqing said with a smile. Jinghua City is just ahead. I spoke until my mouth and tongue became dry. I don't know what fellow Taoist Xiao has thought about it. In fact, as long as fellow Taoist Xiao enters Heaven Forsaken, you will quickly find out. There is simply no need to inquire everywhere like before. Xiaohua's heart was truly moved. Whether it was listening to Qin Fengmin's introduction or Ma Qingqing's explanation, no matter what, entering the Heaven Forsaken realm would only bring him benefits and no harm. It was only the Death Flower and Underworld cultivation method. However, just as he was about to nod his head, the image of Xiao Yuehong lazily lying down on Yellow Blossom Ridge and basking in the sun immediately flashed through his mind. 3 years. 3 years after he gained his memories, Yellow Blossom Ridge was like his home. Taking out the things at home to share with others, Xiaohua always felt very awkward. I seem to be very stingy. Xiaohua couldn't help but think. Haha, forget it, fellow Taoist Xiao, there is no need to force yourself. Heaven Forsaken has always adhered to the principle of voluntary participation. When you think it through one day, you can send a message to I at any time. Ma Qingqing knew that Xiaohua definitely had some unknown misgivings in his heart, but no matter how much he thought about it, he absolutely could not imagine that the root cause was Xiaohua's own unknown stinginess. Thank you for your magnanimity, Senior. Xiaohua didn't use too much magic power. He followed Ma Qingqing all the way, so of course he was grateful. No need to be polite. Everyone cultivated from the first level of Qi Refining. Ma Qingqing said with a smile. Then he clapped his hand and took out a scarlet-yellow talisman from his storage bag. He handed it over and said, This is I's summoning talisman. If there is anything you can send a message to I. Thank you, Senior. Xiaohua respectfully received it. Xiaohua put away the summoning talisman, but Ma Qingqing still looked at him, making Xiaohua feel very unnatural. After a long while, he heard Ma Qingqing ask, Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't plan on giving I a summoning talisman? Chapter 1292. Hearing this, Xiaohua stared blankly. His face flushed red and he hurriedly waved his hand. Senior misunderstands. It's not that Junior doesn't want to give, it's, Junior simply doesn't have a messaging talisman. You don't have a messaging talisman? Ma Qingqing was greatly surprised. Yes, Junior hasn't been to E-City and hasn't bought a messaging talisman. Only now did Xiaohua realize that he had never asked Gong Mingwei or Zhang Qingxiao where their messaging talismans came from. And the messaging talismans he used were all casually given by Zhang Qingxiao. Ma Qingqing couldn't help but laugh out loud and Xiaohua's face became even redder. Sorry fellow Taoist Xiao. I really didn't expect that fellow Taoist actually hasn't been to E-City, and you haven't refined a messaging talisman. Ma Qingqing cupped his hands in apology, but then he laughed again. I really don't know how fellow Taoist Xiao cultivated these past 10 years. Xiaohua murmured but didn't say anything. After laughing enough, Ma Qingqing said, This messaging talisman is different from other yellow talismans. Messaging talismans don't require extremely high cultivation. Any blank talisman paper can be refined, and it doesn't require any special talisman brush or talisman ink. If it's at E-City, you only need to use an extremely small amount of low-grade spirit stones to exchange for a lot of already refined messaging talismans. You only need a trace of your own magic power to turn the blank messaging talisman into your own. Oh right, since fellow Taoist Xiao is a loose cultivator and hasn't been to E-City, of course you don't have blank talisman paper, let alone a blank messaging talisman. As Ma Qingqing spoke, he slapped his hand and took out a small stack of yellow paper from his storage pouch, handing it over. He said, "This is a blank talisman paper. Your cultivation is low, so you naturally can't refine other yellow talismans, but it's more than enough to refine a messaging talisman." Xiaohua took the talisman paper and said with a smile, "Thank you, senior." "No need, no need. These talisman papers are of the lowest grade. They were refined by I myself and aren't worth any spirit stones. You can use them." As Ma Qingqing spoke, he taught Xiaohua the incantation to refine a message talisman. There are many ways to refine a message talisman. Us loose cultivators have low magic power. My incantation is also passed down among loose cultivators. Every member of Heaven Forsaken knows about it. You can ask around and you'll know. Xiaohua's messaging talisman. Ma Qingqing. Ma Qingqing's every word. Ma Qingqing's every word. Xiaohua listened to Ma Qingqing's mnemonic chant. It wasn't difficult, but it required a bit of skill, as if it was tailor-made for low-level cultivators. Xiaohua closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then Xiaohua urged his magic power to pick up a talisman paper and refine a messaging talisman. But in the instant his magic power surged, Xiaohua's heart stirred. He suppressed 90% of his magic power, using only 10% to refine the talisman. This is Xiaohua's first time refining a yellow talisman, and he's flying in the air. Ma Qingqing also had a bitter smile on his face. He didn't want Xiaohua to refine it on the spot. He only wanted Xiaohua to leave the item behind and wait until they reached Jianghu City. After Xiaohua finished refining, he would first send a message to Ma Qingqing so that Ma Qingqing could go and get it. But looking at Xiaohua's refining technique, although it was a bit unfamiliar, the incantation was extremely smooth. Many of the areas he wanted to point out were completed with extreme ease. It was as if this messaging talisman was a piece of cake for Xiaohua. Xiaohua's right hand's finger moved, sending out the last strand of magic power. Chi. A faint sound rang out. The yellow talisman paper was covered with a faint talisman. Moreover, the talisman paper turned crimson red. This. Although Ma Qingqing had long been prepared, seeing the messaging talisman successfully refined, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Messaging talismans were the lowest level yellow talismans in the cultivation world, but they were still yellow talismans. Since they were yellow talismans, they had to involve talismans and incantations. This wasn't something that could be completed by purely relying on magic power. To a large extent, it depended on the refiner's comprehension of cultivation. The messaging talismans used by rogue cultivators were admittedly much simpler. The requirements for refining were also much lower. As long as one was at the first level of aura refining and had magic power, they could refine it. But 100 first-level aura refining, no, 1,000 rogue cultivators at the third level and below, if they wanted to refine a messaging talisman, they wouldn't be able to refine it without several attempts. Ma Qingqing had given Xiaohua that stack of talismans for practice. Ma Qingqing absolutely couldn't have imagined that Xiaohua, with his cultivation at the second level of aura refining, would actually be able to successfully refine a messaging talisman in one try. What's wrong? Senior, could it be that there was something wrong with Junior's technique? Xiaohua was somewhat perturbed, but he was even more astonished and uneasy in his heart. This was because when he was refining the messaging talisman just now, he once again felt that extremely familiar feeling he had when he saw Xiao Yuehong use the alchemy incantation in Xihua Peak's pill room. This alchemy incantation for refining the messaging talisman was the same as Xiao Yuehong's alchemy incantation that he had seen before. Although it looked very unfamiliar, when Xiaohua truly used it, he felt that it was very natural. Some of the incantations or details that he hadn't yet completely comprehended in his mind were smoothly displayed when he used his fingers to pinch them together. And when these incantations were made with his fingers, Xiaohua's mind immediately understood. It was as if he had once cultivated this incantation before, but in his mind, there was no impression. When Xiaohua saw Ma Qingqing's astonishment, he thought even more about Zhang Qingxiao's suspicions that day. Sure enough, Ma Qingqing opened his mouth and said a few words, but he didn't say anything. In the end, he exerted all his strength and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is your first time refining a messaging talisman?" As expected, Xiaohua inwardly cursed. After thinking for a moment, he could only brace himself and reply, "Reporting to Senior Ma, this is indeed Junior's first time. Otherwise, how could I not even have my own messaging talisman?" But. After saying, "but," a few times, Ma Qingqing smiled bitterly and said, I finally understand why fellow Taoist Qing valued fellow Taoist Xiao so much and insisted that I persuade fellow Taoist Xiao to join my heaven forsaken. It seems that fellow Taoist Qing had long seen through fellow Taoist Zhao's peculiarity. When Xiao Hua heard this, his heart thumped, and he inwardly regretted his rashness. But, this senior Qing, how did you see that I am different from others? Xiao Hua inwardly muttered again. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua smiled and said, Senior Ma, please don't flatter Junior. Junior being able to refine it in one go, I'm afraid it has something to do with the few pages I read a few years ago. Junior remembers that those pages only had a few spells that were similar to this messaging talisman. As for what they were used for, they were all incomplete. Junior didn't have a cultivation technique to practice, so I practiced those spells until I was proficient. Is that so? Ma Qingqing seemed to not believe it. As he flew, he frowned and pondered. After a moment, he still raised his head and waved his hand at Xiao Hua, saying, Fellow Taoist Xiao might not know, but this messaging talisman is admittedly simple. However, if you're not at the third level of qi refining and have a certain understanding of cultivation, even if you've memorized these spells and techniques, it's still impossible to successfully refine it in one go. You have to practice more. Even if fellow Taoist Xiao has memorized many spells, if you don't practice them on talisman paper, you definitely won't be able to easily use them. Xiao Hua complained in his heart. How could he know this? Alas, in the future, I won't be able to casually use these spells in front of others anymore. Xiao Hua's intestines were green with regret. He really didn't want to attract attention. However, although fellow Taoist Xiao can successfully refine the messaging talisman in one go, your magic power is still ordinary. This messaging talisman can only be used within a dozen or so li. If it's any further, it won't work. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you should still come to my heavens forsaken to find a suitable cultivation technique and properly raise your realm. Ma Qingqing advised earnestly. Xiao Hua saw that Ma Qingqing took the initiative to change the topic and hurriedly said with a smile, Junior is indeed slow-witted. This cultivation technique. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Ma Qingqing's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He clapped his hands and said, Ha, fellow Taoist Xiao, I remember now. You don't need to contribute a cultivation technique to enter my heavens forsaken. There's such a good thing? When Xiao Hua heard this, he was also overjoyed. Nonsense, he didn't need to take out any cultivation technique and could comprehend other people's cultivation techniques for free. How could he not be happy? He, of course. Ma Qingqing looked at Xiao Hua with a card up his sleeve and said, Fellow Taoist Qing also said just now that in the process of my cultivation as a rogue cultivator, what I lack the most are cultivation techniques and medicinal pills. These words are not false, but apart from these two, there are still other things that are extremely necessary. Yellow talisman? Since it was said like this, even if Xiao Hua didn't understand, he could also know that it was a yellow talisman. Yes, fellow Taoist Zhao's mind is indeed sharp. It's precisely a yellow talisman. Previously, I said that cultivation techniques can be taken out and comprehended together, but medicinal pills and yellow talismans can't be taken out and used together. Every sect has their own alchemy and talisman-making techniques. Although I, heavens forsaken, don't have my own spells, rogue cultivators who are proficient in these two spells are still extremely needed. So it's like this. Xiao Hua's little tail secretly curled up. I didn't expect that I would also become a talent that others lack. Of course, this talisman-making technique still needs fellow Taoist Qing's examination. If fellow Taoist Xiao knows alchemy, I can guarantee right now that there's simply no need for any test. I can immediately bring fellow Taoist Xiao into my heavens forsaken, and heavens forsaken cultivation techniques can be comprehended by fellow Taoist Xiao. Ma Qingqing was still somewhat unsatisfied and said somewhat regretfully. When Xiao Hua heard this, he inwardly curled his lips. Alchemy, forget it. Even if you beat me to death, I won't reveal it again. Right, according to Senior Ma's meaning, if this junior enters heavens forsaken for the time being, you still can't let this junior choose all the cultivation techniques. Xiao Hua asked. And yes, fellow Taoist Xiao, you also know that alchemists are much more scarce than talisman makers. Up until now, I, heavens forsaken, only have a dozen or so talisman makers and not a single alchemist. Although fellow Taoist Xiao can easily refine messaging talismans, after all, it's only said that you might have this ability. Whether or not you can actually become a talisman maker will still have to depend on your future cultivation. Therefore I, heavens forsaken, can't immediately give the cultivation techniques to fellow Taoist Xiao to comprehend. It can only depend on fellow Taoist Zhao's progress, or on fellow Taoist Zhao's contribution to my heavens forsaken, and how many yellow talismans you refine for the rogue cultivators of my heavens forsaken, to decide how many cultivation techniques I'll give fellow Taoist Xiao to comprehend. Chapter 1293. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua secretly calculated whether or not he should join the Forsaken Heavens. Since the Forsaken Heavens valued talisman masters so much, even if he was seen by the Blue Bears, they probably wouldn't dare to make a move. Then, Senior Ma, talisman masters are protected by the Forsaken Heavens, right? Xiao Hua was still not at ease. Of course. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please rest assured. Talisman masters are very respected in the Forsaken Heavens. If any rogue cultivator makes things difficult for a talisman master, they will definitely be attacked by the other rogue cultivators. Ma Qingqing seemed to know that Xiao Hua would ask this question. Alas, I still expose some things. Xiao Hua saw Ma Qingqing's expression and knew that some of the words just now had already fallen into his ears. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua was about to ask again when he suddenly heard Ma Qingqing say with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, let's not talk about it for the time being. Look, Jianghu City is just ahead. When we reach Huayun Park, I will explain in detail to fellow Taoist Xiao." So fast? Xiao Hua was stunned. Following the direction of Ma Qingqing's finger, he looked and couldn't help but be stunned. After looking for a moment, he stuttered, "Senior Ma, this is Jianghu City?" "Hehe, of course this is our state of Xi's famous Jianghu City." Ma Qingqing said with a smile, "Isn't it very unexpected? Did you not expect Jianghu City to look like a large mirror made up of countless small mirrors?" "Yes, indeed, it is somewhat unexpected." Xiao Hua answered honestly, "I guess this is also the origin of Jianghu City's name. Let's go, fellow Taoist Qing is already slowly descending. Let's hurry over." Ma Qingqing urged his magic power and flew down with Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua was still looking into the distance, somewhat lost in thought. Xiao Hua couldn't help but be shocked. He had never left Yellow Flower Ridge and had heard about Jianghu City for 3 years. He only knew that there was a city here. In his impression, it was just the appearance of a city, even similar to the appearance of a town in the secular world. But now that he saw the real Jianghu City, he knew that he was wrong, extremely wrong. What kind of city would that be? No, Jianghu City should not be seen as a city because from a high vantage point, it was a huge lake. The lake was divided into countless small grids. There were so many grids that it was impossible to count them all. The shapes of the grids were also strange. Some were triangular, some were rectangular, and some were diamond-shaped. Most of them were irregular shapes. From the air, these tiny lattices were folded and sparkling under the midday sun. They were like tiny mirrors with a tiny sun in each of them. The huge lake formed by all the tiny lattices formed a huge mirror, reflecting all the sunlight. It was like a huge sun on the ground. This is also called a city? Xiao Hua was almost mumbling to himself. In fact, he himself didn't know where he saw the city he thought it was. However, as he gradually flew lower and closer, Xiao Hua was shocked to find that he was wrong again. Every tiny lattice in Jianghu City was not really tiny, but every lattice was a huge lake. On the lake there were countless, immortal treasures that looked like small boats. They seemed to wander casually but in a very orderly manner. Every lattice, no, every lake was separated by an extremely wide land. On the land, there were many towers and houses as well as spacious streets. On the streets, in the towers, and even on the small boats, there were many cultivators strolling about. Occasionally, several cultivators with extremely high cultivation would fly across the streets and between the lakes. However, beyond the huge lake, there was a flat area about 10,000 feet away from the edge. There were also many people here, but they all converged into a stream of people and flowed in a dozen directions nearby. Among these people, some were walking out from the lake and some were walking in from the outside. Outside the lake, there were many cultivators like Xiao Hua flying in from all directions. After landing in the air, they walked forward. They also converged into a stream of people and walked towards the edge of the lake in an orderly manner. However, when all the people reached an oval-shaped area at the edge of the lake, they all gathered at a dozen points and slowly passed through the invisible places. Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization. Perhaps these dozen or so points are the city gates for entering and exiting? Then Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at the transparent sky above Jianghu City. The strong noon sun pierced straight into Jianghu City, but he couldn't see anything unusual. However, Xiao Hua already understood that there must be an extremely powerful city protection array protecting the entire Jingbo city. Sure enough, seeing Xiao Hua's dumbstruck and curious expression, Qing Fengmin chuckled and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this Jingbo city looks very spacious. Any early-stage aura-refining individual cultivator can drive straight in. However, as you can see, only a few people can fly in Jingbo city. Everyone else has to walk honestly. Fellow Taoist, this is your first time in Jingbo city, so you should be careful. In Jingbo city, cultivators below the nascent soul stage cannot fly. In fact, even if you want to fly, Jingbo city's great formation will suppress you. You absolutely can't fly. Oh, speaking of Jingbo city's great formation, don't think that we can see through Jingbo city with a glance. Above Jingbo city is the famous Nine Flames Myriad Winds Great Formation, passed down from ancient times. Combined with Jingbo city's heart-purifying Great Formation, water, fire and wind blend together. Even nascent soul stage old devils wouldn't dare to underestimate it. Nine Flames Myriad Winds Great Formation? Heart-purifying Great Formation? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Didn't Xiao Yuehong mention it? In Dawn Rain Continent, formations had already been lost. How could there be two great formations in Jingbo city? He thought for a moment but still didn't ask. He only smiled and said, the Nine Flames Myriad Winds Great Formation should be above Jingbo city. Then, where is the so-called heart-purifying Great Formation? Fellow Taoist Xiao has talent in the art of talisman crafting. Presumably you have exceptional aptitude. I won't say anything for now. Fellow Taoist might as well take a look first. Ma Qingqing unexpectedly kept him guessing. This. Xiao Hua was somewhat speechless. He could only narrow his eyes and carefully look. Oh. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. He pointed at the countless lattices and cried out, Senior, could it be that each and every lake is a great formation? As expected. Ma Qingqing's smile became even wider and he almost gave a thumbs up. When I came here for the first time, I was dizzy from these countless small mirrors swaying about. How could I still carefully identify them? Fellow Taoist Xiao actually hit the nail on the head, truly amazing. I dare not. Junior was just casually guessing. Xiao Hua hurriedly declined. However, what fellow Taoist said is also correct and also incorrect. Ma Qingqing changed the topic and pointed at Jingbo city. It said that this Jingbo city was originally a huge lake. In ancient times, a cultivator with great divine abilities used a divine ability that could move mountains and drain seas to lay down a great formation. That great formation is in the lake, which is also right below Jingbo city. This Jingbo city is actually above a lake? Xiao Hua was stunned. This was something he didn't expect. This, ancient times, when was it? Hearing Ma Qingqing mention the ancient times twice, Xiao Hua also paid attention. However, after thinking for a moment, he still restrained himself from asking. Alright fellow Taoist Xiao, please calm down. Now that we're already in the vicinity of Jingbo city, we still have to be a bit more respectful. Ma Qingqing saw Qing Fengmin and the others descend again, and he also solemnly warned Xiao Hua. Calm down? Respectful? Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback and thought to himself, entering Jingbo city we still have to be respectful? Could it be? Just as he was thinking, Ma Qingqing descended, and Xiao Hua even more didn't dare to make a sound. Qing Fengmin and the others landed on the ground from afar. Just like the cultivators Xiao Hua saw just now, they were really quiet and no one spoke much. Everyone tidied up their clothes and was about to move forward when Ma Qingqing shouted in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Qing, please wait a moment. What's the matter? Qing Fengmin was obviously a bit unhappy. Ma Qingqing ignored him and walked to Qing Fengmin's side, pulled him to the side and whispered in his ear. Xiao Hua knew that he was talking about him. Sure enough, Qing Fengmin suddenly turned around and stared straight at Xiao Hua. There was some surprise and joy on his face and even more disbelief. Then, Qing Fengmin looked back at Ma Qingqing and whispered a few words, then lowered his head and pondered for a moment. When he raised his head again, he had already returned to his original state and brought Ma Qingqing to Xiao Hua's side. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is not the place to talk. Wait until we enter Jingbo city, then we'll talk about this matter at Huayan Park. Qing Fengmin's voice was still as harmonious as before. I'll listen to senior's instructions. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. The dozens of people at the side looked on in surprise, not knowing what was going on. Let's go. Qing Fengmin didn't say much, waved his hand and led the way. Seeing this, everyone didn't dare to ask any more questions. They followed behind Qing Fengmin, and gradually merged into the flow of people in Jianghu City. Xiaohua followed Ma Qingqing and walked at the back of the crowd. He curiously snuck furtive glances all around while thinking about how to deal with the matter of heaven's relinquishment. Beneath Xiaohua's feet was an ordinary mountain at first, but after walking for a while, it became a huge blue stone. When he stepped on it, he felt a slight heat. This place was still far from Jianghu City. At a glance, all he could see was a stretch of light blue stone. This caused Xiaohua to be quite flabbergasted, and he inwardly grumbled, "This? Just how much thought did it take? Just how many bluestones did it take to pave?" He slightly turned his head again. Behind him were several cultivators around the 4th level of qi condensation, but they appeared to be only a little over 10 years old. Each and every one of their small faces revealed pleasant surprise and curiosity. Their expressions were even more wonderful than Xiaohua's. As for these middle-aged cultivators around the 11th level of qi condensation, they vigilantly looked all around. When they saw Xiaohua turn his head back, they coldly stared at him, their gazes revealing contempt. Chapter 1294. What is this necessary? Xiaohua was naturally even more vigilant. Seeing the warning eyes of the nearby 11th level qi refinement cultivators, Xiaohua was truly speechless. He muttered, "This young master also had a sect a month ago. It's not any worse than yours." However, looking at the 11th level qi refinement cultivators and the 4th level qi refinement children, Xiaohua knew that this sect was definitely more famous than Shanghuaming. Sure enough, Ma Qingqing, who was walking beside him, sensed it. He pulled Xiaohua's sleeve and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, these are the disciples of Xuanyan School. Don't provoke them." Xuanyan School? One of the 3 great cultivation sects in the country of Xi? Xiaohua was shocked and glanced at them even more. Well, one of the boys seemed to have noticed and glared at Xiaohua. "See, Xuanyan School is very unfriendly to us loose cultivators. Fellow Taoist Xiao should stay away from them." Ma Qingqing seemed to be used to it and explained. And not only that. Even small sects like Shanghuaming are very wary of loose cultivators. Xiaohua muttered and quickly walked forward. Whoosh, a violent wind blew over the heads of Xiaohua and the others. Without waiting for Xiaohua to raise his head, he saw a figure fly over his head and go straight ahead. Not only Xiaohua but the surrounding people were also in an uproar. Who is this senior? He actually dares to fly outside Jianghu City? A 10th level qi refinement cultivator blurted out. That's right. Who is so daring to not give face to Jianghu City? Not giving face to Jianghu City is not giving face to Elder Mu Chang, not giving face to City Lord Lu. But Elder Mu Chang and City Lord Lu seem to be mid-nascent soul cultivators. Just now, that figure seems to be an elder of Lanli sect, a foundation establishment cultivator said. And this is Lanli sect's 3rd elder, Taoist Master Zhuoming. He is a mid-nascent soul senior. He has a good relationship with Elder Mu Chang. Directly flying over like this is not a taboo. An old man whose cultivation Xiaohua couldn't see through said in a deep voice. Fellow Taoist Chen is right. The other old man couldn't hold himself back and said, Senior Zhuoming is a nascent soul stage cultivator, his strength is there. Even if his friendship with City Lord Lu is shallow, can City Lord Lu stop him if he flies over? If it wasn't for his old friendship with Elder Mu Chang, perhaps City Lord Lu would have to go out of the city to welcome him. Fellow Taoist Zhang, you're here too? In other places Aurus core stage cultivators like us can directly enter, but this Jianghu City just doesn't allow it. This is really annoying. Qin Daoyu said in a low voice. Shall lower your voice. Zhang Daoyu smiled and said, Jianghu City is powerful and has countless disciples. They are not inferior to the 3 major sects in the country of Xi. Small sects like us, let's not talk too much. Isn't that so? Look at Xuanyan School. Their disciples will have to walk into the city with the others, so we don't have to regret anything. Golden core stage cultivator? Xiaohua understood and looked over. Not only him, but everyone at the side also looked at these 2 old men. However, although Xiaohua couldn't see the cultivation of these 2 old men, he felt that their cultivation wasn't much higher than Xiao Yuehong's. How could they only be golden core stage cultivators? If these 2 old men didn't say anything, wouldn't Xiaohua still treat them as ordinary people of the secular world? This is really strange. Just now, that so-called nascent soul stage senior, although he didn't stop in midair, I could clearly feel the pressure emanating from his body. These 2 Aurus core stage seniors, why couldn't they feel it? Xiaohua muttered in his heart. The surroundings had already returned to tranquility. Everyone was a cultivator, so of course they knew the importance of strength. Besides some envy in their hearts, they could only bury their heads and hurry on their way. Xiaohua slightly turned around and inadvertently saw that the group of young disciples from Xuanyan school behind him, the disciple who glared at him just now was still looking in the direction Reverend Zhuoming flew past with a solemn expression. This little guy. Why does he have such an expression? It's different from the envy and curiosity of others? Xiaohua had just thought this when that disciple seemed to have noticed. He immediately lowered his head and glared at Xiaohua a few more times. Did I provoke you? Xiaohua curled his lips and ignored him, continuing to walk forward with the others. The further they went, the more they felt the strangeness of Jianghu City. An invisible force pressed down on Xiaohua's body from very far away, becoming heavier and heavier. However, when they arrived in front of a strangely shaped brilliance that was over 100 zhang wide, that force suddenly disappeared at some unknown time. Xiaohua saw that the others were silent, so he didn't dare to ask, only using his eyes to look at everything in front of him. That was an indescribable brilliance. Its edges were faintly lavender and aqua blue alternating. The brilliance was like ripples of water, rippling in circles, boundlessly spreading into the sky above Jianghu City. The brilliance was like 100 zhang wide door, but also like 100 zhang wide bronze mirror. The cultivators who approached it walked in without hesitation, leaving behind a blurry figure on the brilliance. It seemed like a back view, but if you looked carefully it was different because that back view didn't move. Hurriedly, it was the backs of other people waiting one by one. This Jianghu City's entrance is quite strange. Xiaohua was very curious. He didn't have the divine sense of a foundation establishment cultivator, so he could only see with his eyes. When he walked into the brilliance, he suddenly saw that within the brilliance, in midair, there seemed to be a dozen or so cultivators wearing strange clothing. These cultivators were all at the 10th layer of qi condensation, and there were even a few at the 11th layer. They all strangely floated in the air above the brilliance, their bodies swaying at will with the brilliance. Moreover, their expressions were cold as they looked down on the cultivators passing through the brilliance, their bodies occasionally pacing from one place to another. It was as if they were the guards of this Jianghu City's entrance. Soon it was Ma Qingqing and Xiaohua's turn. Ma Qingqing didn't hesitate at all, plunging head first into the brilliance, leaving behind a broad back view. Xiaohua glanced at it, and just as he was about to step forward, the dozen or so little boys from Xuanyan school laughed and ran a few steps. As if they were playing, they pounced forward with puff 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 sounds. In an instant, the dozen or so figures of different appearances were imprinted on the brilliance, causing the surrounding cultivators who were about to pass through to cover their mouths and laugh. In a flash, Xiaohua's tense heart suddenly relaxed. In the cultivation world, in the bloody cultivation world, there was still no lack of childlike innocence. Perhaps, in many inconspicuous places of every sect, there was an extreme amount of joy. For example, Shanghuaming, the small cave that Zhang Qingxiao once drilled into. When Xiaohua passed through the Jianghu City's entrance, his eyes clearly lit up, and his ears also rang. Countless lights and countless sounds appeared, much more lively than the silence from a moment ago. Before Xiaohua had time to look into the distance, he saw Ma Qingqing standing before him, all smiles. The dozen or so little boys who had just run in were to his front left, scrambling to be the first to run to the lakeside. There seemed to be several small boats quietly moored by the lakeside. Around the boys were several of their senior brothers with relaxed faces, and there were also others who were hurrying in all directions. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please come this way. Ma Qingqing saw Xiaohua enter and didn't deliberately lower his voice. And Senior Ma, please go first. Xiaohua said politely. Qing Fengmin was already waiting in front. When he saw Ma Qingqing bring Xiaohua over, he beamed and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I've thought about your matter for a moment. I should invite fellow Taoists to Heaven Forsaken's Cloud Garden and let I and a talisman master take a careful look. After all, a messaging talisman. As long as one's cultivation reaches a certain level, they can refine it. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant, but there was nothing he could do, unless he didn't plan on joining Heaven Forsaken. I'll listen to Senior Qing's instructions. Xiaohua said with a smile. And that's good. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow us to Cloud Garden first. Qing Fengmin also didn't waste time and brought everyone straight ahead. When Han Fei and the others saw Xiaohua following them again, they knew that the situation had changed and couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. This Jinghua city streets are admittedly incomparably spacious, and many people don't feel crowded walking inside, but the houses on both sides of the street, why are they like the shops of the secular world? Many of them are two-story small buildings? There's even a very simple shop? Xiaohua looked all around as he walked, and he was also bewildered in his heart. Looking at what's written on the shop front, some are yellow talismans, some are medicinal pills, and some are spiritual herbs. And there's also repairing magic tools and weapons. What's the difference between this and E-City? Why did eldest senior brother and the others have to wait until E-City to come? Normally they could just come and trade with these shops at any time. Of course, no one answered Xiaohua's doubts, and he also wouldn't foolishly ask other people. There's a shabby yellow talisman shop here. Xiaohua's eyes were sharp, and he had already seen a small shop with a shabby wooden signboard hanging in a corner. On the signboard was a large talisman. In the shop, there was an old man whose cultivation couldn't be seen. He was wearing a felt hat, and he was sitting at the entrance with his hands crossed and his head lowered. The warm sunlight shone on the old man's body, and he seemed to be taking a nap. Wow. In Xiaohua's mind, an immature thought suddenly flashed through, and a trace of joy immediately appeared on his face. However, he immediately withdrew his gaze from the yellow talisman shop, lowered his head and suppressed his emotions. He quickly walked a few steps and caught up with Ma Qingqing. Tianqi seemed to have a certain reputation in Jinghua City. At first, no one greeted Qing Fengmin, but after walking for a while, the number of people who greeted him gradually increased, and the number of times Qing Fengmin stopped also gradually increased. Xiaohua was somewhat impatient, but Ma Qingqing's face was somewhat radiant, and he said in a low voice, "Look, fellow Taoist Qing really has a wide range of connections. There are actually so many old friends in Jinghua City. No wonder he can grasp all the news in the state of Xi in a timely manner. It's really not simple." Xiaohua first curled his lips. All he cared about was how to improve his cultivation, and he didn't have much patience for any social interaction. But then Xiaohua's heart stirred again. Chapter 1295. Looks like Tianqi. I really have to join. With Senior Qing's information, I'll definitely find out the truth behind 100 Herbs Gate's destruction of my Shang Huaming. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, but 100 Herbs Gate is obviously the mastermind and the beneficiary. Even if Tianqi knows about this, what can he do? Tianqi is just a group of loose cultivators. They're all in the qi refining stage, far weaker than 100 Herbs Gate. And the matter of avenging the Gate Master and my two senior brothers still falls on me. Before I have any confidence, I can't reveal any clues. I can't attract 100 Herbs Gate's attention. No one can pay attention to me. After a while, everyone stopped in front of a small building. There was a stone tablet in front of the small building, and strange runes of unknown use were engraved on it. At the entrance of the small building, there was also a square signboard, and on it were 3 simple and unadorned words, Cloud Garden. Fellow Taoists, welcome to Tianqi. This Hua Yun Garden is one of Tianqi's properties in Jinghua City. I really use spirit stones to exchange for it. Fellow Taoists, please feel free to come here. It was rare for Qing Fengmin to be so relaxed and humorous, causing Han Fei and the others to smile. Ma Qingqing smiled and said, "This is fellow Taoist Qing's hard work. As a loose cultivator, I really feel ashamed. Fellow Taoist Ma, you're too kind. As long as we persevere, we can achieve great things. Although we loose cultivators are weak individually, as long as we gather together, we're definitely a force to be reckoned with." Qing Fengmin cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Please everyone, please, Senior Qing, please go first." Han Fei and the others naturally declined out of courtesy. Qing Fengmin took the lead and left. Everyone entered one by one according to their cultivation level. Xiaohua was naturally the last to enter. The small door of Hua Yun Garden didn't look big, but after entering, Xiaohua understood that there was actually another world inside. In front of him was a rather large lotus pond. The pond was filled with sparkling lotus leaves, and dozens of blooming lotus flowers were facing the sun, incomparably enchanting. Looking at the side of the lotus pond, there were several lofts. The front of each loft was faintly glowing. It seemed that one could only enter with a yellow talisman. Along the front of the loft, there was also a path made of bluestone, extending to the back of the lotus pond. Inside the pavilion by the lotus pond, there were a few rogue cultivators dressed in different attire. Some were leisurely, some were in a hurry. However, they were all around the 5th level of qi refining. When they saw Qing Fengmin, they all smiled and bowed respectfully. The cultivators who had followed Qing Fengmin entered the Huayan Park. After greeting Qing Fengmin, they went their separate ways, presumably having their own matters to attend to. As for Han Fei and Xiao Fengyue, a fourth-layer qi refining loose cultivator called Zhang Zhihao greeted them and led them to the nearest pavilion. After waiting for the number of people to decrease, Xiao Hua followed Ma Qingqing to a loft. Ma Qingqing smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this way please." As he spoke, he slapped his storage pouch and stuck a yellow talisman on the door of the pavilion. The door opened with a creak. "Senior, please." Xiao Hua tactfully walked behind Ma Qingqing. Ma Qingqing wasn't polite and led Xiao Hua into the pavilion. This pavilion was also extremely large. Xiao Hua glanced at it and saw that it was almost half the size of Shanghua Ming's main hall. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "This is probably some kind of magic technique, right? This small two-story building might have a very large courtyard behind it, but this pavilion, how could it have such a large space?" Seemingly understanding Xiao Hua's thoughts, Ma Qingqing smiled and waved his hand saying, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please sit." A profound spatial magic technique was used to enlarge the cramped space. If it was your first time seeing it, I'm afraid you wouldn't understand. Spatial magic technique? Xiao Hua stared blankly and said curiously, "It sounds like an amazing magic technique. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please sit down and explain in detail." Ma Qingqing knew that if Xiao Hua entered the heaven-forsaken realm, he would have the identity of a talisman master. Perhaps he would have something to rely on in the future, so he was especially polite. Xiao Hua naturally also knew, but he was still a second-layer qi refinement cultivator after all, so he didn't dare to belittle himself. He only cupped his hands modestly and said, "Senior, please." Ma Qingqing sat down with a smile and pointed at the small white fruit on the table beside him, saying, "This is a specialty from the bottom of Jianghu City's lake, the white kernel fruit. It's very refreshing and has quite the detoxification effect. Fellow Taoist might as well try it." "Thank you, Senior." Xiao Hua nodded and also sat down. He picked up one and threw it into his mouth. This white kernel fruit wasn't like other spirit fruits. It was unexpectedly hard. When he bit down, crunching sounds could be heard, and his mouth was filled with a fishy bitterness. This is also a specialty?" Xiao Hua frowned as he ate. However, when he swallowed the white kernel fruit, a fine stream of clear energy rose and gradually spread to his limbs and meridians, causing his mind to become much clearer. "Ah, fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed amazing. When I ate the white kernel fruit that day, I directly spat it out. I didn't expect." Fellow Taoist only frowned. Ma Qingqing clapped his hands and said. Xiao Hua didn't bat an eyelid and replied, "How can Junior spit out what Senior bestowed?" "And that's right." The one who received I that day was also a fellow Taoist at the fourth layer of qi refining. I didn't have any misgivings. Ma Qingqing nodded slightly and looked around. He pointed with his finger and said, "Space magic is a magic treasure. It can change or increase or decrease the size of space. Only seniors at nascent soul stage and above have the magic power to cast it. I have only heard of it, so even if I wanted to talk about it in detail, I wouldn't be able to. However, most of the space magic in Jianghu City borrow the power of the Great Purifying Heart formation to cast it. With Jianghu City's City Lord Lu's status, it's impossible for him to personally cast it." Xiao Hua nodded as if he understood. After thinking for a moment, he respectfully asked, "Junior has learned very little and doesn't know many things. There are many things that I would like to ask Senior for advice on." It's fine." Looking at fellow Taoist Qing's appearance, "He also wants you to enter my Heaven's Forsaken sect. As long as you enter the Heaven's Forsaken sect, we rogue cultivators should naturally support each other. If fellow Taoist has any questions, I will do my best to answer them. However, at this time, as long as it doesn't involve the Heaven's Forsaken sect, even if it's a question in cultivation, I can help you resolve it." Ma Qingqing said with a smile. "Thank you, Senior." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "Junior has two areas that I don't understand. They don't involve the Heaven's Forsaken sect, so I hope Senior can enlighten me." "And please speak." Just now, when Junior followed Senior into the city, we met two Golden Core Stage seniors, but Junior couldn't see through the cultivation of these two seniors? Some ordinary detection magic didn't work. Why is this? Xiao Hua said respectfully. "Ha, so fellow Taoist Xiao is asking about this." Ma Qingqing said with a bit of surprise, "This is actually very simple. These two Golden Core Stage seniors have a cultivation technique that conceals their cultivation. Not to mention that fellow Taoist is only at the second level of the Qi refining stage and doesn't have divine sense. Even if a foundation establishment stage or Golden Core Stage cultivator were to use their divine sense, they might not be able to see through it. Only seniors whose cultivation is higher than these two Golden Core Stage seniors by 2 levels or more can use their divine sense to see through their true strength. A cultivation technique that conceals their cultivation? Xiao Hua's heart stirred and he asked, "These cultivation techniques, why are they so mystical?" Yes, there are all kinds of strange things in the cultivation world. What kind of cultivation techniques don't they have? What kind of cultivation techniques don't they have? This cultivation technique isn't anything special. Many people know it. The only difference is the profoundness of the cultivation technique. I heard that the most profound cultivation technique is 4 or 5 levels higher than the other person's cultivation. Ma Qingqing said without any hint of envy. And thank you, senior, for your guidance. Junior's second question is? Xiao Hua hesitated and asked, "This Jinghua City Lord Lu and Old Man Mu Chang are both mid-nascent soul stage seniors. The disciples who guard Jinghua City are also at the 10th level of the Qi refining stage. Which sect in our country of Qi does this Jinghua City belong to?" Hearing Xiao Hua's question, Ma Qingqing sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked Xiao Hua up and down and asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, why did you suddenly ask such a strange question?" Xiao Hua was startled and quickly got up. Senior Ma, did Junior ask a question that shouldn't be asked? It's Junior's first time seeing a nascent soul stage senior. My heart was moved and I also saw the peculiarity of Jinghua City. That's why I thought of asking. I don't know which other sect besides our country of Xi's 3 major sects has such great strength. Oh, so that's how it is. Ma Qingqing's face relaxed and he waved his hand. Sit, fellow Taoist Xiao. This question is actually nothing. However, to talk about the city lord of Jinghua City and Jinghua City, I always feel a little awkward. If it's difficult, senior doesn't need to say it. Xiao Hua tactfully said. And we'll talk about this matter in detail after we leave Jinghua City. Many people know the origins of the city lord of Jinghua City. Just ask around and you'll find out. Ma Qingqing didn't want to talk about this with Xiao Hua and casually said, I only want to tell you one thing. This city lord Lu and Old Man Mu Chang are not from any sect in our country of Qi. Xiao Hua was surprised. They're also rogue cultivators. Fellow Taoist Xiao is really ignorant. In our country of Xi's cultivation world, besides cultivation sects and rogue cultivators, are there no other people? Cultivation family? Cultivation family? Xiao Hua suddenly realized. More or less. Ma Qingqing obviously didn't want to talk about it in detail. What does more or less mean? Xiao Hua muttered, they shouldn't be from a cultivation family. However, after thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua's heart moved and he asked again, That's right, Senior Ma. Previously Senior said that in E-City, there are some blank communication talismans. As long as you inject a trace of your own magic power, it will become your own communication talisman. How is it refined? Oh, about this, each sect has different refining methods. Just take those simple refining methods that I taught you just now. Ma Qingqing saw that Xiao Hua was tactful and was very willing to tell Xiao Hua some details that didn't need to be kept secret. Xiao Hua listened and was secretly happy. It's just as I expected. It should be like this. But immediately he came to a realization. This kind of secret technique, a cultivator who has never refined a communication talisman before, how can I know at a glance? Chapter 1296. After Ma Qingqing finished speaking, Xiao Hua smiled wryly. Senior, this method sounds simple, but it's not easy to do. It's far more difficult than refining a message talisman for yourself. That's natural. Refining a message talisman yourself and combining it with the talisman paper is enough to achieve your goal. If you refine a blank message talisman, not only do you have to restrain your magic power and not leave any traces of yourself in the message talisman, you also have to leave out the key areas that control the message talisman and wait for new magic power. If you haven't practiced talisman crafting for several years, it's absolutely impossible to complete this technique. Ma Qingqing should have also tried it, as he said with great experience. Otherwise, if we rogue cultivators can all refine blank yellow talismans, how will those talisman shops in Jinghua City survive? How will those alchemy and talisman crafting sects like the Black Pill sect and Huangdao sect survive? Junior understands. Xiao Hua was about to stand up and give his thanks when he saw Ma Qingqing turn his face slightly and say with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Qing has come. Fellow Daoist Zhao's matter has been settled." Sure enough, a brilliance flashed at the hall's door, and Qing Fengmin walked in with slightly furrowed brows. Seeing Qing Fengmin's face devoid of joy, Xiao Hua's heart thumped. He was both disappointed and faintly relaxed. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, I've been waiting for a long time," Qing Fengmin said as he walked. "I dare not. I've troubled Senior." Xiao Hua hurriedly stood up. "Fellow Daoist Qing, the matter seems not to be going well?" Ma Qingqing said curiously, "In the past, I have also seen talisman crafters join my Heaven Forsaken. It seems to be very easy." Fellow Daoist Ma is extremely right. My Heaven Forsaken has always welcomed rogue cultivators who can refine pills and craft talismans to join. Moreover, there are generous rewards and relaxing environments. It's just that fellow Daoist Zhao's cultivation is truly too far apart from a talisman crafter's identity. Moreover, you only have the talent for talisman crafting, but you don't truly understand talisman crafting. Therefore, if you want to join my Heaven Forsaken without taking out your own cultivation technique, you must have 3 or more talisman crafters jointly appraise you to see if you really have the potential to develop. Qing Fengmin slightly nodded shortly after, a bitter smile. "But just now, I searched around Cloud Park and didn't even find a single talisman crafter. Alas, I have to say that fellow Daoist Zhao's luck is truly terrible." "Then, what should we do?" Xiao Hua's face showed great anxiety. Don't worry, Qing Fengmin said with a smile. "It's just a matter of time and it may not be a bad thing for fellow Daoist Xiao." "Fellow Daoist Qing, what do you mean?" Ma Qingqing asked curiously. "Didn't fellow Daoist Ma say it already? This is fellow Daoist Zhao's first time refining a yellow talisman. The longer Tianqi's inspection, the more fellow Daoist Xiao can practice, right?" Qing Fengmin said with a smile. "Aha, that's exactly the case." "Great." Ma Qingqing clapped and laughed heartily. He patted Xiao Hua's shoulder and said, "How is fellow Daoist Zhao's luck bad?" "It's simply great luck." Xiao Hua rubbed his nose, not knowing how to answer. Qing Fengmin took out an extremely thin booklet from his bosom and handed it over, saying, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, this is a booklet that records the refining method of the fireball talisman. It's something that I obtained by chance. If fellow Daoist wants to join my Tianqi, I'm afraid that the communication talisman won't pass the inspection of the talisman masters. You'd better comprehend this fireball talisman as much as possible. If you can refine the fireball talisman, when fellow Daoist Ma sends you a message, even if you can't pass the inspection of the 3 talisman masters, I will still think of a way to let you join my Tianqi." This? Xiao Hua's heart was moved. Looking at the booklet in front of him, he didn't know whether he should accept it or not. "Take it," Ma Qingqing said with a smile. "In the future, when fellow Daoist Xiao joins my Tianqi, you can get closer to fellow Daoist Qing. Don't let down fellow Daoist Qing's painstaking efforts today." Fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't need to think too much. This is the simplest method to refine a fireball talisman. It can't be considered rare. You can exchange it for only a few mid-grade spirit stones on the market. Moreover, after fellow Daoist Xiao finishes looking at it, you can return it to I. Qing Fengmin said with a chuckle. "Then, many thanks, Senior." Xiao Hua didn't stand on ceremony. He reached out and received it. After flipping through it a few times, he put it away. Seeing Xiao Hua accept it without any trace of politeness, Qing Fengmin's face revealed an even gentler smile. "There's one more thing that I have to ask fellow Daoist Xiao to bear with." Xiao Hua stared blankly. "Please instruct me, Senior." "Because fellow Daoist Xiao hasn't joined my Tianqi for the time being, fellow Daoist can't stay in my Huayun Park like fellow Daoist Han and fellow Daoist Xiao. You can only wait outside Huayun Park and wait for fellow Daoist Ma's message." Qing Fengmin said with extreme embarrassment. "Oh, so it's like this." Xiao Hua promptly said with a smile. No matter. Junior will leave right now. I'll first go to Jianghu City to take a look and wait for Senior Ma's message." Qing Fengmin glanced at Ma Qingqing and said with a wry smile, "If it were that simple, I wouldn't be in such a difficult situation." Ma Qingqing agreed. Cultivators aren't allowed to stay outside Jianghu City at night. Unless they want to stay overnight, everyone else has to leave Jianghu City. Fellow Daoist Zhao's cultivation is low. There are Jianghu City guards in Jianghu City, so no one will find trouble with fellow Daoist Xiao. However, it's hard to say when you leave Jingpa City. Therefore, fellow Taoist Xiao can only stay overnight in Jingpa City's inn. Qing Fengmin said, I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao has any spirit stones on him? No, not a single one. Xiao Hua shook his head like a rattle drum. And I also feel that fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't have the ability. As he spoke, Qing Fengmin took out a spirit stone from his storage bag and said with a smile, the inns in Jingpa City are more expensive. Fellow Taoist, please accept this mid-grade spirit stone and find a slightly more simple and outside Huayun Park. It should be able to support you for a period of time. Mid-grade spirit stone? When Xiao Hua heard this, his eyes unconsciously stared at Qing Fengmin's hand. He had seen spirit stones in Shanghua Ming, but he had never asked about their quality. Although he didn't have any spirit stones on him, didn't the puppet in his mind space have one? When he glanced at it, he already knew that he should also have a mid-grade spirit stone. He also hurriedly declined, no need, senior. You've already done so much for this junior. This junior really has no way to repay you. If I accept another spirit stone from you, this junior really doesn't have the face to do so. No need to be polite, fellow Taoist Xiao. This can be considered a loan from I to you. When you have more spirit stones you can return it to I. Qing Fengmin still placed the spirit stone in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed as he stared at the spirit stone. In fact, he really didn't want to accept it. Previously he had already taken a fireball talisman from Qing Fengmin, so he owed him a favor. If he accepted the spirit stone again, he wouldn't know how to repay this favor in the future. Fellow Taoist Xiao, why are you so stubborn? Ma Qingqing said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Qing also has good intentions. Xiao Hua's heart moved. Just now, outside Jinghua City, he was still thinking about how not to attract the attention of others. Why was he so foolish now? Being a maverick was admittedly an elegant conduct and not asking for help from others, but it also indirectly distinguished himself from ordinary people. For the current Xiao Hua, this was really unwise. Xiao Hua understood and immediately reached out with a smile. Many thanks for Senior Qing's understanding. This junior will accept this spirit stone for the time being. When there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay Senior. Aha, no matter. When you enter my heaven forsaken in the future, you will be an ordinary fellow Taoist. There will always be time and opportunity. Qing Fengmin laughed very happily, then cupped his hands and said, I still have some chores to take care of, so I won't accompany fellow Taoist. After a few days, I will have fellow Taoist Ma send a message to fellow Taoist Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't let I down. I don't dare. This junior will naturally do his best. Xiao Hua sent Qing Fengmin off with a smile, then said to Ma Qingqing, this junior is not a member of Heaven Forsaken. This Huayun court is indeed not suitable for staying for long. This junior will take his leave now. And that's good too, fellow Taoist Xiao, temporarily stay outside for a few days. I urge fellow Taoist Qing to quickly take care of fellow Taoist Zhao's matter. Qing Fengmin said with a smile. After leaving Huayun court, Ma Qingqing looked left and right, then pointed to the southwest and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, I won't see you off. The inns in Jinghua City. Haha, there are different levels of wealth. In the southwest of Jinghua City, there are some slightly simple inns. Fellow Taoist can go take a look. Other places? It's fine if fellow Taoist doesn't go. Fellow Taoist should spend this mid-grade spirit stone sparingly. After all, this spirit stone is not easy for us rogue cultivators. Oh, so it's like this. May I ask, how many spirit stones does an ordinary inn cost per night? Xiao Hua had no experience in this area. It's not certain, some require one low-grade spirit stone, some require several, and some require one mid-grade spirit stone, Ma Qingqing explained with a smile. Of course there are even more outrageous ones. Liaoqing Court uses high-grade spirit stones to pay. If you want to go there, I'm afraid fellow Taoist Qing will need to give you 100 mid-grade spirit stones? Xiao Hua smiled and didn't say anything else. He cupped his hands and bid farewell to Ma Qingqing. After seeing Ma Qingqing enter Huayun Court, Xiao Hua turned around and headed southwest. After he walked far away in front of Huayun Court's entrance, several rogue cultivators went in and out as usual without any abnormalities. Xiao Hua had also walked very far away. He found an opportunity to slightly turn his body. Seeing that there wasn't anything unusual behind him, he sped up his footsteps, turned around and entered another main street. After identifying his left and right, he quickly walked towards the shop that sold yellow talismans that he had previously passed by. Although Xiao Hua's sense of direction was extremely poor, The roads in Jianghu City were easy to find. It didn't take long for Xiaohua to find this shabby shop with the word talisman written on it. In the shop, the old man was still sleeping with his head lowered. Xiaohua looked around and saw that there weren't any miscellaneous people. Just as he was about to enter, a strange cultivator wearing a cloak that covered his entire head suddenly walked out of a nearby shop and walked straight toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua very naturally stopped in his tracks. After looking around a few times, he unconsciously frowned and quietly retreated a few steps to get out of the way. That person's pace was very fast. In large strides he arrived in front of Xiaohua. The closer he got, the deeper the doubts in Xiaohua's heart. Chapter 1297. When the cloaked cultivator walked to his side, Xiaohua peeked curiously. That cloak was very peculiar, covering the cultivator from head to toe. Xiaohua couldn't see anything inside the cloak, let alone the cultivator's face. He couldn't even sense the cultivator's cultivation level. I can also be changed? Xiaohua was flabbergasted. When that cultivator came out of the shop next door, Xiaohua clearly felt that he was much shorter than him, but when he got closer, this person was almost the same height as him. Xiaohua knew he was tall, half a head taller than the average person. If that person was the same height as him, there was no reason for him to look short just now. Oh, this is the cloak's effect. Xiaohua suddenly realized. Right at this moment, perhaps because Xiaohua had been staring at him for too long, the cultivator sensed something and slightly tilted his head under the cloak. Immediately, two cold gazes shot out like sharp swords. Humph, a little fellow at the second level of qi condensation, what are you looking at? Be careful or I'll take your life. That voice was very hoarse and at the same time cold, as if this wasn't Jianghu City, Xiaohua's life would be taken by him at any time. Xiaohua shuddered and quickly lowered his head, saying repeatedly, "Senior, please calm down. Junior didn't do it on purpose, please calm down." That cultivator didn't say much. His footsteps were like moving clouds and flowing water, and his height also slowly changed. Not long after, he walked far away. Xiaohua lowered his head and looked at that person from the corner of his eyes. He sighed and was about to raise his head when a voice rang out again. "Fellow Taoist?" Xiaohua jumped in fright. That voice was right next to his ear and he almost jumped up. He hurriedly turned around and saw that the old man who was still dozing off just now had already woken up. He had a signature smile on his face and was quietly standing behind him. "Senior," Xiaohua saw that the old man was already a fourth-layer qi refinement cultivator, so he didn't dare to be negligent and immediately cupped his hands in greeting. "I don't dare. Fellow Taoist, did you come to visit this small shop?" Even though the old man saw that Xiaohua's cultivation was only at the second level of the qi refinement realm, he didn't dare to slight him. He put on a smile and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't underestimate this small shop. It's the only shop that my Fujian faction has set up in Jianghu City. Inside are all yellow talismans refined by the elders of my Fujian faction. I guarantee that they're genuine and cheap." Xiaohua's forehead was slightly sweating. He was indeed not used to having a cultivator with a higher cultivation than him lowering his posture like this in front of him. "Senior, can Junior go in and take a look?" Xiaohua probed. "Of course. Please, fellow Taoist, come in." The old man quickly got out of the way. However, he still looked at Xiaohua strangely and smiled apologetically. "Fellow Taoist, there's no need to call me Senior. My surname is Bai. Just call me fellow Taoist Bai." And Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, "My surname is Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please come in." Xiaohua first looked at some of the yellow talismans placed on the stalls around the shop. There were fireball talismans, earth thorn talismans, ice seal talismans, and other normal yellow talismans. There were also some yellow talismans that he had never seen before. However, these yellow talismans looked very crude and the runes on them were very shallow. Presumably they were some low-level goods. After entering the shop, the space inside was actually very large. It was far from how cramped it looked from the outside. All kinds of strange yellow talismans were placed on the four walls of this space. There were about a dozen of each type of yellow talisman. They were quietly placed within the pale white brilliance on the walls. That brilliance reflected the appearance of the yellow talismans. Moreover, it was magnified by a lot. Xiaohua didn't need to get very close to see it extremely clearly. Xiaohua wasn't very proficient in yellow talismans. He just casually stood in front of a type of yellow talisman. Without waiting for him to carefully examine it, The old man immediately said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you want to buy this Earth Escape talisman? Isn't this a yellow talisman unique to my Fujian faction?" Earth Escape talisman? Xiao Hua stared blankly and blurted out, "Earth Escape? Isn't that one of the 5 elements escape arts?" When the old man heard this, he was clearly even more stunned than Xiao Hua. His expression froze for a moment, and then his smile became even wider. "Oh, my fellow Taoist Xiao actually knows about the 5 elements escape arts. It seems like this old man's eyes were blind. I even thought that fellow Taoist was some wandering cultivator. So it turns out that you're a disciple of a famous sect." Xiao Hua's eyes turned and he said with a slight smile, "I wouldn't dare. I just occasionally heard my teacher mention it. I wonder if this Earth Escape talisman—" "Oh, I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know. This Earth Escape talisman is still different from the legendary Earth Escape talisman." The old man's face was a bit embarrassed. "My faction's previous generation elder also incidentally obtained a remnant book of the Earth Escape art. Only then did he figure out this Earth Escape talisman himself. It's Earth Escape talisman and Earth Escape talisman of other sects. The effect is about the same. Please dispel my confusion, fellow Taoist Bai. The legendary Earth Escape art can escape underground. As long as there's earth, it can be like a flying technique, unhindered and unhindered. It's said that the 5 Elements sect's true Earth Escape talisman also has the effect of Earth Escape talisman. It's just that the distance and depth are different." As the old man spoke, he stretched out his hand and took out the Earth Escape talisman, and he handed it over to Xiao Hua. "But my talisman Zhan sect's Earth Escape talisman, because it's a remnant book of the Earth Escape art that they've comprehended, so it can only hide a cultivator's body underground. Within a radius of several tens of kilometers, the cultivator can move freely. But if the cultivator escapes too far, they can't. Of course, this Earth Escape talisman of my sect has an advantage that others can't. It's able to conceal a cultivator's aura and pressure, guaranteeing that it won't be discovered by cultivators of the same realm." As Xiao Hua listened, he carefully examined the Earth Escape talisman in his hand. This was an earthen yellow talisman, and its texture was extremely soft. When held in his hand, it was like silk. He only needed to use his hand to touch it, and he knew that this was absolutely not a yellow talisman that he'd seen in the past. On the yellow talisman, there were numerous talismans visible to the naked eye, and they were abnormally exquisite. Even though they hadn't reached the stage of being sentient, strands of spiritual energy were emitted from the talisman from time to time, indicating that this yellow talisman was also extremely rare. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Who knew how many spirit stones this kind of yellow talisman would cost, so how could he afford it? Sure enough, that old man smiled again and said, "Even though this is a middle-grade yellow talisman, its effect is comparable to a high-grade one, and its price is only 1 middle-grade spirit stone. It's very cheap and good. If fellow Taoist Xiao were to buy it, you could use it to save your life in times of danger." Seeing that the old man's misunderstanding was gradually deepening, Xiao Hua didn't dare to look at it any longer and returned the Earth Escape talisman to the old man. That old man was clearly somewhat disappointed. After returning the Earth Escape talisman to its original place, he politely asked, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, what kind of yellow talisman do you want to look at?" "Fellow Taoist Bai, do you accept yellow talismans here?" Xiao Hua thought for a moment, but still braced himself and said it. The old man's brows wrinkled, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, are you making fun of me? My Fujian sect specializes in making yellow talismans, so how could we possibly go and buy other people's yellow talismans?" "So it's like that." Xiao Hua was somewhat embarrassed. "Thinking about it, that's right. They originally specialized in making yellow talismans, so if you went to their shop to sell yellow talismans, wouldn't that be slapping their faces?" Thinking that he couldn't come to their shop for nothing, Xiao Hua smiled apologetically and said, "Does fellow Taoist Bai have any fireball talismans here?" "And the middle-grade fireball talismans are over there." The old man's face revealed a trace of a smile, and he used his hand to point in front of him. "What about low-grade ones?" Xiao Hua couldn't possibly buy a middle-grade fireball talisman. "They're outside." The old man's attitude started to become cold. Xiao Hua responded and walked out first. His eyes looked around, and after searching once, his eyes suddenly lit up. Coincidentally, next to the low-grade fireball talisman, there really was a stack of blank messaging talismans. Xiao Hua ignored the old man and quickly walked over. He picked up the messaging talisman and carefully examined it. Upon seeing this, although the old man was somewhat disappointed, He still clenched his teeth and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this messaging talisman is also a refined product of my Fujian sect. 1 low-grade spirit stone. This old man can make the decision and give you 100 of them. What do you think?" Xiao Hua didn't respond. He first carefully examined the messaging talisman paper, then looked at the talisman characters on it. Only then did he understand. He raised his head and said, "This kind of low-grade messaging talisman, I'm afraid it's not even comparable to a low-grade one. Fellow Taoist I actually want such a high price?" This. The old man was somewhat tongue-tied, but he didn't appear embarrassed in the slightest. He said, "Messaging talismans, these kinds of daily yellow talismans, are the most lowly. Generally they're refined by themselves. Who would come to my shop to buy them? Only low-level cultivators, because their magic power is insufficient and they want to send messages over a long distance, they would come to buy them. Even if my sect refined high-grade messaging talismans, they would still need to have enough spirit stones." Xiao Hua nodded thoughtfully. He was somewhat dazed. When he passed by here earlier he suddenly had an idea. He had some talisman paper and could refine messaging talismans. If he could use all of his magic power to refine messaging talismans, the quality of the messaging talismans he refined should be pretty good. If he could bring them here to sell he would definitely be able to obtain some spirit stones. However, now it seemed that things weren't as simple as he thought. Soon after, Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the fireball talismans. Those fireball talismans were similar to messaging talismans and also appeared to be abnormally crude. Thus he picked one up and asked, "What about this low-grade fireball talisman?" The old man said weakly, "If fellow Taoist Xiao is interested in buying, then 1 low-grade spirit stone for 10 talismans. Oh, 8 talismans. This is a special discount since it's fellow Taoist's first time here." Xiao Hua nodded and said with a smile, "Since it's a discount, then just make it 10. Why be so stingy?" Sigh, the old man sighed, 10 talismans it is. This old man hates bargaining the most. I'll listen to you. Xiao Hua counted out 10 fireball talismans. Just as he was about to take out spirit stones from his bosom, he suddenly slapped his forehead and asked, "That's right, fellow Taoist Bai, what's the price of mid-grade and high-grade fireball talismans?" The old man's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, 10 low-grade spirit stones for a mid-grade fireball talisman. As for high-grade fireball talismans, they cost 50 to 100 low-grade spirit stones." So expensive? Xiao Hua actually didn't know whether it was expensive or not, he only said in astonishment. "It's not expensive, not expensive. Fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't know. Let's not talk about the power of the spiritual fire within this high-grade fireball talisman. Just the control of the spiritual fire and the difficulty of the technique are completely different from mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the greater the power of the spiritual fire and the easier it is to control, the more expensive it is. 1 mid-grade spirit stone is nothing." Chapter 1298. So it's like that. Xiao Hua pinched his chin, thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Then I have to go in and see what's the difference between middle grade and high grade. Fellow Taoist Xiao, there's no need to trouble yourself. I just happen to have both high grade and middle grade fireball talismans in my storage pouch." Seeing this, the old man beamed with joy. He slapped his storage pouch and 2 extremely exquisite fireball talismans appeared in front of Xiao Hua. Then he looked at Xiao Hua from top to bottom and said in a low voice, "I know that fellow Taoist Xiao went down the mountain with senior brother. It's alright, as long as you bring your senior brother here, I will definitely give fellow Taoist some benefits." Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, but his eyes immediately turned and he said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Bai, be careful with your words." As he spoke, his eyes carefully examined the 2 yellow talismans. Sure enough, the high-grade fireball talisman was exceptionally exquisite. Not only were the runes fine, but there was also a trace of spiritual energy contained between the fine lines. Even the talisman paper was clearly different. When he began to distinguish the difference between the runes on the 2 yellow talismans, he suddenly came to a realization. "Oh, I forgot. Messaging talismans, don't use talisman ink or talisman brushes. The runes of these fireball talismans are drawn with talisman ink and talisman brushes. I don't even have these, how can I make talismans?" Looking up again, sure enough, on the other side of the stall, there were some talisman ink and talisman brushes neatly arranged. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua didn't continue to ask, He carefully looked at the difference between the two yellow talismans, and returned them to the old man and said with a smile, I didn't take too many spirit stones for now, so I'll just take these fireball talismans. The old man didn't think it was strange. He took the yellow talismans from Xiao Hua, put them away and said with a smile, It's alright, I'll wait for fellow Taoist Xiao to come again. However, when Xiao Hua handed over the middle grade spirit stone, the old man's expression was somewhat splendid. Cough cough, that. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I know that fellow Taoist doesn't want to reveal your identity while wearing a storage pouch, but can't fellow Taoist give I a low-grade spirit stone? For this middle-grade spirit stone, I have to give fellow Taoist 99 low-grade spirit stones. How will fellow Taoist take it? Oh, that's right. Xiao Hua's face was embarrassed. This was something he had never thought of. Xiao Hua's eyes swiveled and he laughed. Storage pouch. I didn't say. Is there anything fellow Taoist doesn't use here? I will use these remaining spirit stones to exchange with fellow Taoist. Ah. The old man's face was slightly startled and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you make it sound so easy. A storage bag is worth at least dozens of high-grade spirit stones. Fellow Taoist, this middle-grade spirit stone, how can it be exchanged? It seems that fellow Taoist Zhao's sect, storage pouches don't count for much. Xiao Hua's face was slightly red as he sighed. He took out the fireball talisman from his bosom and said, Then there's no other way. Wait. Tomorrow? Oh, I can't. I'll talk about it next time. When the old man heard this, his eyes turned slightly. He looked at the sky and said with a smile, I see. It must be quite difficult for fellow Taoist Xiao to come out. Since we are fated to meet, then I have to think of a way for fellow Taoist I. What method does fellow Taoist by half? Xiao Hua was somewhat excited in his heart. Sure enough, he heard the old man say, I obtained a storage bag in my early years. Moreover, it's already worn out. If fellow Taoist doesn't mind, then you can take it first. I will only charge you 90 low-grade spirit stones. 90? Xiao Hua shook his head. I only want to use it this time, and I actually have to spend 90 low-grade spirit stones. This business is really inappropriate. I won't exchange. Don't, fellow Taoist Xiao. You also know that you don't lack any spirit stones, and you also don't care about some storage bag. But, this storage bag is still a storage bag. That small storage bag can also be used. If you sell it in a specialized shop, it really can be sold for a lot of middle-grade spirit stones. I only want to make friends with fellow Taoists, that's why I bid like this. Forget it. Then 60. Xiao Hua spread his hands to express his helplessness. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I usually don't haggle. 70. If it's not possible, I will leave. Xiao Hua reduced the price a little. Forget it. Then fellow Taoist should see you later. The old man shook his head with a helpless expression. Xiao Hua also didn't know whether what he said was true or false. After thinking for a while, he put on an unhappy expression and waved his hand saying, Forget it. Just treat it as forming a good karma. Idiot is. The old man didn't have any expression. He seemed to think that this was a matter of course. He slightly smiled and turned around to enter the shop. Not long after, he came out with an ordinary storage bag in his hand and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, Fellow Taoist Xiao, there are 19 low-grade spirit stones inside. Please take a look. Xiao Hua calmly took it. He didn't even look at it and said with a smile, It's only because there's no way to store spirit stones that I used this. Why go through so much trouble? Fellow Taoist Xiao, as the saying goes, don't show off your wealth. If fellow Taoist carries this kind of storage bag, I'm afraid you won't be remembered. I owe fellow Taoist by his right, this poor Taoist has learned. Xiao Hua took the opportunity to place the storage pouch on his waist and patted it. From now on, this poor Taoist will use this. I will wait here for fellow Taoist Zhao's next visit. The old man said with a smile. And fellow Taoist Bai, don't worry. The next time I come, I will definitely give fellow Taoist a surprise. Xiao Hua waved his hand and slowly walked out. After turning a corner, Xiao Hua hurriedly opened the storage bag and thought to himself, This black-hearted shop owner won't give less than 1 spirit stone, right? When he opened the storage bag to take a look, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. There were exactly 19 spirit stones in the storage bag, but the space inside the storage bag was really too small. Shang Huaming only had 2 storage bags. Xiao Hua hadn't used Xiao Yuehong's storage bag, so he didn't know how big the space was. Xiao Hua knew that Xiao Xinrui's storage bag should be 3 feet in size. And the one in Xiao Hua's hand, let alone 3 feet at best, it was only 3 feet in size. It was naturally possible to put some spirit herbs, pills or spirit stones, but other things, don't talk about it. AI, you get what you pay for. 80 low-grade spirit stones, which is the price of a fireball talisman, how can it buy a proper storage bag? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, but then he snorted coldly, but this young master doesn't lack storage space. This kind of thing is just for decoration. As he spoke, he patted the storage bag and a low-grade spirit stone appeared in his hand. He muttered, I don't know what the price of an inn is. Can one low-grade spirit stone stay for a night? Xiao Hua was still too optimistic. How could one low-grade spirit stone stay in an inn for a night? He had asked all the small inns in the southwest direction, and it seemed that the cheapest one was 10 low-grade spirit stones for a night. Looking at the sky, Xiao Hua also lost the intention to continue looking. He took 10 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to the inn, and was led to a room by a waiter without any cultivation. The waiter pushed the door open and invited Xiao Hua in. He smiled and said, Immortal Elder, this room has already been set up with a formation. You only need to stick the yellow talisman on the counter on the door, and this formation will be activated. Other than Immortal Elder, no one else can enter or leave. Of course, this yellow talisman will automatically lose its effect after 24 hours. Immortal Elder, please come to the counter. And I know. Xiao Hua waved his hand. When the waiter was about to withdraw, Xiao Hua pretended to be indifferent and asked, Oh right, waiter, are there any spiritual herbs and medicinal pills nearby that can be bought? Immortal Elder knows that most of the things here are accommodation. The spiritual herbs and medicinal pills are all in the east of Jianghu City. However, for Immortal Elder's convenience, some large shops also opened a few small shops here. Our inn is not far to the west, and it just so happens that there is a banyan grass shop. If you need ordinary medicinal pills, you can go there and take a look. Thanks, Xiao Hua smiled and said. The waiter was somewhat flattered and hurriedly said, Immortal Elder is too polite. Soon after, he looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. But a moment later, he bit his lips and said in a low voice, Immortal Elder. What's wrong? Xiao Hua had already seen the waiter's expression and unconsciously became vigilant. Immortal Elder, do you have any healing pills? These words were said in a very low voice, but immediately after, the waiter didn't wait for Xiao Hua to speak and hurriedly said, No, it's okay, I was just casually asking. Looking at that expression, it seemed like he had already been rejected 10,000 times. Hearing this, Xiao Hua slightly wrinkled his brows. He knew that ever since he woke up, he hadn't seen any secular people. However, he also knew from Zhang Qingxiao's mouth that there were still a lot of secular people in this Xiaoyu continent. And in the eyes of cultivators, these people were simply like ants and would never be put in their eyes. Medicinal pills for healing injuries were also precious in the hearts of cultivators. How could he give it to this waiter just because he asked? If the waiter had some kind of spirit stones or the like, perhaps there would still be a trace of hope. However, Xiao Hua still asked, What do you want to do with healing medicinal pills? You're not a cultivator? Seeing Xiao Hua's inquiry, the waiter's face reddened and there was a slight sadness in his eyes. He still bit his lips and said to Xiao Hua, Immortal Elder knows my mother is seriously ill. I don't know how many doctors I've found, but they all couldn't cure her. There was a doctor who knew that I was working in this inn and gave me an idea. He said that the medicinal pills you immortals use might be effective. How long has your mother been ill? Xiao Hua said warmly, How many people have you asked? Sai, my mother has already been ill for as long as a year. I previously asked everyone I saw, but no one paid any attention to me. In the last 2 months I already stopped asking. The waiter looked at Xiao Hua pitifully and said, I know that this medicinal pill is precious. Immortal Elder. If Immortal Elder has extra, just treat it as giving one to me. I'll work like an ox or a horse to repay Immortal Elder. Xiao Hua pinched his chin and looked at the waiter. He didn't know whether he should believe this waiter or not. If what this waiter said was false, he was only a small cultivator at the second level of qi condensation. If he was targeted by others, it would be troublesome. You already haven't asked anyone for it for a long time. Why are you asking me for it again? Xiao Hua asked with interest. To be continued. Chapter 1299. I won't hide it from Senior Immortal. The southwest area of Jianghu City is relatively barren. Only those with slightly lower cultivation come here. Generally, those who come to the inn are middle-aged people. Of course, there are also very old people. There aren't many young people like Senior Immortal. Presumably, Senior Immortal's cultivation is profound. Since Senior Immortal's cultivation is profound, then, you must have a lot of immortal pills. Seeing that there was hope, the waiter's face flushed red. He stammered, actually, the most important thing is that the other Senior Immortals don't even care about this lowly one. Senior Immortal actually said, thank you, to this lowly one. So it's like that. Xiaohua didn't expect that saying the word, thank you, would cause trouble. Alas, if it was the truth he would accept it. Who told him to really have a healing parasol pill? But who could guarantee that this waiter's words weren't false? What should I do? Xiaohua was a bit embarrassed. Should he give it or not? Suddenly Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He seemed to have thought of something and a smile appeared on his face. Without the slightest hesitation, he slightly turned around and took out a parasol pill from the space behind the waiter's back. Then he patted his storage bag and handed the parasol pill to the waiter. He said with a smile, seeing that you are a filial son, how can I not help you? This is a healing pill. Take it. It can be considered a meeting. The waiter was even more surprised. He stared at the pill in disbelief. His hands trembled, but he didn't dare to reach out to take it. Xiaohua smiled and stuffed the jade bottle into the waiter's hand. He turned around and sized up the room. The room wasn't big, only 1 zhang in size. Apart from the necessary decorations, there was nothing else. It was abnormally simple and crude. Senior Immortal, thank you for your great kindness. This lowly one is called Fan Riguan. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to tell this lowly one. As long as this lowly one can do it, this lowly one will definitely satisfy you. Behind him, the waiter knelt on the ground and said very sincerely. Xiaohua hurriedly helped him up and said with a smile, this is only an ordinary healing pill. It is used by cultivators to treat internal and external injuries. I don't know if this pill is effective or not. Don't thank me like this. Then he continued, however, this is eyes-only pill. As for the rest, even if you break your head you won't get it. As for what it is? It's nothing. I'm also new here. Oh, by the way, is there anyone selling yellow talismans? Talisman paper, talisman ink, etc.? He knew nothing about Jianghu City, so he had a lot of questions to ask. Yes, there are 2 beside the shop that I told you about. However, you'd better go to the one in the east. Although the shop is small, I heard that the owner is a disciple of some sect. He's very honest and won't bully customers. By the way, the shop that sells medicinal pills and herbs that I mentioned just now, although it is close to the inn, but the owner is not very good. If you have any business, you should walk a few more steps. Walk down the street, there is a shop called Mo Ling Chao Tang. Although the shop is very small, but the reputation of the immortals there is very good. The waiter quickly recommended. This Wu Yao pill is really useful. Xiaohua was happy in his heart. Then he activated the so-called formation in the room and retreated. He said with a smile, I'll have to trouble the waiter to point out the direction for I don't dare. Immortal Elder, this way please. The waiter carefully put the Wu Yao pill into his pocket and then said embarrassedly, Immortal Elder, I haven't asked for your Dharma name yet? Dharma name? Xiaohua pursed his lips and said with a smile, I's cultivation is shallow, how can I have a Dharma name? I's surname is Xiao. Oh, Daoist Xiao, I understand. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, the waiter immediately cried out in joy. Daoist Xiao? Xiaohua smiled and secretly said, this Dharma name seems pretty good. The waiter led Xiaohua out of the inn. He originally wanted to lead Xiaohua over, but how could Xiaohua let him go? He only let the waiter go back and went himself. At this time the sky had already turned dark. On the street there were a lot fewer cultivators and it was a bit cold and cheerless. Xiaohua looked around and walked towards a place not too far in front of him. He walked towards a shop that didn't look very big. However, after walking a few steps, a cloaked cultivator walked out from the inn at the side. This person's cloak was different in color and style from the one Xiaohua saw before. But it gave Xiaohua the same strange feeling. That person's cultivation, face, figure, and so on were all covered by this cloak. Not a trace of it could be seen. Xiaohua couldn't figure out this person's cultivation, but he knew that it was definitely higher than his. He hurriedly dodged to the side and let that person go first. That cloaked person walked out from the inn. He didn't even look at Xiao Hua and directly walked past him, walking into the distance. The instant this person walked past Xiao Hua stole a glance. That person's height was also the same as his. This cloak, there's definitely something wrong with it. Xiao Hua was already certain. I'll go back and ask that waiter. After seeing that person whose face in cultivation he couldn't see calmly walk away, Xiao Hua once again moved towards the shop not too far away. The shop really wasn't too big. Just like what the waiter said, there was also an old man with white hair and beard inside. Beside him were several youths whose cultivation was only around the second layer of qi refining. They were greeting customers. Although it was already dusk, there were still a lot of people inside the shop. After looking around, Xiao Hua walked away. First, that waiter already said that there was a better shop ahead. Second, he didn't want to attract the attention of others. Following the direction pointed out by the waiter, he walked for a while and arrived at an inconspicuous place. Sure enough, there was another small shop. That small shop was even smaller than the shabby yellow talisman shop he saw before. It only had a small door that could only allow one person to enter and exit at a time. There was also a shabby plaque on the door that said, Mo Spirit Herb Store. Xiao Hua wasn't in a hurry to go forward. He stood at a corner not too far away from Mo Spirit Herb Store, and quietly watched for a moment. He couldn't see the situation inside the shop from the outside, but during the time that Xiao Hua was standing there, no one came in or out. Moreover, there weren't many people on this street. Occasionally, a few people would hurriedly walk by and they wouldn't even glance at Xiao Hua. And here it is. Xiao Hua was very satisfied. If it wasn't for the waiter's guidance, he really wouldn't have been able to find this place. After looking left and right and making sure that there wasn't anyone in the way, Xiao Hua tidied up his clothes and steadily walked over. As soon as he stepped into Mo Spirit Herb Store, Xiao Hua saw a row of black lacquered wood counters. The counters were only about half the height of a person. Behind the counters was a wall that flickered with a faint brilliance. The inside of the shop was cold and cheerless. There was only a short old man with grizzled hair and a thin face. He held a thick book in his hand and was leaning against the counter. He seemed to be reading it with great interest under the brilliance of the wall. When the old man heard the sound of footsteps, he raised his head with an astonished expression. However, when he saw Xiao Hua's cultivation level, although he didn't show any disdain, he still lowered his head and kept his gaze on the pages of the book. His body that was leaning against the counter didn't even move. Xiao Hua opened his eyes wide and sized up the shop that only had one person. His gaze then fell on the old man. The old man's cultivation level was around the 5th layer of the qi refining realm. He wore a shabby Taoist robe and held a book in one hand and his goatee in the other. He had a rather complacent appearance. Cough cough, Xiao Hua coughed twice and approached the old man. The old man rolled his eyes and moved his gaze away from the book. He coldly asked, "Fellow Taoist, what brings you here?" Xiao Hua wrinkled his brows and said in a deep voice, "Is this how fellow Taoist welcomes guests?" My sect opened a shop in Jianghu City, so we naturally have to welcome guests. But, if fellow Taoist is a loose cultivator who intends to take advantage of others, I won't welcome you." The old man lowered his eyelids and no longer paid attention to Xiao Hua. This is what Fan Riguan meant by a good reputation? Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua asked, "How did fellow Taoist know that I'm a loose cultivator?" The old man slanted his eyes at him and sneered, "Around 20 years old and only at the 2nd layer of the qi refining realm. If you were in a cultivation sect, not to mention a large sect, even my Mo Ling sect, would only be a boy growing grass. How could we let you leave the mountain? Besides, the sky is about to turn dark. If you weren't a loose cultivator, you would have already been together with your master, who would stroll around like you." When Xiao Hua heard this, he unconsciously didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These two reasons were really too far-fetched. This is what you mean by a good reputation? Xiao Hua sneered, "I wrongly accused someone of recommending your Mo Ling herb store." Recommending? Which loose cultivator? Did you take advantage of me? The old man closed the book and placed it on the counter as he sneered. Took advantage? Xiao Hua immediately came to his senses and cupped his hands. "Junior's surname is Xiao. I was introduced by the inn's Fan Riguan." Fan Riguan? That silly boy who asked for medicine for his mother? The old man was clearly stunned. "Yes, it's him." Xiao Hua nodded. Fan Riguan asked for medicine for his mother. Of course, his filial piety is commendable. What's there to be silly about? Soon after, Xiaohua looked at the counter and sneered, "On the contrary, some cultivators clearly have a lot of medicinal pills, but they don't extend their hands to help. They even call others silly." "What do you know?" The old man almost jumped up. He pointed his finger at Xiaohua's nose and said, "The physique of a secular person can only use the medicinal herbs of a secular person. How can the medicinal pills of a cultivator be taken by a secular person?" I don't know where that fan brat heard it from, but he insisted on asking for an immortal pill for his mother. "First of all, my medicinal pills are public property of the sect. I alone can't make the decision. Even if I gave him the medicinal pills, there are countless medicinal pills here. Which one would I give to him? Even if I gave it to him, if his mother took it, wouldn't it immediately disappear? It would be better if she didn't take it." Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart thumped. He cursed inwardly. How could he have forgotten about this matter? Seeing Xiaohua's expression greatly change, the old man resentfully said, "Could it be that some little loose cultivator with a conscience gave him the medicinal pills that he scrimped on?" Chapter 1300. When Xiaohua heard this, he felt great regret. His face was ashen as he cupped his hands and said, "Junior is a little loose cultivator with a great conscience. Junior has disturbed you." Saying this, Xiaohua didn't dare to delay and turned to leave the store. You really gave the medicinal pill to him?" The old man was clearly stunned. His figure fluttered as he flew out from the counter and blocked in front of Xiaohua. He asked curiously, "You're a little loose cultivator. Even a medicinal pill is difficult to obtain. How could you so easily give it to a secular brat you don't know?" "Senior, please step aside. Junior will quickly go and retrieve the medicinal pill. Don't make a big mistake." Xiaohua was a little anxious. "No hurry. Kid Fan lives in the west of the city. It's a day's journey from here. If he wants to go back, he'll have to wait until tomorrow morning. You can go back tonight and ask him for it." The old man's face had eased a lot. "Oh, so it's like that." Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the old man and said, "Although we are cultivators, we were also raised by our parents. Putting ourselves in their shoes, if Junior's parents were sick, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Junior would fight for it. What Fan Riguan did was also Junior's doing." "Good." The old man clapped and said, "I didn't expect loose cultivators to have such a strange person like fellow Taoist. This is the first time I've seen one. If other loose cultivators had half of fellow Taoist's kindness, I wouldn't be cheated so often." Xiaohua knew what others thought of loose cultivators and didn't want to say anything. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior should let Junior go back first. If Junior doesn't get the parasol pill back, Junior's heart won't be at ease." "Parasol pill?" The old man was stunned, then he waved his hand and said with a smile, No matter. The parasol pill is only a low-grade medicinal pill. It only has some special effects in treating internal and external injuries. It doesn't have too strong of a medicinal effect. If a secular person takes it, it won't harm their life. You can rest assured about this." "Really?" Xiaohua said happily. "Yes, I have cultivated medicine and refined pills for dozens of years. Would I lie to you?" The old man said with a smile. That's good. Don't do bad things with good intentions." Xiaohua was relieved. "All fellow Taoist Xiao, are you here to buy some pills?" The old man asked with a smile. His attitude was completely different from before. "For fellow Taoist Zhao's kindness, I can give you the profits." "Thank you, Senior. I still haven't asked for Senior's Dharma name." Xiaohua said. "What Dharma name?" "My surname is Liang. You can call me fellow Taoist Liang." The old man replied straightforwardly. "I don't dare. Senior Liang, this junior is not here to buy pills." Xiaohua looked at the old man and said, "This junior has some spiritual grasses that I want to sell to Senior." "Spirit grass?" The old man wasn't surprised. He only shook his head slightly and said, "My Mo Ling sect doesn't lack any spiritual herbs. If it's pills, I can consider it. But spiritual herbs? Don't even think about it." "What if it's a spiritual herb that's over 100 years old?" Xiaohua finally asked. "Over 100 years?" The old man frowned and said, "That also depends on what kind of spiritual herb it is. If it's absorption fruit, exquisite grass and the like, I definitely want it without hesitation. But if it's other spiritual herbs, I can't guarantee it." In the space behind Xiaohua's head, all the spiritual herbs were already close to 200 years old. Even the exquisite grass had sprouted. However, spiritual herbs like absorption fruit and exquisite grass were used to refine Peiyuan pill and foundation establishment pill. Not to mention that Xiao Hua himself had them. Even if he wanted to take them out, he might not necessarily have the courage to do so. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, Senior Liang must be joking. This junior just happened to obtain some spiritual herbs in a remote place. I only wanted to exchange them for some spirit stones. How could I have such precious things? Okay. Fellow Taoist Xiao, take them out and let me have a look. If it's possible, I will fulfill your wish. The old man didn't hold back and said with a smile. Okay. Xiao Hua patted the abnormally small storage pouch on his waist. More than 10 different kinds of spiritual herbs were taken out. They were the ones that he had already chosen. Seeing these spiritual herbs, the old man's eyes lit up. He looked at them one by one and a trace of a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Seeing the old man smile, Xiao Hua also let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He secretly said, They must be pleasing to my eyes. Sure enough, when the old man finished looking, he smiled and said, Not bad. Fellow Taoist Xiao, although these spiritual herbs aren't the main ingredients, they're valuable in terms of age. Even in my Mo Ling sect, spiritual herbs of this age are rare. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you're lucky. I don't dare. This junior has lived for so long, but this is also the first time I've encountered such a thing. Xiao Hua said modestly, I wonder if these spiritual herbs? Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't worry. Although these spiritual herbs aren't valuable, they can still be considered rare. I don't even come across them once a month. How can I not accept them? The old man said with a smile, I think fellow Taoist Xiao also knows that the main ingredients of a 100-years-old plant should be a mid-grade spirit stone. Although this spiritual herb isn't the main ingredient, it's a 180-years-old plant. I can also take out a mid-grade spirit stone. What do you think? A mid-grade spirit stone? Xiao Hua's mouth opened. He was extremely pleasantly surprised. He didn't think that a 100-years-old spiritual herb would be so valuable. Seeing that Xiao Hua was pleasantly surprised, the old man also smiled and said, Didn't you just say that fellow Taoist Xiao was lucky? Among your spiritual herbs, several of them are supplementary ingredients for my Mo Ling sect's special pills. This kind of aged spiritual herb is exactly what my sect needs. If it were other sects, they might not be able to pay such a high price. Xiao Hua slightly nodded and secretly said, As expected, their reputation is pretty good. I'll have to ask Senior Liang to pay the spirit stone. Xiao Hua replied. Fellow Taoist Xiao won't raise the price? The old man was obviously stunned. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. How could there be such a person? Even letting others raise the price? No, Senior Liang is so frank. Junior will also put myself in your shoes. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. What a good, put yourself in my shoes. The old man sighed with emotion. If all the loose cultivators were like you, they wouldn't. Speaking up to here, he didn't say anything else. He only waved his hand and put all the spiritual herbs into his storage pouch. Then he took out nearly 20 mid-grade spirit stones and placed them on the counter. He said with a smile, These are I's spirit stones. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take care of them. Why are there 2 more? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Are there still cultivators in this world who don't like having too many spirit stones? The old man patted Xiao Hua's shoulder and said, Why aren't you taking care of them? If others see this, it won't be good. Yes, Junior understands. Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He waved his hand and put away the spirit stones. Then he looked at the old man. It's nothing. Your spiritual herbs are worth more spirit stones than these. Even I can get some benefits from them. Didn't you say it already? Putting yourself in my shoes, I think it's appropriate to give you more. The old man blinked his eyes at Xiao Hua. So it's like that. Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands. Junior won't be polite. No need, no need. The old man waved his hand and said, Those can be considered a small token of appreciation from I. If fellow Taoist comes across such good spiritual herbs in the future, bring them all to I. I will give you an even better price. Yes, if Junior has good luck again, I'll definitely come and trade with Senior Liang again. Xiao Hua said with a smile. However, he won't come again. Good luck once can be explained, but if it happens again, who would believe it? Oh, right, Junior has a question that I don't know if I should ask or not. Xiao Hua said with a smile. What do you think? The old man didn't answer directly. Xiao Hua scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Just now, I heard Senior Liang say that you know how to refine medicinal pills. Junior wants to ask, where can I get a pill furnace? Junior also wants to learn how to refine medicinal pills. You? Refine medicinal pills? The old man almost laughed out loud. After holding it in for a long time, he shook his head and said, I'm not laughing at you. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you've only just reached the second level of qi refining. Don't say that it's impossible to buy a pill furnace from a market or a shop. Although that thing costs several tens of top-grade spirit stones, it's still a priceless item. Even if you get a pill furnace with your cultivation level, can you refine medicinal pills? I advise you to wait until you reach the fourth level of qi refining before thinking about this problem. Moreover, I refine medicinal pills. That's a secret technique passed down in my Mo Ling sect. It doesn't require any divine sense. You're a loose cultivator. Where did you get the technique? Loose cultivators refine medicinal pills? I've never heard of it. Xiao Hua's face was like water. After waiting for the old man to finish speaking, he cupped his hands and said, Many thanks for Senior Liang's guidance. Junior was enlightened after hearing it. Alas, this idea is really a bit excessive. You're still young. In the future you might have a chance to find a sect to rely on. Maybe, you'll have some good luck. The old man said with a smile. And Junior understands. Xiao Hua nodded. Soon after, he looked at the sky outside and cupped his hands in farewell. The old man also sent him off, a rare sight. Only after watching Xiao Hua walk towards the tavern did he turn around and return to Mo Ling Herb's store with a smile. Xiao Hua left Mo Ling Herb's store and walked along the same path back to the tavern. After walking for a while, he slightly leaned to the side and didn't see anything unusual behind him. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. The old man gave him a very good impression, but he didn't dare to lower his guard. Nearly 20 mid-grade spirit stones were enough to arouse the greed of others. After standing quietly for a moment, Xiao Hua finally walked towards the yellow talisman shop recommended by Fan Riguan. The yellow talisman shop was also very small, even smaller than the one Xiao Hua went to before. However, the inside of the shop could be considered lively. Several third and fourth layer aura refining cultivators were choosing items inside while discussing something. In the shop, apart from a middle-aged man with a full beard, there was only a boy in his teens who was also in the second layer of the aura refining realm accompanying several cultivators buying yellow talismans. That middle-aged man was very sturdy and looked very fierce. His cultivation level was around the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. When he saw Xiao Hua enter and saw that the boy wasn't free, he personally stepped forward and calmly asked, Fellow Taoist, are you here to buy yellow talismans? Greetings, Senior. Junior is here to buy some talisman ink, talisman paper and talisman brushes. Xiao Hua cupped his hands respectfully and said, You aren't an individual cultivator? That middle-aged man was slightly stunned, but he immediately came to his senses and said with a smile, Sorry, I spoke too much. It's fine. Xiao Hua casually waved his hand. Oh, the items needed to make yellow talismans are all here. Fellow Taoist, please choose. That middle-aged man led Xiao Hua to the other side. Sure enough, under the wall, all kinds of talisman ink, talisman paper, and talisman brushes were neatly piled up. Chapter 1301. Why are there so many? Xiao Hua looked at the various talisman brushes and other items and couldn't help but reveal his stinginess, and he felt slightly dazzled. Xiao Hua pretended to ponder as his gaze roamed through these talisman papers for a long time, and then he said with a smile, Senior, seems to have never introduced the price to me. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned, then he reluctantly stepped forward and pointed with his finger as he said with a smile, Even though my talisman refining school isn't large, we've always conducted fair transactions. These talisman papers, talisman brushes, and talisman ink are the same price as the other shops in Jianghu City. Since fellow Taoist isn't at ease, then I'll carefully explain it to you. After that, his gaze swept past Xiao Hua as he said, This low-grade talisman paper costs 100 low-grade spirit stones per piece, mid-grade talisman paper costs 10 low-grade spirit stones per piece, and high-grade talisman paper costs 1 low-grade spirit stone per piece. Over there, a piece of low-grade talisman ink costs 1 low-grade spirit stone, a piece of mid-grade talisman ink costs 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and as for high-grade talisman ink, 1 high-grade spirit stone can only be exchanged for 1 piece. So expensive? Xiao Hua was slightly surprised as he never imagined that the price of talisman ink would be so outrageous. Then talisman brushes? The middle-aged man's tone was indifferent. Talisman brushes. Low-grade talisman brushes cost 50 low-grade spirit stones per piece. Mid-grade talisman brushes cost 20 mid-grade spirit stones per piece, and high-grade talisman brushes cost 10 high-grade spirit stones per piece. This? Xiaohua was depressed. He just obtained close to 20 mid-grade spirit stones and felt that his pockets were already plentiful, so he had the courage to enter the yellow talisman shop. But he never imagined that it was only more expensive and not the most expensive. Thinking about it, those 100-year-old spirit herbs of his couldn't even compare to these talisman ink and talisman brushes. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised when he saw Xiaohua remain silent. Then he thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, perhaps you want to rely on refining yellow talismans to make a breakthrough in your cultivation? However, talisman crafting isn't comparable to cultivation. These talisman papers, talisman ink, and talisman brushes all require the calm refinement of my talisman refining school's disciples. Especially the high-grade talisman brushes and ink, they're the painstaking efforts of the elders and seniors of my school. If they're sold cheaply, then how can we face our seniors? If fellow Taoist is curious, then there's no harm in purchasing some low-grade spirit stones. Then you can carefully ask the masters of the school's talisman crafting, perhaps you'll make some progress and it's beneficial to your cultivation." Then, the middle-aged man turned as if he didn't intend to pay any more attention to Xiaohua. "Senior." Xiaohua immediately called out to the middle-aged man and said with a smile, "I want to buy some low-grade talisman paper, talisman ink and talisman brushes. Senior, please help me choose. This is my first time crafting talismans." "Okay. What attribute is to talisman Taoist? TBBB refined Taoist? Xiao Xiao Teet speak." Spirit stones to the inn. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, then pointed at several places and said, "This talisman paper, this talisman ink, and this talisman brush, they're quite suitable for crafting spirit stones." After he finished speaking, he hesitated a little and said, "Actually, if fellow Taoist is purely curious, then why don't you first buy some talisman papers with no attribute and ask the seniors of your school for advice? You can practice refining some simple messaging talismans first. Once you're proficient in refining, then you can refine low-grade fireball talismans. Only then, you won't waste these talisman crafting materials." Thank you, Senior. Junior already has some talisman papers, enough to refine messaging talismans. Senior, please help me choose some." Xiaohua said with a smile. Then how many do you intend to buy?" Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, the middle-aged man asked. "Junior asked for a mid-grade spirit stone from my master. Senior, please give it to me." Xiaohua naturally wouldn't choose it himself, so he could only leave it to the middle-aged man. At this moment, the people in the shop had already put the yellow talismans they bought into their storage pouches and were in the process of handing over the spirit stones. The middle-aged man had no choice but to personally choose the talisman papers for Xiaohua, a second-layer qi refining cultivator. Xiaohua was also a bit uncomfortable, but he didn't understand these things. Moreover, successfully crafting fireball talismans was related to whether or not he could join Heaven Forsaken, so he couldn't be careless. The middle-aged man's movements were very fast. In a short moment he finished selecting the items and handed them over, saying, "Fellow Taoist, take a look and see if they're suitable." Xiaohua smiled and received them, then put them into his storage pouch. He took out a mid-grade spirit stone and handed it back, saying, "I'll have to trouble Senior. If it wasn't for the fact that Junior doesn't understand, I definitely wouldn't dare to trouble you." No matter. Seeing Xiaohua being so respectful, the man didn't say anything else. He waved his hand, smiled at Xiaohua, then turned around and left. The second-layer qi refining boy had already sent off the customers. He turned around and quickly walked in front of Xiaohua. He cupped his hands and said, "Is there anything else I can do for fellow Taoist?" Looking at this boy who was younger than him but also had a higher cultivation level, Xiaohua's expression really didn't look too good. He cupped his hands and said embarrassedly, "Thank you, fellow Taoist, there's nothing else. I'll see fellow Taoist out." The boy was still polite. He didn't show the slightest bit of arrogance just because Xiaohua's cultivation level was lower than his. Xiaohua smiled and walked out of the shop. Just as he walked halfway, he suddenly frowned. He turned around and asked, "Fellow Taoist, may I ask if your shop is buying refined yellow talismans?" "This." The boy stared blankly. Vigilance appeared on his face. He first shook his head, but then he turned around and looked at the middle-aged man behind him. The middle-aged man's expression didn't change. He raised his eyelids and said, "My humble shop sells yellow talismans. We naturally won't accept ordinary low-grade or mid-grade yellow talismans. If there's a senior in your sect who refined high-grade yellow talismans, I might consider it." The middle-aged man clearly regarded Xiao Hua as a disciple of a cultivation sect with a senior who knew how to refine talismans. And Xiao Hua slightly nodded. He was extremely disappointed in his heart. He secretly said, I just want to earn some copper coins to spend. Why is it so hard?" "Copper coins?" Xiao Hua immediately stared blankly. "It should be broken spirit stones. If fellow Taoist has a high-grade talisman, there's no harm in showing it to my master. Maybe he'll give you a good price." The boy saw Xiao Hua was silent and said with a smile, "Oh, generally speaking, how many spirit stones is a high-grade yellow talisman worth?" Xiao Hua casually asked while walking. "It's hard to say. It also depends on the attribute of the yellow talisman." The boy also casually replied, "If it's a fireball talisman, freezing talisman or other offensive yellow talismans, it's around 40 to 80 low-grade spirit stones. If it's a defensive yellow talisman like an iron cloak talisman or a Vajra talisman, it's around 1 to 2 mid-grade spirit stones. This depends on the quality of the yellow talisman." "And I understand." Xiao Hua silently nodded. His grand plan of relying on making yellow talismans to make a fortune was completely sealed. "How sad. It seems that I can only use spirit herbs to exchange for spirit stones." After leaving the yellow talisman shop, the sky had already darkened. There weren't too many people on the street. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and quickly walked towards the inn. However, he hadn't walked a few steps when he met a person wearing a strange cloak. He very abruptly appeared from the side, giving Xiao Hua a fright. He immediately stopped and carefully stood to the side. Only after that person left did Xiao Hua slightly tilt his head. He looked at the somewhat fuzzy back and muttered, "Why did we meet again?" "What did you meet, little fellow?" A very wooden voice sounded from behind Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed and jumped up. When he turned around to look, a cloaked person appeared behind him like a ghost. "Senior, Junior." Junior saw that it was already late and hurriedly ran towards the inn. But just now I saw a senior who looked like you very calmly coming to the street, so I was extremely astonished." Xiao Hua stuttered and didn't hide anything. "And quickly hide back in the inn, little fellow?" The cloaked person laughed loudly. His body suddenly floated up and quickly flew forward. "Isn't flying prohibited?" Xiao Hua was stunned. However, he only had doubts in his heart. He didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly returned along the road he came from. He knew that he couldn't remember the direction. If it was even late at night, it would be even more difficult to find the inn. Fortunately, the few shops recommended by the waiter were not far away. Xiao Hua also didn't have to spend too much effort to return to the inn. Once he entered the inn, Xiao Hua hurriedly looked for the waiter. Unfortunately, the one who met him wasn't Fan Riguan, but another waiter. "Senior Immortal. Do you need a place to stay?" The waiter warmly welcomed him. "Oh, I have already stayed. But where is Fan Riguan?" Xiao Hua looked up and asked. "Oh, Senior Immortal must be Taoist Master Xiao." The waiter's face was full of smiles as he said, "Brother Fan has an urgent matter at home today. It just so happens that a Senior Immortal is going to take a shuttle to the west side of the city tonight. He earnestly asked that Senior Immortal to bring him home. Oh right, before he left, Brother Fan also told me to properly serve Taoist Master Xiao. Does Taoist Master Xiao have any business?" "Oh no." Xiao Hua slapped his forehead. Was there even a need to say it? This Fan Riguan must have been impatient after receiving Xiao Hua's parasol pill. He couldn't wait until tomorrow to rush home. When did Fan Riguan leave?" Xiao Hua couldn't help but ask. "I'm afraid it was an hour ago. That was because the sky wasn't dark yet." "And?" Xiao Hua's heart chilled. From what he heard, that was the time when he had just left the inn. Ah, what a coincidence. Xiao Hua's mouth was somewhat bitter. "I hope it's as fellow Taoist Liang said. The medicinal effect of this parasol pill can be endured by the physique of a mortal. Admittedly, the parasol pill can only heal injuries and can't treat Fan Riguan's mother's illness. However, it can't take her life. Taoist Master Xiao, do you have business with Brother Fan?" The waiter was very quick-witted. He smiled apologetically and said, "The Senior Immortal who went to the west side of the city will return at noon tomorrow. Brother Fan should also be coming back with him." If it's not urgent, Taoist Master Xiao can wait until noon tomorrow. If it's urgent, there's no harm in telling me. It's fine, Xiao Hua waved his hand. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. He stopped and said, "That's right, just now I saw a lot of people wearing cloaks on the street. What's up with these cloaks?" Chapter 1302. Cloak. The waiter was stunned at first, then he understood and smiled. "That cloak is used by the immortals. How would I know what it is? I only know a little bit about its origin." "Please enlighten me." Xiao Hua cupped his hands. "Oh, I wouldn't dare. Taoist Master Xiao, you're too polite." The waiter had obviously never received such courtesy and was very flattered. He quickly bowed and said, "This cloak is used by the immortals to hide their identity. Taoist Master Xiao must know that in this Jianghu city, there are disciples under City Lord Lu to protect the safety of the city. All the immortals are not allowed to fight. As soon as they are discovered, they will immediately send out a law enforcement team to punish them. If their cultivation is high, City Lord Lu and Old Ancestor Mu may have to personally take action. TSK, in that case, no matter how high the immortals' cultivation is, they will still have to take their lives." So that's how it is." Xiao Hua nodded slightly. No wonder Qing Fengmin and the others were so careful outside Jianghu City. As soon as they entered Jianghu City, they immediately dared to speak loudly and were not afraid of anything. With 2 Midyuanying stage-old monsters keeping watch here, no one would dare to mess around. However, was that really the case? Xiao Hua unconsciously thought of Lan Li sect's third elder, Taoist Master Mingzhua. The waiter continued, "Although no one is causing trouble in Jianghu City, but, if the immortals are targeted by other immortals, they will still have the opportunity to catch up to them once they leave Jianghu City. Therefore the best way is to not be targeted. Therefore our country Shichiao sect refined this cloak specially used by the immortals. O Taoist Master Xiao, this cloak has a nice name, it's called Mystic Cloak. With this Mystic Cloak, no matter what you do, no one will be able to tell who you are. I heard that the immortals have different cultivation levels, but only the immortals with high cultivation levels can see through the cultivation of the immortals with low cultivation levels. As for their faces and such, it is still extremely difficult to see clearly." Chiqiao sect. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. "Is that one of the 3 major cultivation sects in the country of Xi? Taoist Xiao is indeed experienced and knowledgeable. It's that 7 skills sect. Even my Jianghu city doesn't dare to neglect them." The waiter gave a thumbs up as if Xiao Hua was truly experienced and knowledgeable. Jianghu city 7 skills sect. Xiao Hua abruptly came to a realization and said to himself, Isn't Jianghu city the same as a cultivation sect and a cultivation clan, in existence? What was the difference between a city, a grand formation, and the Yellow Flower Ridge and the Sect Protection Grand Formation? It was just that the form was a little different. This Jianghu city wasn't just a little bit stronger than Shanghuaming and 100 Herbs Gate. For such a huge city like Jianghu city to be so wary of the 3 major sects of the country of Xi, then, just how powerful are the 3 major sects? Of course, with the emergence of this maze, many sects have also introduced their own maze. However, the purpose is the same but the effect is very different. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's ears perked up, but at this time the waiter started to show off again. "Taoist Master Xiao, you don't know. Previously, there was an immortal elder in my inn who did not listen to this little one's advice and bought a shabby one for a cheap price." Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This waiter was much more talkative than Fan Riguan. He talked for a long time, only talking about the different functions and advantages of the different Mai Ming, and also showing off his own recommendations. However, he didn't mention the price of the Mai Ming or where to buy it. After waiting for a long time, Xiao Hua could not bear it anymore. He coughed twice and said, "Brother waiter, I am tired. Let's not listen to this for now. Let's talk again tomorrow when we have time." As he spoke, he walked inside. "Ah." The waiter was stunned and chased after him. "This little one is not finished yet, that..." Xiao Hua suddenly stopped and turned his head slightly. His face was expressionless as he said, "Is there anything else? Waiter." The waiter looked at Xiao Hua's face and suddenly shuddered. He retreated 2 steps and waved his hand saying, "No, this little one has nothing else to say. Please rest." Xiao Hua slightly snorted, then turned around and walked to the door of the room. He stuck the yellow talisman on the door and the restriction on the room opened. Xiao Hua stepped inside and a faint light flashed, and the door disappeared again, leaving behind the waiter who was looking at him in a panic. After a long while he finally left in embarrassment. Sigh, people are the most greedy. How can this little one not understand what this waiter is thinking? Xiao Hua shook his head slightly in the room and said to himself, this Fan Riguan is also too much. If you want to leave, just leave. He even said to let this guy serve me well. Isn't this clearly telling him that I gave you the medicinal pill? How can this guy not covet it? Sometimes you can't be a good person. Xiao Hua was quite uncomfortable. After calming his heart, Xiao Hua took out the newly purchased foreshadowing brush, talisman ink, and talisman paper from his storage pouch. He also placed the talisman paper that Ma Qingqing gave him on the ground. Looking at the restriction that had been activated all around the room, Xiao Hua took out the Fireball Talisman booklet that Qing Fengmin gave him. After he carefully read the refining method of the Fireball Talisman in the booklet, he wrinkled his brows and put the booklet away. Sigh, no wonder. Senior Qing still wants to find a talisman maker to examine it. Refining the Fireball Talisman and refining the Transmitting Talisman are two completely different things. Refining the Fireball Talisman requires a talisman brush, talisman ink and talisman paper. Refining the Transmitting Talisman only requires talisman paper. Even if I can easily refine the Transmitting Talisman, it can only mean that I have some talent in making yellow talismans. It simply doesn't mean that I can refine yellow talismans. Thinking, Xiao Hua took one of the talisman papers that Ma Qingqing gave him. Closing his eyes, he carefully recalled the talisman-making techniques that he had learned during the day. When he had confidence, his fingers didn't break, and threads of magic power were sent out. After a few techniques, a pa sound was heard. Xiao Hua didn't conceal his cultivation and sent out all of his magic power. A crimson-red transmitting talisman was successfully refined. This transmitting talisman seems to be different from the one last time. Xiao Hua held the transmitting talisman in his hand, a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. His eyes carefully looked at it. He discovered that although the talismans on the transmitting talisman looked simple and crude, they seemed to be interlocked. The few talismans appeared to be vivid and lifelike. It was obviously not on the same level as the one he refined this morning. This young master actually has the talent to refine yellow talismans. Even if I become a loose cultivator, I'm afraid I won't starve to death. For the first time, Xiao Hua had confidence in his own prospects. However, presumably this is related to the profoundness of my magic power. The one I refined this morning only used 10% of my magic power. This time, I used 100% of my magic power. If this young master directly reached foundation establishment, then wouldn't the yellow talismans I refined be even more powerful? Xiao Hua thought to himself. Therefore, the advancement of my realm is still the most important. Soon after, Xiao Hua also refined several of those blank transmitting talismans. Although blank transmitting talismans were more difficult to refine than his own transmitting talismans, in Xiao Hua's opinion, it was only a matter of carefully controlling his magic power to not let his magic power exceed a certain limit. This way, the transmitting talisman wouldn't leave behind the mark of a talisman maker. Of course, it would become a blank yellow talisman. It was far easier than what Ma Qingqing said. This transmitting talisman, TSK, no matter how I look at it, it's 100 times better than those blank transmitting talismans that Fujian sent. Unfortunately, they actually don't accept yellow talismans. It's really annoying. Forget it, I'd better hurry up and refine the Fireball Talisman. This is the key to joining Heaven Forsaken. First, he spread out the rough talisman paper that Ma Qingqing gave him on the ground. Using his magic power, Xiao Hua melted the ink into a small dot. According to the formula on the small booklet, the melted ink floated in midair. Then he took out the talisman brush and closed his eyes for a moment. With a shake of his hand, he poured his magic power into the talisman brush. Soon after, the end of the talisman brush touched the ink. Without the slightest pause, like flowing water, he drew the talisman that he had memorized many times on the talisman paper. Unfortunately, this talisman drawn with a talisman brush was far less convenient than the talisman used to refine a transmission talisman. Xiao Hua had only just spent 2 strokes when the talisman quickly reached his wrist. His transcendence energy was somewhat stagnant and he immediately knew that things were not good. Before he could think of a solution, the talisman paper burned with a bang. Xiao Hua's first time refining a yellow talisman could be considered to have ended in failure. Like I said, if yellow talismans were as easy to refine as I did this morning, the talisman crafting masters in the country if she would already be everywhere? Would there still be a need for each sect to specially nurture them? Even Heaven Forsaken wouldn't specially set a rule for talisman crafting masters that didn't need to contribute their cultivation method. After all, I'm not a genius. Xiao Hua inwardly pondered. He also remembered what Ma Qingqing said. Every talisman crafting master had to practice for a long time before they could become familiar with it and successfully refine each yellow talisman. Therefore he wasn't the slightest bit discouraged. He closed his eyes and carefully pondered over the mistakes in his technique just now. Only then did he pick up the talisman brush again. He couldn't help but admire Xiao Hua's perseverance. Only someone like him who could stagnate at the first level of qi refining for 3 years and use 12 years of transcendence energy to reach the second level of qi refining in half a year, a cultivator, had tried dozens of times on the simplest fireball talisman. Even after using up all the talisman papers Ma Qingqing gave him, he still couldn't successfully refine a single fireball talisman. Seeing the last talisman paper turn into ashes, Xiao Hua's complexion didn't change. He didn't frown and put down the talisman brush. His palms facing the sky, he carefully pondered, it seems, when the transcendence energy passes through the talisman brush, it can't perfectly coordinate with my hand gestures? It seems, through the talisman brush, the amount of transcendence energy can't be controlled? It could also be talisman paper, or it could also be talisman ink. After thinking through all the possibilities, Xiao Hua somewhat helplessly looked at the low-grade talisman paper, talisman brush and talisman ink in front of him. Could it be the reason for these talisman crafting materials? That only high-grade talisman brushes can better control the transcendence energy? That only high-grade talisman paper can withstand the mutation of transcendence energy? And that only high-grade talisman ink can better fuse the transcendence energy within? Xiao Hua's thoughts were indeed correct. These were the differences between high-grade, middle-grade and low-grade talismans, but did Xiao Hua have the spirit stones to buy those high-grade talisman papers? All of a sudden Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. Chapter 1303. When Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the other talisman papers he bought from the refining talisman school, his eyes unconsciously lit up. These are talisman papers specially refined by the refining talisman school. Aren't they much stronger than the talisman papers refined by Senior Ma? If I use these talisman papers I should be able to succeed. Xiao Hua didn't hurry to start refining. He first closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. He circulated Shang Hua Ming's Qi Refinement Stage 2 cultivation method in his meridians a few times, replenishing the magic power he used to refine dozens of yellow talismans in one go. Only then did he open his eyes. The magic power required to refine yellow talismans is considerable. I've only tried dozens of times but I didn't succeed even once. I actually used up 80% of the magic power in my body. Without magic power cultivation I really can't succeed. Xiao Hua took a deep breath and took out the talisman brush again. He controlled a thread of magic power with extreme precision and slowly sent it into the talisman brush. Then, just like before, he touched the talisman ink and sent his magic power into it. With a shake of his wrist, he drew the talismans that he couldn't be more familiar with on the unfolded talisman paper stroke by stroke. Hiss, a light sound was heard. This time he drew more talismans than the previous dozens of times. However, after reaching a certain point, the incomplete yellow talisman still emitted green smoke without mercy. Following the green smoke, the entire talisman paper turned into a ball of flame. It shone brightly for a moment, then turned into a pile of ashes. Sigh, Xiao Hua was speechless. He put down the talisman brush in his hand. He stood up with his hands behind his back and quietly stared at the slightly flickering wall. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue trying, but the previous dozens of times already told him that as long as he failed in this place, even if he tried a few more times, it wouldn't be much better than this. Why is that? Didn't the talisman master of the refining talisman school also say that? I can use these talisman papers, talisman ink, and talisman brushes to practice refining fireball talismans. These talisman crafting materials are also specialized in making fire-type yellow talismans. If I can't succeed, there's no reason for them to give it to me. Moreover, this fireball talisman is a low-level yellow talisman. Even if it's a special talisman paper compared to the talisman paper Senior Ma gave me, it's still. I can't buy high-grade talisman paper, talisman ink, and talisman brushes for this fireball talisman. Xiao Hua thought to himself, if it's like this, even if I can craft fireball talismans, then how would Heaven Forsaken view it? Although they didn't mention anything about talisman crafting materials, using a high-grade material to craft a low-grade fireball talisman, I don't feel embarrassed? It's so difficult. Xiao Hua let out a long sigh. He sat down cross-legged, put everything into his storage bag and closed his eyes to cultivate. At this time it was already night. The starlight followed the fluctuations of tracing light in Xiao Hua's mind and projected onto his body, slowly seeping into his meridians and body. Furthermore, there was an extremely large amount of starlight surrounding Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace, slowly seeping into it with great difficulty. Suddenly that cocoon-like starlight suddenly disappeared. Xiao Hua opened his eyes and his eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. He flew away while shouting, how could I be so foolish? Since I can easily craft a message talisman using a technique, and I can also easily imitate the sect master's technique for refining pills, why did I insist on using that talisman brush? That toy. Although it can replace fingers and pass magic power through the talisman brush, it's very easy to control. But for me, I seem to be born with a very good control over magic power. When I form a technique, why do I have to be like other people and pass magic power through the talisman brush? Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. He formed a technique and melted a piece of talisman ink once again. After pondering for a while, he tapped his finger on the talisman ink. Then he placed his hand on the talisman paper. His 10 fingers urged magic power, and he drew the talisman ink on the talisman paper according to the fireball talisman's inscription. In a short moment, a fireball talisman was drawn by Xiao Hua. Yes, it was drawn, and definitely not refined. The fireball talisman was stuck on the talisman paper. The thickness was uneven. Although the lines were all extremely correct, but the talisman paper was still talisman paper and the talisman ink was still talisman ink. What is this? Xiao Hua looked at the thing he made by slapping his head, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, a poof sound rang out. All of the talisman ink wrapped in magic power dissipated without a trace. Only a blank talisman paper was left, completely undamaged. Was I wrong? Xiao Hua frowned. He seemed to have thought of something, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't grasp the clue. In the end, where did I go wrong? Xiao Hua stood up and paced back and forth in the room. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Hua suddenly stopped and said to himself, I drew the fireball talisman, but when I used my finger to draw on the talisman paper, the thickness is uneven. I can't form a real talisman. The reason for the uneven thickness is that the time my finger touches the talisman paper is different. Although my magic power can be finely controlled, touching the talisman paper requires many times of practice to become proficient. That's right. Thinking up to here, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said with a smile, I was wrong again. Since I can't draw the talisman on the talisman paper at the same time, why can't I draw the talisman on the outside of the talisman paper and then directly inscribe it on the talisman paper? But, in the small book that Senior Qing gave me, there was no such spell. Suddenly Xiao Hua's hand involuntarily waved. A series of spells that seemed unfamiliar to Xiao Hua, but he felt extremely familiar with, came out of his hand. Moreover, compared to the fireball talisman spell, this spell was even more profound and obscure. It was to the point that it was a completely different type of spell. This is the spell to inscribe the talisman onto the talisman paper? Xiao Hua had some understanding in his heart. Suppressing the unparalleled excitement in his heart, Xiao Hua took a deep breath, dipped his finger in talisman ink and drew the fireball talisman. After the practice just now and trying out even more profound talismans, this fireball talisman appeared extremely simple. In just a moment, Xiao Hua used talisman ink to draw a complete fireball talisman out of thin air. Soon after, Xiao Hua's fingers moved in succession. It was the spell that he had just thought of. After the spell was completed, Xiao Hua pushed his hand and reprimanded, "Quick!" A crisp sound rang out. The fireball talisman in the air landed on the talisman paper, making a sound. A yellow fireball talisman was born. This really succeeded. Haha, this is truly inconceivable. Xiao Hua saw that the fireball talisman was actually successfully refined. He didn't dare to believe his eyes. When he picked up the fireball talisman, he was even more stunned. His eyes were practically about to pop out of their sockets. High-grade fireball talisman? This? Xiao Hua couldn't help but rub his eyes, carefully looking at the fireball talisman in his hand. There's no mistake, it's really a fireball talisman. Compared to the high-grade fireball talisman Senior Bai showed me, the talismans are even more detailed. The fire-type spiritual energy contained inside the talisman is even more powerful. If this fireball talisman isn't a high-grade one, the yellow talisman shop of the Fujian sect will be smashed by others. Countless thoughts flashed through Xiao Hua's mind. Even if I can refine a fireball talisman, but I can't directly refine a high-grade fireball talisman. At best, a low-grade fireball talisman would be pretty good. Don't tell me that I relied on my own hand technique just now. Right, since I can discard this talisman brush, then, this talisman ink, and talisman paper, can I also discard it? Although I don't know if it's possible, I feel that it's indeed possible. Xiao Hua frowned again. He sat down on the ground, not paying attention to the fireball talisman floating in the air. He closed his eyes and started to ponder. But if I don't use the talisman ink, what can I use to imprison the magical power on the talisman paper? If I don't have the talisman paper, what can I use to carry the magical power and produce the talisman? There must be. It's just that I don't know. Or rather, I can't remember. With his eyes closed, Xiao Hua looked at the reverse light in the space behind his head. I don't know when I'll be able to retrieve my memories from this reverse light. At that time, I'll probably know about my life and this talisman crafting technique. After a long while, Xiao Hua's joy of successfully refining the fireball talisman was diluted by his emotions of not being able to find his memories. Xiao Hua simply turned his 5 hearts to the sky and silently operated Shang Huaming's cultivation technique. He adjusted his emotions to the state of being unintentional. Only then did his face sink. His eyes were calm. He waved his hands, dipped them in talisman ink, and drew 2 identical fireball talismans in the air. Then his hands formed hand seals and waved at the same time. Ka-ka. 2 crisp sounds rang out. 2 high-grade fireball talismans were produced at the same time. Only when the 2 high-grade yellow talismans were produced at the same time did Xiao Hua retract his hands. He placed his hands in front of his eyes and turned them back and forth several times. Then his 10 fingers moved slightly, appearing extremely nimble. This kind of dexterous hand seal was absolutely innate. It was also what Xiao Hua possessed before he lost his memories. It had nothing to do with Shang Huaming and Yellow Flower Ridge. In any case, I refined it myself. Why should I care about what's going on? At this moment, Xiao Hua was extremely calm. He believed that as time passed, there would definitely be even more astonishing things happening to him. Everything that happened now was merely a prelude. Although Xiao Hua was in the early stage of the second layer of the qi refining realm, the magic power in his body was extremely vigorous. It was absolutely not something that cultivators of the same level could compare to. Just now he had refined 3 high-grade fireball talismans. He practically didn't consume much magic power, far less than using talisman brushes. Next, Xiao Hua also wanted to refine the talisman ink and talisman paper he bought from the refining talisman school's shop into fireball talismans in one go. However, he spent a mid-grade spirit stone in the shop and a low-grade talisman brush cost 50 low-grade spirit stones. That middle-aged cultivator also gave Xiao Hua 30 pieces of low-grade talisman ink and 2,000 blank low-grade talisman papers. According to that middle-aged cultivator's estimation, these 2,000 low-grade talisman papers would be enough for Xiao Hua to practice his craft. Unfortunately, he never imagined that Xiao Hua's talisman crafting technique would be so inconceivable. Apart from wasting all the blank talisman papers Ma Qingqing gave him, there were also several pieces of talisman paper he bought in the beginning that were wasted. Afterwards, there were practically no wasted talisman papers. Therefore, after Xiao Hua used up all 30 pieces of talisman ink and refined more than 300 high-grade fireball talismans, there were still more than 1,000 blank low-grade talisman papers left. Chapter 1304. What made Xiao Hua the happiest wasn't that he refined over 300 high-grade fireball talismans, but rather, the growth of his magic power. Speaking of which, the magic power within Xiao Hua's body was far stronger than those of the same stage, but his realm was only at the second level of qi refinement, so of course it wasn't enough to support the refinement of over 300 fireball talismans. After Xiaohua refined several dozen fireball talismans, the magic power within his body was completely exhausted, and he couldn't continue. He could only stop and use Shang Huaming's qi refinement technique to regulate his breathing and restore his magic power. At the beginning he didn't think much of it, but in the end, after he used up all the talisman ink, he checked the magic power within his body. This mere night of refining talismans actually increased his magic power by more than 3 days of pure cultivation. Ha! Xiaohua unconsciously raised his head and laughed heartily. The heavenly law is the most fair. Although the growth of my magic power is slow and the growth of my realm is even more difficult, even refining a fireball talisman that can earn spirit stones can increase my magic power. What can I complain about? For a moment, Xiaohua's mood was free from worry. He felt that there were no more difficult things in this world. Even if there was a mountain of danger, there would certainly be a path to the mountain. I refined yellow talismans for an entire night. I'm afraid it's already morning. I don't know if Fan Riguan has returned or not. His mother is fine. Xiaohua suddenly thought of Fan Riguan and felt very uneasy for rashly giving him a parasol pill. Removing the restriction in the room, Xiaohua walked out of the room and into the hall. He met the waiter who came to greet him. It was the same waiter from yesterday. Greetings, Senior Immortal. Are you going out? It's already afternoon. If you still want to stay here tonight, I'm afraid you'll have to pay the spirit stones for the night first. The waiter's tone was the same, but it was less enthusiastic. Afternoon? Xiaohua was slightly stunned and looked at the sky. Of course, the sun hanging high in the sky was already leaning south. Has Fan Riguan returned? Xiaohua immediately asked. Senior Immortal, please know that Brother Fan hasn't returned yet. Didn't you say yesterday that he would return at noon today? Xiaohua thought to himself. I don't know. The waiter replied respectfully. Oh, I see. Xiaohua wanted to ask where Fan Riguan's home was, but after thinking about it, if Fan Riguan's mother had taken the parasol pill and lost her life, then it would have happened last night. Even if he found his home now, what use would it be? Xiaohua was filled with regret. He patted his storage pouch and handed the remaining 9 low-grade spirit stones to the waiter. He said, after I leave, I'll hand over these low-grade spirit stones to the counter when I come back. However, when the waiter saw this, his face revealed a troubled expression. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Immortal Elder, please don't make things difficult for me. If you want to give me 10 spirit stones, just give me 10 spirit stones. 9 spirit stones? The counter doesn't allow you to take them. Furthermore, it's still early in the evening. Before the sky turns dark, the array in the room won't change. Senior Immortal, you only need to return before your immortal talisman loses its effect and hand over the 10 spirit stones. Actually, if there's nothing in your house, it doesn't matter even if the array in your house fails. You just need to come back at night and ask the shopkeeper to give you a new talisman. Oh, Xiaohua understood. He nodded and said, I understand. As he said this, he put the spirit stones into his storage pouch and walked out without looking back. Yesterday he didn't have any spirit stones in his pouch, so he had no choice but to look around. Today he already had 20 mid-grade spirit stones in his pouch. Wouldn't he be able to stay wherever he went? Why should he be restricted to this place? Moreover, he had already noticed the slight change in the waiter's attitude. He felt shameless in his heart, so he didn't feel like saying half a word more. After leaving the inn, Xiaohua pondered for a while. He wasn't sure which yellow talisman shop he should go to. After thinking for a while, he came up with an excuse in his mind. Only then did he walk straight to the refining talisman school's middle-aged cultivator's yellow talisman shop. Normally, it should be afternoon right now, so there should be customers. However, when Xiaohua entered, the shop was empty. There was only a second-layer aura refining boy holding a thin booklet in his hand, reading it with rapt attention. When the boy heard the sound of footsteps, he immediately raised his head and put away the booklet. He said with a smile, Fellow Taoist? When he saw Xiaohua's face and knew he came yesterday, he became even more enthusiastic. So it's fellow Taoist. You just came to my small shop yesterday. What do you need today? Xiaohua looked left and right and asked curiously, Yesterday I saw a lot of customers in your shop. Now, why is there no one here? This. The boy stared at Xiaohua, not knowing what he meant. A moment later he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Maybe it's because the weather is hot and people are sleepy. They're all taking an afternoon nap. Afternoon nap? Xiaohua pinched his nose. He knew this boy was being perfunctory, so he nodded and said, Fellow Taoist is right. The boy was a bit impatient. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, I bought a lot of talisman-making materials yesterday. I'm afraid they won't be used for a long time. Did you come today to buy yellow talismans?" Upon seeing this, Xiaohua said with a smile, "In my school, there are masters with profound cultivation who can refine yellow talismans. I don't need to always come to buy them." "Then why did fellow Taoist come?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, "I don't know if your shop has a talisman refining technique. I want to buy it and study it." Talisman refining technique? The boy was stunned. Soon after, disdain appeared on his face as he replied, "Fellow Taoist, since your school has masters with profound cultivation who can refine yellow talismans, you naturally have a talisman refining technique. Why are you coveting my talisman refining schools? Could it be that fellow Taoist is making fun of I?" The boy was much younger than Xiaohua and his cultivation was deeper than Xiaohua's. He had long looked down on Xiaohua in his heart. Now that he heard Xiaohua's thoughts, he became even angrier and his tone became a bit more angry. "Haha, I just want to compare them for reference." Xiaohua didn't get angry and said with a smile, "Does your shop have them or not?" "How is that possible?" The boy was somewhat flustered and exasperated. "The talisman refining technique is my talisman refining school's most precious inheritance. How could it be placed in the shop for sale? Did you get stimulated at the E-Bazaar in the south of the city and came to my shop to make fun of me?" "E-Bazaar?" Xiaohua was stunned and said inwardly, "What is this place?" Before Xiaohua could open his mouth, he heard someone berate behind the boy. "Qingmiao, is this how you speak to a customer?" When Xiaohua raised his head to look, it was precisely that middle-aged cultivator. His expression was also somewhat displeased as he walked out from inside. "Senior Marshal brother?" The boy turned his face and said with extreme grievance, "This guy. I'm afraid he came to cause trouble." "Fellow Taoist." That middle-aged cultivator should have also heard the conversation between the two. He walked closer and cupped his hands. "Within my talisman refining school's shop, we only sell yellow talismans and talisman refining materials. We don't sell talisman refining techniques. Within all the shops within Jianghu City, there's also no talisman refining techniques for sale. If fellow Taoist wants to look, you should go to the E-Bazaar in the south of the city and try your luck. Perhaps you can even exchange for talisman refining techniques." "Talisman?" Xiaohua's heart stirred, then he said with a smile on his face, "Senior, please calm down. I was only joking with fellow Taoist. Don't take it seriously." That middle-aged cultivator's gaze flickered. His expression didn't change and his tone was still indifferent as he asked, "Then, fellow Taoist, why have you come to my humble shop again?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's nothing much. I have 2 matters to discuss with Senior." "What 2 matters?" The middle-aged cultivator was somewhat baffled. Xiaohua patted his storage pouch and took out the talisman brush from within. He handed it over and said with a smile, "This talisman brush? Junior used it last night but, forget it. Junior isn't afraid of making a fool of himself in front of Senior. Yesterday, I bought some talisman papers and other materials to refine fireball talismans from your esteemed shop. Last night, I was idle and had nothing to do, so I asked the elders of my school to give me pointers on the refining method. But I refined it for a long time and still couldn't refine one." Xiaohua hadn't finished speaking when the boy at the side burst out laughing. He covered his mouth and was practically about to bend over. "Qingmiao." The middle-aged cultivator wasn't surprised at all. He only coldly berated, "What face do you have to laugh at me? You don't even have the guts to refine it." Soon after, he cupped his hands towards the embarrassed Xiaohua and said, "Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. Actually, fellow Taoist, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Even though the fireball talisman is a low-level yellow talisman, it's still a true offensive yellow talisman. It can't be compared to a supplementary yellow talisman like a messaging talisman. Fellow Taoist cultivation is still shallow. Being able to have the guts to refine it and not be afraid of failure is already commendable. Cough cough, my school's elders also said this, so." Xiaohua awkwardly looked at the talisman brush in his hand and said, "This talisman brush? Junior hasn't used it much. You think, can I return it to Senior?" That middle-aged cultivator didn't expect that Xiaohua actually came to return the talisman brush. He unconsciously hesitated. "Actually, even though this talisman brush is a low-level one, it's still refined by my talisman refining school. There's no harm in fellow Taoist keeping it first. It won't be too late to use it after a few years when your cultivation has increased. Senior, Xiaohua pleaded, this talisman brush? I'm afraid Junior won't be able to use it for over 10 years. There's no need to talk about talisman paper and talisman ink, they aren't worth much spirit stones. My other senior martial brothers can also use them, but this talisman brush. Senior martial brothers all have it. Wait until Junior's cultivation has deepened in the future, then I'll come back to your store to buy a high-grade talisman brush. What do you think? You're so unreasonable. The boy at the side jumped up. If your cultivation isn't enough, then don't try to show off. Since you bought it and can't use it, you still want to return it. How can disciples of large sects like you all be so overbearing? Qing Miao, the middle-aged cultivator, couldn't help but berate, shut up. Then he smiled apologetically at Xiaohua, fellow Taoist. If this talisman brush is useless, then you can return it. But since you've already used it, forgive my store for being unable to do anything. Oh? Since it's like this? Xiaohua shook his head and said, since it's like this then? Junior also has nothing to say. Sai, I originally wanted to talk about a good matter with your store. Let's stop here. That middle-aged man's eyes slightly moved and he asked, I wonder if fellow Taoist, the second matter you mentioned just now is? Xiaohua slightly spun the talisman brush in his hand and said with a smile, the first matter still hasn't come to an end, so of course there isn't a second matter. Looking at Xiaohua's almost rascal appearance, the middle-aged cultivator wore a smile at the corners of his mouth. He took the talisman brush, carefully looked at it and nodded, saying, fellow Taoist is right. This talisman brush has only been used 20 or so times. It can also be considered new. This new bite is very heavy. Xiaohua's face was embarrassed, yet he revealed a trace of a smile. Since fellow Taoist wants to return it like this, then I will also help fellow Taoist. The middle-aged cultivator said somewhat helplessly, however, a new talisman brush costs 50 low-grade spirit stones. If my humble store wants to return it, I can only return 30 to fellow Taoist. Why so little? Xiaohua's face revealed displeasure and he pointed at the talisman brush and said, didn't Senior also say it? This talisman brush has only been used 20 times, and it's still very new. Fellow Taoist, not to mention that this talisman brush has only been used 20 times, even if it's only been used once, fellow Taoist's magic power has already contaminated this talisman brush. Say, if it's fellow Taoist, would you still buy this talisman brush? The middle-aged cultivator said with a chuckle. This. Xiaohua's face was somewhat hesitant, and he thought for a moment, then said, how about this, Senior, spare me another 10 high-grade talisman papers? Fellow Taoist, don't push your luck. If fellow Taoist doesn't agree, then please take back this talisman brush. The middle-aged cultivator's face slightly changed. Cough cough, forget it, forget it. Since Senior has spoken like this, then I'll do as Senior says. When Xiaohua saw this, he hurriedly waved his hand, and he immediately placed his hand behind his back, looking like he wouldn't accept the talisman brush even if the middle-aged cultivator gave it to him. The middle-aged cultivator snorted from his nose, and he threw the talisman brush towards the boy, then said, Qing Miao, this talisman brush can be considered a gift from Senior Brother to you. When you refine talismans in the future, you must remember Senior Brother's kindness. Yes, Senior Brother. The boy happily received it, but the middle-aged cultivator's next sentence caused him to immediately cry. These 30 low-grade spirit stones will be deducted from your salary. Soon after, the middle-aged cultivator cupped his hands and said, I wonder what fellow Taoist's second good thing is. Hee, Xiaohua said with a smile. Senior said yesterday that if Junior has high-grade yellow talismans, your shop can purchase them for 1 medium-grade spirit stone. The middle-aged cultivator's brows slightly wrinkled and he corrected, it's 40 to 80 low-grade spirit stones, not 1 medium-grade spirit stone. Soon after, he said disapprovingly, could it be that fellow Taoist has high-grade yellow talismans? That's right. Xiaohua said proudly, yesterday the elders of my sect guided Junior's cultivation, and I refined some high-grade fireball talismans. I wonder if Senior is interested in purchasing them? This. Hearing Xiaohua's words, the middle-aged cultivator who originally thought that there was something good immediately deflated. Of course, a high-grade fireball talisman is worth 50 to 100 low-grade spirit stones in his shop, and if he buys them from Xiaohua, it's only 40 to 80 low-grade spirit stones. He can only earn a difference of 10 to 20 low-grade spirit stones at most. Can this be considered a good thing? The middle-aged cultivator originally wanted to refuse, but thinking about how he just received the talisman brush returned by Xiao Hua, and how Xiao Hua said yesterday that the shop can purchase them, he could only weakly say, "Fellow Taoist, please take out the fireball talismans refined by your sect's elders for me to take a look. I have already said if they aren't high-grade fireball talismans. Oh, if the number is too small, I am also not interested." Chapter 1305. Hee. Hearing the middle-aged cultivator agree, Xiao Hua was overjoyed in his heart. He didn't care about the embarrassment and displeasure on the middle-aged cultivator's face. He slapped his hand and took out a fireball talisman he refined from his storage pouch. He handed it over and said with a smile, "Senior, please appraise this. Is this a high-grade fireball talisman?" "You bastard, you still want my senior brother to appraise it? So you don't know this is a high-grade fireball talisman?" The boy at the side had already jumped up and said in exasperation. Presumably he was still regretting his 30 low-grade spirit stones salary. "I'll let fellow Taoist know. Fellow Taoist cultivation is higher than I's and you're also cultivating in the refining talisman school. I wonder, when did you see a high-grade yellow talisman?" Xiao Hua asked back without hesitation. "You." The boy called Qing Miao was speechless. Xiao Hua's words had hit his weak spot. Although he was a disciple of the refining talisman school, his cultivation was only at the second level of the Qi refinement school. In the school, he belonged to the type with low cultivation. Because he didn't have any future in the area of cultivation and talisman crafting, he was sent to Jianghu City to be a shop assistant. Although he usually had a salary of spirit stones, his cultivation was still far inferior to his other senior brothers. Therefore, not to mention that he saw a high-grade yellow talisman very late, even a middle-grade yellow talisman was only seen in this shop in Jianghu City. The middle-aged cultivator took the fireball talisman from Xiao Hua and casually glanced at it. His ears heard the two people bickering and he couldn't help but be enraged. Just as he was about to berate them, his face suddenly changed. His hand slightly trembled and he hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist. What's wrong? Senior, could it be that this isn't a high-grade fireball talisman?" Xiao Hua was somewhat disappointed. He only roughly glanced at the appearance of a high-grade yellow talisman in the talisman school's shop. He wasn't completely sure in his heart. "No, it's not." The middle-aged cultivator steadied his mind and cupped his hands while holding the fireball talisman. "I am the refining talisman school's Tian Haoguang. Fellow Taoist, what's your name?" Seeing Tian Haoguang introduce himself, Xiao Hua's heart blossomed with joy. He smiled and cupped his hands. "Senior Tian is Junior Xiao. Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao." Tian Haoguang was very polite at this time and said, "I didn't expect. Alas, I was really rude. Based on what Senior Tian said, I didn't reveal any of my identity. Has Senior been rude?" Xiao Hua's eyes turned as he said with a light smile. "Oh, if fellow Taoist is not worried, can you come inside and have a talk with I? What does Senior Tian have to say that you can't say here?" Xiao Hua immediately said vigilantly. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't think too much." Tian Haoguang said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, this fireball talisman is a little strange. I have no choice but to test the power of this fireball talisman in the secret chamber. Therefore, I would like to ask fellow Taoist to enlighten me at the side." "So it's like that." Xiao Hua was still somewhat hesitant. "Senior brothers are still waiting for I in the inn? Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't be anxious. It will only take a moment. It won't take up much of your senior brother's time." "Then, all right." Xiao Hua nodded. "Qing Miao, you make the decisions in the shop. Before I come out, don't disturb me," Tian Haoguang instructed, then said to Xiao Hua, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please come with me." "Senior, please go first." Tian Haoguang was also not polite. He took the lead and led Xiao Hua to the back. The back of the store was also extremely small. In addition, the front of the store was also slightly smaller than the store of the Fujian faction. As Tian Haoguang walked into a small room that was faintly illuminated, Xiao Hua subconsciously looked around. This room was only 1 square foot in size. Unlike the store in front of him, the walls of this room from top to bottom were covered with complicated runes, giving it a very mysterious appearance. However, Xiaohua's current identity was a disciple of a big cultivation sect. Therefore, he tried not to reveal anything and only calmly looked at Tian Haoguang. After Tian Haoguang entered the room, he patted his storage pouch and took out a yellow talisman. He sent a trace of magic power into it. The yellow talisman emitted an extremely resplendent green brilliance. Soon after, Tian Haoguang stuck the yellow talisman on the wall. The green brilliance immediately spread around the yellow talisman. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was enveloped by the green brilliance. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is the place where my sect tests the yellow talisman. It's really simple and crude. Please excuse us, Tian Haoguang said. Hehe, it's just SOSO. Senior Tian, please begin. Xiaohua said with a smile. Suddenly he said again, that's right, Senior, the fireball talisman used for testing. Who is it? Tian Haoguang stared blankly, then immediately laughed and said, that's easy. If it's really a high-grade fireball talisman, then it's naturally my sect that will pay the spirit stones. If it's not a high-grade fireball talisman? Hehe, fellow Taoist Xiao, what do you say? I know. Naturally, there's no need for Senior Tian to pay the spirit stones. Xiaohua replied. Actually, fellow Taoist Xiao, I wonder what the cultivation level of the senior who refined this fireball talisman is. Tian Haoguang hesitated for a moment and asked. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Xiaohua slightly shook his head. I better not ask. I presume fellow Taoist Xiao will still say the same thing. Tian Haoguang smiled bitterly. Yes, indeed. I will still say the same, forgive me for not being able to tell you. Xiaohua said without the slightest hesitation with a spring breeze on his face. Tian Haoguang once again carefully looked at the fireball talisman in his hand. He glanced at Xiaohua and said in a low voice, actually, I have a doubt in my heart. I didn't dare to rashly ask you in the shop just now. Please speak. Xiaohua replied. I don't know what the cultivation level of your honorable sect senior is. I also don't know what kind of magic art this senior used. I'm really very curious in my heart. What? Is there a problem with this fireball talisman? Xiaohua asked curiously. There isn't a problem. This is indeed a genuine fireball talisman. That's right. I really don't understand. How can this low-grade talisman paper be refined into a high-grade fireball talisman? Logically speaking, the quality of a low-grade talisman paper shouldn't be able to bear the magic power and spiritual energy contained within a high-grade fireball talisman. Tian Haoguang's eyes were filled with puzzlement. The only explanation I can think of is that your honorable sect senior used your honorable sect's special talisman refining technique. Of course, this isn't what I can't understand the most. What I can't figure out the most is that the runes on this fireball talisman, every stroke and stroke is abnormally uniform. It's as if there's no order at all, and they're all drawn at the same time with the talisman brush. Not to mention even if it's I's martial uncle, my refining talisman sect master, it's impossible for the runes he drew to be so consistent from start to finish. Nonsense, that's what I directly inserted into the talisman paper at the same time. Of course it's very uniform. Xiaohua snickered in his heart. Sure enough, Tian Haoguang said again, according to what I's seen and heard, this kind of technique seems to be drawing the talisman out of thin air, and then inserting it at the same time. Xiaohua was slightly startled and secretly said, this Tian Haoguang really has some knowledge. He's almost right. But, Tian Haoguang frowned again, but, this kind of technique to insert the talisman out of thin air is the refining technique of jade talismans. Xiaoyu continent, it's already lost. I've never heard of any sect in our country of Shi that still has this kind of consummate skill. Jade talisman? Xiaohua's eyes lit up and said with a smile, could it be? Senior thinks that my sect's master knows the refining technique of jade talismans? Even though he wanted to know what a jade talisman was, but he didn't dare to ask blindly. That's not it. This technique seems to be the refining technique of jade talismans, but I can also say with certainty that this is absolutely not the refining technique of jade talismans. Tian Haoguang said resolutely and decisively. Why is Senior so sure? Xiaohua didn't understand. Because the talisman used in this fireball talisman is my country of Shi's most common and simplest kind. This kind of talisman needs to contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in order to emit fire energy. And jade talismans can't possibly contain spiritual energy. Tian Haoguang's brows wrinkled into a knot and said, this is also what I don't understand the most. Since the Sex Senior has such a profound refining technique, why would he use the most simple and crude talisman to create such a high-grade fireball talisman? I thought you were going to say something? Xiao Hua let out a long breath and said with hidden bitterness, Senior Tian, don't forget my sex master is instructing this junior to refine talismans. If he used a profound talisman, would this junior be able to understand it? Look at me, I've walked into a dead end and actually forgot this part. Tian Haoguang slapped his forehead and laughed. I am really muddle-headed. However, fellow Taoist's master really has good technique. Using low-grade talisman paper and talisman ink, he was able to refine a high-grade fireball talisman. I presume that the talisman brush used by Senior was also specially made by Senior, right? No comment. Xiao Hua still said the same sentence. Alright, fellow Taoist Xiao, please be careful. I will begin testing the talismans. As Tian Haoguang spoke, he slapped his storage pouch again and took out another yellow talisman. With a flick of his hand, the yellow talisman turned into a flame and disappeared. An azure brilliance fell from the top of Xiao Hua's and Xiao Hua's heads, shielding the two of them behind it. Then Tian Haoguang injected magic power into the fireball talisman. With a point of his finger, the yellow talisman slowly burned and lightly flew forward. Tian Haoguang's mouth softly let out an astonished sound. His finger slightly moved, and the small fireball burning in the yellow talisman was like a speck of brilliance. Following Tian Haoguang's finger, it swayed up and down, slowly flying towards the opposite wall. Boom! When the small fireball hit the wall, it made an extremely loud noise. The entire room was filled with a brilliant brilliance. Soon after, a gust of wind blew, followed by a blazing heat wave. The cyan light barrier in front of Xiao Hua and Tian Haoguang shook violently, as if it was going to collapse at any moment. In the blink of an eye, the brilliance gradually dimmed, and the fierce wind and heat wave also gradually weakened. The azure light barrier finally couldn't hold on, and after a few swings, it disappeared without a trace. Xiao Hua's mouth was wide open. He didn't expect that the fireball talisman he practiced would actually have such power. But Xiao Hua wasn't the only one who was surprised. The one who was even more surprised was Tian Haoguang. Tian Haoguang could only be seen blankly staring at the opposite wall. On the wall, the azure brilliance had already burned an enormous hole. Chapter 1306. On the wall, the fireball talisman burned an enormous hole in the azure brilliance. The surroundings of the hole were still faintly flickering with these wisps of flames, not immediately extinguishing. Tian Haoguang used his index finger to point in astonishment and muttered, Is this still a high-grade yellow talisman? As he spoke, Tian Haoguang suddenly came to his senses. He quickly ran to the front of the blasted wall and carefully examined it from left to right. Xiao Hua also followed him forward. The closer he got to the wall, the hotter it became. It was as if the air around the wall had been ignited. Tian Haoguang's face was incomparably astonished. He extended his hand and stroked the restriction that couldn't immediately return to its original state. After a long while, he sighed and turned his head around. He asked with great reverence, Fellow Taoist Xiao, what kind of fire attribute cultivation method does your sex master cultivate? Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders and still said the same sentence, No comment. Sigh, this fireball talisman is clearly a high-grade yellow talisman. Yet I still insisted on testing its might. I presume that fellow Taoist Xiao certainly has some criticism towards I, right? Tian Haoguang said with a smile. Xiao Hua secretly said in his heart, I've never thought of it that way. However, the corners of his mouth held a smile and he kept his mouth shut, declining to comment. I'll tell you the truth, Tian Haoguang seemed to intend to lay his cards on the table. He pointed at the hole in the wall that still hadn't recovered and said, Although the fireball talisman that fellow Taoist Xiao brought over is a high-grade yellow talisman no matter how you look at it, I personally saw you buy low-grade talisman ink and talisman paper in my humble shop yesterday. Therefore I am very skeptical. Using a high-grade talisman brush, no. Even if you used a legendary top-grade talisman brush, how could you possibly draw a high-grade yellow talisman? After all, the magic power and spiritual energy that this low-grade talisman paper and talisman ink can carry is limited. At most, it can only refine a middle-grade yellow talisman. Xiao Hua slightly nodded, indicating for him to continue speaking. That's why. I had no choice but to come here and take the test. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please observe. But, as I expected, the fireball talisman made by your sex master contained very little spiritual energy. It barely reached the limit of what the talisman paper and talisman ink could bear. But what was beyond I's expectation was that the magic power used to draw the talisman, although it was very little, it was the same as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But, the magic power was of the fire attribute. Moreover, it was very mysterious. Only a little magic power was used to draw the talisman, and it could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the surroundings. If your sex master hadn't practiced the supreme fire attribute cultivation method, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such power. Hearing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel strange. Shang Huaming's cultivation method is water-based. This is what sect leader said himself. It's definitely true. Could it be that it's a problem with my attributes? Xiaohua very naturally thought of the matter of him holding the pearl in his hand to test his attributes in the Yellow Flower Ridge's inheritance palace. To be able to use chi condensation magic power to refine high-grade fireball talismans, no. Looking at the power, it's even more powerful than ordinary high-grade fireball talismans. Your sex master, TSK, he's really brilliant. Tian Haoguang exclaimed in admiration. Xiaohua's eyes turned and he slapped his forehead, looking as if he suddenly realized something. I was wondering why the three grandmasters only used chi condensation magic power. No wonder, it didn't take any effort to refine so many at once. Three grandmasters. Tian Haoguang glanced at Xiaohua very strangely. He didn't know what he was thinking. Xiaohua immediately looked remorseful. He hurriedly changed the topic and said with a beaming smile, Senior Tian, this high-grade yellow talisman has already been tested. It's genuine, right? Indeed. Then, what does Senior Tian plan to offer? How many spirit stones? Xiaohua's eyes started to shine. Yes, according to the usual market price, a high-grade fireball talisman is only 80 low-grade spirit stones. However, since fellow Daoist Xiao came here for the first time and this fireball talisman is a bit better than ordinary high-grade yellow talismans, so I feel that one mid-grade spirit stone is fellow Daoist Xiao appropriate? Xiaohua's heart was already blooming with joy. How much did he spend? He originally thought that 30 or 40 low-grade spirit stones would be enough. He didn't expect that Tian Haoguang would actually offer one mid-grade spirit stone. This Tian Haoguang's reputation is really not ordinary. Xiaohua secretly nodded. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't speak, Tian Haoguang hurriedly said, Fellow Daoist Xiao, I's price is already very accommodating. I was still thinking that fellow Daoist could come to my humble shop more in the future. Haha, Senior Tian, it's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that I'm too happy. However, Senior has to keep it a secret. If the sex master finds out, my skin will be peeled off. Tian Haoguang's face was also full of smiles, with an I understand expression. It seems that he quite appreciates Xiaohua's straightforward manner. Since Senior Tian approves, Junior has 99 fireball talismans refined by my sex master. Senior Tian, please take a look. Let's see if they are the same high-grade fireball talismans. Xiaohua also laughed happily. He patted his storage bag and took out a large pile of identical fireball talismans. Look at what fellow Daoist Xiao is saying. Since it's, what? 100? Tian Haoguang didn't pay attention to the number Xiaohua mentioned at first. After all, these fireball talismans were only refined last night when he was guiding Xiaohua in refining talismans. How could there be more? Although Tian Haoguang had a limit on the number just now, seeing these fireball talismans that were even more powerful than ordinary high-grade yellow talismans, how could he not want them? Not to mention the three grandmasters proficient in fire attribute cultivation methods that Xiaohua mentioned? When he realized that there were no less than 100 high-grade fireball talismans, he couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. Xiaohua saw that he had said too much and immediately laughed. My sex master was itching to test his skills. That a few of us exchanged pointers and unknowingly refined so many. My sex master wasn't very interested in these yellow talismans, so it was convenient for us, fellow apprentices. So that's how it is. In Tian Haoguang's mind, the appearance of the three young sex master fuming and glaring at each other emerged. They were unwilling to accept each other's loss and were immersed in painstakingly refining high-grade fireball talismans. He nodded his head in understanding. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you have good luck. Sigh Senior Tian. I've made a fool of myself. How could it be my luck alone? Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and laughed. Tian Haoguang took those high-grade fireball talismans and very carefully inspected them one by one. When he finished inspecting the 99 talismans, Xiao Hua's face had long since revealed impatience. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you've been waiting impatiently. Tian Haoguang put all the yellow talismans into his storage pouch and laughed. These 100 high-grade fireball talismans are all genuine goods. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao is taking a high-grade spirit stone? Or 100 medium-grade spirit stones? Of course it's 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Xiao Hua said without the slightest hesitation. A high-grade spirit stone, how do you want us to divide? Afterwards he shut his mouth with some regret. And since it's like this, fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow me. Tian Haoguang laughed as he led Xiao Hua out of the secret room. Only after they stepped out of the room did Xiao Hua's heart, which was hanging in the air, finally relax and let out a small breath. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. Tian Haoguang said and walked to the side. Xiao Hua nodded his head and raised his eyes to look inside the shop. At this time, there were already several groups of cultivators around the 8th or 9th level of Qi refinement picking out yellow talismans or talisman crafting materials in this small shop. The Qing Miao child who didn't see eye to eye with Xiao Hua was extremely busy. These are fellow Taoist spirit stones. Fellow Taoist, please count them and keep them well. Not long after, Tian Haoguang came back with a small storage pouch in his hand and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't look carefully and nodded. How can this junior not be at ease with Senior Tian handling things? As he spoke, he took the storage pouch and put the spirit stones into his own storage pouch without leaving a trace. He handed the empty storage pouch back to Tian Haoguang. After Tian Haoguang took it, he slapped it with his hand and took out 2 medium-grade spirit stones from the storage pouch at his waist and handed them to Xiao Hua. Fellow Taoist Xiao, these are the spirit stones returned by fellow Taoist for the talisman brush. Of course, there are also some of my humble store's appreciation. If you have any more good things like this in the future, don't forget my humble store. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed from smiling. He rubbed his hands and said, This is too embarrassing. I've troubled Senior. As he spoke, his 2 hands had already received the 2 mid-grade spirit stones. With a wave of his hand he placed them into his storage pouch. Tian Haoguang's expression didn't change. He slapped his hands again and took out a stack of talisman papers. He handed it over with a smile and said, These are 100 high-grade talisman papers. Fellow Taoist Xiao, if you have the chance, please give them to fellow Taoist master. Just say, it's a small token of appreciation from my talisman refining school. Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao, don't misunderstand. These are 2 good things. I can't make the decision and I don't dare to give them too much. These are just for Senior to play with when he has free time. I really don't respect you enough. So it's like this, Xiao Hua suddenly understood. He took it and said, But, Senior Tian? I'm afraid there won't be many opportunities like last night. However, if there is any opportunity, this junior will definitely explain Senior's intentions. I hope Senior can understand this junior's difficulties. It's fine, it's fine. Tian Haoguang waved his hand and said in a low voice, I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. I really want to know, if your school's master used high-grade talisman ink and high-grade talisman paper to refine a fireball talisman, what kind of power would it have? This still depends on the opportunity. Xiao Hua was a bit embarrassed. He looked at the high-grade talisman ink at the side and secretly said, You should also give a few pieces of high-grade talisman ink. Otherwise, how can I craft talismans for you? Unfortunately, high-grade talisman ink is worth a high-grade spirit stone. How could Tian Haoguang dare to make a decision on his own? Even if Xiao Hua looked at it 100 times, he would only act as if he didn't see it. Seeing that Tian Haoguang didn't have any reaction, Xiao Hua secretly felt that it was a pity. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Tian, this junior doesn't dare to stay for long. I'm sure senior brothers are already waiting anxiously. If there's an opportunity in the future, this junior will come to consult senior again. Tian Haoguang also returned the greeting. Well said, my humble store welcomes fellow Taoist Xiao at any time. Xiao Hua nodded, turned around and steadily walked out of the yellow talisman store. With every step he took he relaxed a bit. At the same time he was also afraid of making another mistake. Fortunately, Tian Haoguang seemed to be really busy in the store. After sending Xiao Hua to the door, he immediately turned around to greet the customers and didn't give Xiao Hua an extra glance. Chapter 1307. Xiao Hua didn't turn his head back. With a calm and composed appearance, he exited the yellow talisman shop and hurriedly left in a certain direction. It was as if there really were many fellow disciples waiting for him in front of him. After turning a corner on the street, Xiao Hua slightly turned his body. Seeing that there wasn't anyone behind him, he immediately turned around and headed in another direction. A moment later he quickly flashed into a seemingly remote alley. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua immediately jumped up, releasing the joy and worry that he had been suppressing for a long time. Don't be fooled by his calm appearance just now, his heart was really nervous. In the weapon refining school's shop, his hand almost never left his storage pouch. There was a flight talisman inside. Xiao Hua was always worried that Tian Haoguang would do something unexpected. He was confident that he could use the flight talisman to escape the shop before Tian Haoguang had any strange thoughts. However, when he was testing the fireball talisman in the secret room, his life was really in Tian Haoguang's hands. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Tian Haoguang was really like what Fan Riguan said. He was extremely principled and his reputation wasn't for nothing. He didn't covet Xiao Hua's high-grade fireball talisman. Instead he gave him a lot of things. Pinching the storage pouch at his waist, there were 120 mid-grade spirit stones inside. It was really a large sum of wealth. How could Xiao Hua not be happy? However, when he looked up he was dumbfounded again. Because he was in a hurry to leave, he got lost. Without any other choice he could only find someone to ask for directions. Pitiful Xiao Hua, he really didn't see the world. It was merely 100 mid-grade spirit stones. In his heart it was an enormous wealth. However, in the eyes of the refining talisman school's Tian Haoguang, it really wasn't much. It was impossible for him to offend the non-existent, powerful school that Xiao Hua spoke of just for such a small thing. Xiao Hua was just not confident in his heart and was afraid that others would see through his secret. A guilty conscience, presumably this was also the reason. However, the matter wasn't so simple. When Xiao Hua walked out of the refining talisman school's shop, the cultivator who was selecting yellow talismans inadvertently raised his head and glanced at Xiao Hua's back. He then inadvertently asked, "Who is this person? He doesn't look young. How come his cultivation is only at the second level of qi refining?" I don't know about that. All I know is that this guy has a high-grade yellow talisman on him and wants to extort a used talisman brush from my refining talisman school. He wants my refining talisman school to return him 30 low-grade spirit stones. Qing Miao was definitely still angry about the small amount of spiritual stones. She said indignantly, "What's so great about having a powerful sect? You look older than me, but your cultivation is not as good as mine. Even in their sect you're just an errand boy. What's there to be proud of? This brat has a sect? You have a high-grade yellow talisman?" The cultivator was clearly surprised. "What? Senior Zhang knows this fellow Taoist?" Qing Miao was shocked and her expression changed slightly. "Of course not, of course not." The fourth layer qi refining cultivator hurriedly waved his hand and bitterly smiled. "I'm just a rogue cultivator. How could I have the qualifications to know a second layer qi refining disciple who carries a high-grade yellow talisman with him? I only saw a loose cultivator in my cloud garden who had a similar back as this guy." "Oh, so it's like that." Qing Miao's expression returned to normal and she said with a smile, "If it's a rogue cultivator, I might really have to teach this guy a lesson." "Qing Miao, what are you talking about?" Not far away, Tian Haoguang heard and scolded, "Fellow Taoist Zhang is also a rogue cultivator. Aren't you talking to fellow Taoist Zhang?" "Fellow Taoist Zhang, please don't take it to heart." Tian Haoguang smiled apologetically towards the cultivator. I wouldn't dare. The cultivator surnamed Zhang smiled and cupped his hands. "Zhang Zhihao, quickly come and take a look." A cultivator beside Tian Haoguang seemed to have discovered something and called out, "Fellow Taoist son, what did you discover? You're actually directly calling I by my name like this?" Zhang Zhihao was somewhat displeased. He tilted his head and looked at Xiao Hua's almost invisible back. A pensive expression appeared in his eyes and he quickly walked towards that cultivator. Far away, Xiao Hua, who was looking for people to scout the way, simply didn't know that he was deliberately mystifying himself and wanted to remove the matter of making high-grade yellow talismans from himself. Trying to cover it up only made it more conspicuous. He had provoked trouble for himself. Xiao Hua found a middle-stage foundation establishment senior and respectfully asked for directions. Just as he arrived at a somewhat familiar street, he suddenly heard a pleasantly surprised voice behind him. That voice was so pleasantly surprised that even the tone of the voice had changed. It was shouting, "Taoist Master Xiao." Xiao Hua stared blankly and looked left and right. There didn't seem to be anyone else in the surroundings, but he wasn't some Taoist master. Without any reason, Xiao Hua had no choice but to stop and turn his head to look. This look didn't matter, but Xiao Hua almost wanted to slap out a flight talisman from his storage pouch and fly away. Everyone, the person behind Xiao Hua needn't be said. It was none other than the waiter, Fan Riguan. At this moment in Xiao Hua's heart, the victim's mother had come knocking. The voice was pleasantly surprised? Was there even a need to say it? He had finally found the well-intentioned culprit. Xiao Hua directly ignored the pleasant surprise on Fan Riguan's face. He clearly understood in his heart that the parasol pill couldn't cure his mother's chronic illness. Thus, he braced himself and stepped forward, cupping his hands and saying, "This, Brother Fan, I'm really sorry. My cultivation is shallow and I didn't know the severity of the matter." Not waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, Fan Riguan also didn't care what Xiao Hua said. He quickly stepped forward and kowtowed, saying, "Taoist Master Xiao, I kowtow and thank Taoist Master Xiao for your great kindness. Am only a mortal. I have no way of repaying Taoist Master Xiao's great kindness. I can only thank you, ask Taoist Master Xiao for your understanding." What? Xiao Hua's face was first extremely pleasantly surprised, but soon after, it became abnormally awkward. He reached out to scratch his still somewhat bald head and helped Fan Riguan up, saying, "This? Brother Fan." Hearing this, Fan Riguan's complexion greatly changed. He hurriedly said, "Taoist Master Xiao, please don't call me that. I'm just a mortal. I can't wait for Senior Immortal to call me that. Just call me Ajahn." Ajahn? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He secretly said, "This has nothing to do with the 3 words Fan Riguan. This is my childhood name. Only mother and father can call me that. If Senior Immortal doesn't mind, you can call me that." Fan Riguan said with gratitude in his eyes. "This." Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, then slightly nodded. With the appearance of an enlightened expert, he said with a smile, "Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Looking at your appearance, your mother should be fine, right?" Fan Riguan was stunned. Soon after, he said with a smile, "Senior Immortal has misunderstood. When I was young, my biological father and mother had already passed away. The mother I'm talking about is my wife's mother." "For your wife's mother? You're actually pleading for others to take pity on her?" Xiao Hua was astonished. "I thought that she was your biological mother." "Yes. Although mother isn't my biological mother and I also live in her family, mother raised me as her own. What does it matter if I give up a little face?" Fan Riguan said with a smile. "However, even if I give up my face, if I don't meet a Senior Immortal like Taoist Xiao who bemoans the state of the universe and the fate of mankind, then I can't help it." "But..." Xiao Hua scratched his head. "The parasol pill is only an ordinary pill used to treat injuries. Even if the medicinal power is strong, how can it cure Fan Riguan's mother's chronic illness? It's really inconceivable. Could it be that Fan Riguan's mother has internal injuries? Not an illness? Ajahn, can you tell I the process of your mother taking the pill?" Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked. "That's exactly what I want Taoist Xiao to know." Fan Riguan quickly said, "Also I still have some things to tell Senior Immortal." "Oh, tell me about the situation first." Xiao Hua directly ignored the latter part of the sentence. He really wanted to know why the parasol pill was effective. Yesterday when I received Taoist Zhao's immortal pill, I was pleasantly surprised. When I walked, it was as if I was stepping on clouds, my feet were soft. Perhaps Taoist Xiao doesn't know, but mother has been ill for a long time and the situation is not good. If there was no immortal pill, she might have passed away at any time. Therefore I wanted to send this immortal pill back. I almost couldn't wait until this morning." Fan Riguan said embarrassedly. "Coincidentally, there was a Senior Immortal who wanted to go to the west side of the city. I begged him and kowtowed in front of that Senior Immortal. That Senior Immortal reluctantly agreed to let me go. That shuttle is really fast. Last night was the first time I sat on a senior immortal's immortal item. It actually took less than an hour to reach the west side of the city. Daoist Xiao doesn't know, right? In the past, I had to walk for more than half a day. Fan Riguan's mood was obviously very good. His words were also very long-winded. However, Xiaohua was also very happy to share his joy and didn't interrupt. He had a smile on his face and didn't reveal any trace of anxiety in his heart. Oh, look at how happy I am. Where did I stop talking? Fan Riguan still wanted to say more, but he suddenly realized something and smiled apologetically. When I returned home, my wife, my daughter and mother were all very happy. When I couldn't wait to take out the immortal pill that Daoist Xiao bestowed, mother refused to take it no matter what. Why is that? Xiaohua blurted out. Fan Riguan's mother obviously didn't know that this parasol pill couldn't cure illness. How could she refuse to take it? Mother wanted my daughter to take it. Fan Riguan's eyes slowly revealed a trace of gratification. Ajen, could it be your daughter is also sick? Xiaohua was stunned and immediately understood the meaning of Fan Riguan's words just now. She still wanted to ask for the parasol pill. No. Fan Riguan's face immediately turned red. He repeatedly waved his hand and said, my daughter is only 5 years old this year. How could she be sick? Oh, so it's like that. Xiaohua nodded and asked, then, what happened next? Then, my daughter of course, also refused to take the immortal pill. But mother only stuffed the immortal pill into her hand and didn't pay attention to it anymore. Fan Riguan sighed and continued. Chapter 1308. Looking at mother's appearance, this elixir is definitely for my daughter to take. But, although my daughter is only 5 years old, she is still young. She gave the elixir to her mother and insisted on my wife taking it. Fan Riguan glanced at Xiaohua and continued. Then your wife's body is also unwell? Xiaohua suddenly understood. No, my wife is only 24 years old and has never been unwell. Who would have thought that Fan Riguan would wave his hand again? That's strange, Xiaohua said with a smile. The medicinal pill this poor Taoist gave, although it's a medicinal pill used by us cultivators, it's also not a true immortal pill. Even if it's taken, it can't keep one from aging, let alone prolong one's lifespan. This. Fan Riguan hesitated for a moment, but still smiled apologetically and said, Taoist Master Xiao, this little one knows that immortal cultivators cut off the grudges of the mortal world, emphasizing on a pure heart and few desires. This little one might not understand the feelings between family members like this little one. As for the specific matters, this little one will not say too much. Taoist Master Xiao, just treat it as listening to a story. Xiaohua smiled and nodded slightly. Then, please continue. Yes, I will let the immortal know. How can my wife take this elixir? Naturally, she still pushed it to my mother, but my mother did not want to take it, so she pushed it back and forth. In the end, she could only think of a method of drawing straws. But just as this little one was about to make paper balls, my mother and my wife separately looked for this little one and gave this little one the same idea. What idea? Xiaohua was surprised, but in his heart, he was also moved by this family's love for each other. It was very simple. Just make 3 identical paper balls with words. Whoever caught them would take the elixir. However, my mother let my daughter take the first one, and my wife let my mother take the first one. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua asked curiously, how did you deal with it? This little one could not. I used an ordinary pill as an elixir and let my daughter take it. Fan Riguan said embarrassedly, after all, my mother did not have much time left and my daughter was still young. Then, why did you give the pill to your mother? Xiaohua asked curiously. Actually, it's very simple. I put the elixir into the herbs that mother usually takes and let my wife feed it to mother. Fan Riguan smiled and said, if I knew it would be so troublesome, I wouldn't have told them at first. Trouble? Xiaohua sighed. This kind of trouble. I hope it's everywhere in the world. Taoist Master Xiao is indeed different from the other immortals. Fan Riguan praised. If it were others, I'm afraid they would have been annoyed by my words. That's why I said that I's cultivation is shallow. Xiaohua disagreed. My cultivation is shallow, but that's only for now. With spiritual Master Zhao's breadth of mind, it's only a matter of time before I advance to the spirit severing stage. Fan Riguan said respectfully. Spirit severing? Xiaohua asked curiously, what realm is that? Realm? Fan Riguan's face immediately turned red. I'm just talking nonsense. I only heard the immortals chatting in the inn. They said that it's a higher cultivation than Jianghu City's city Lord Lu. Oh, is it spirit severing stage? Xiaohua suddenly remembered what Zhang Qingxiao said occasionally. Yes, it's spirit severing stage. There's a Jindan immortal elder who said that spirit severing stage is turning a baby into a primordial spirit. Those who can become spirit severing stage are called spirit severing stage or spirit severing stage. Fan Riguan quickly explained. He didn't understand cultivation, so his explanation was a mess. However, he also let Xiaohua know that the spirit severing stage is the spirit severing stage. Little brother actually knows more than I. Xiaohua said with a smile. What? It's just that I've been in the inn for a long time and heard a lot. Fan Riguan immediately said, Oh, right, Taoist Master Zhao's immortal pill is really powerful. My mother just ate the herb, and immediately her stomach felt like it was being cut by a knife. Then her whole body was in pain. My mother's face was pale at that time and her 7 orifices were all bleeding. Sigh, that's right? Xiaohua secretly said, Wuxia pill is a pill used by cultivators. The meridians of the mortal world are weak, so of course they can't withstand it. Senior Bai is really right. I won't hide it from Taoist Master Xiao, I was also scared silly at that time. I even blamed Taoist Master Xiao in my heart. Fan Riguan looked at Xiaohua and said embarrassedly, But I know that Taoist Master Xiao is a kind and compassionate person. You definitely won't lie to me, so I still believe in Taoist Master Xiao. As expected, in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, when my mother spat out a few mouthfuls of dirty blood and didn't have any strength left, her face suddenly became rosy again. She only said that her body was incomparably comfortable. She actually effortlessly got up and let my wife prepare a bath. Incomparably comfortable? Xiaohua was surprised. He somewhat didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. And I also asked my mother later. She said that there seemed to be a little mouse scurrying around in her body. Fan Riguan replied. Xiaohua suddenly realized, isn't this the strange thing inside the Wuxia pill that sect master talked about? It's precisely this thing that made the Wuxia pill a top-quality pill. He remembered that those top-quality Wuxia pills that Xiao Yuehong refined were all kept by Xiao Yuehong himself. He didn't give them to him. When Xiaohua looked at the Wuxia pills and the jade bottles that Xiao Xinrui gave him in his mind, he immediately understood the whole story. Immediately Xiaohua's tears fell like rain. Trouble didn't only exist in the mortal world. It still existed in the cold and merciless world of cultivators. Taoist Master Xiao. Seeing this, Fan Riguan was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly waved his hand. This kind of immortal pill? Don't dare to be greedy. Bullshit. Xiaohua immediately stomped his feet and jumped up. He pointed at Fan Riguan and scolded, Your family's son knows to give the medicinal pill to his mother? How can this poor Taoist be stingy with this insignificant medicinal pill? You bastard, you're really gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Looking at that flustered and exasperated appearance, how could he still be a cultivator's senior immortal? Seeing that Xiaohua was angry, Fan Riguan was so frightened that he immediately knelt down. Taoist Xiao, don't be anxious. Taoist Xiao, don't be anxious. Who am I anxious with? Do I need to be anxious with you? Xiaohua suddenly felt sorrow from the bottom of his heart. He looked up at the sky and said angrily, The heavens are unfair. Who's causing trouble? An angry shout descended from the sky. A very strange figure, like a real shadow, floated up from the ripples of the nearby lake and flew towards where Xiaohua was standing. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He immediately restrained his somewhat frantic emotions. He looked over and saw that the shadow was holding a sickle-like object in its hand. Its appearance was the same as the image he saw in the hologram when he entered Jianghu City. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Fan Riguan immediately stepped forward and bowed very respectfully. I'm Fan Riguan from Flying Fish Inn. Greetings, sir. And what's going on here? Why is there someone shouting? The shadow's figure was still bent, like a ribbon flying in the air. It's me who angered this senior immortal. Senior immortal scolded me. I'm apologizing to senior immortal. It's not a big deal. Fan Riguan slightly glanced at Xiaohua and gave him a meaningful glance. Xiaohua took a deep breath and wiped away the tears on his face. He cupped his hands and said, I was a bit reckless. Please forgive me. The shadow floated in the air for a moment. A wooden voice echoed, although Fan Riguan is an ordinary person, he's still a servant in Jianghu City. His safety is protected. Fellow Taoist, you can't rashly decide to take someone's life. I don't dare, and it's good that you don't dare. Shouting is nothing. However, City Lord Zhao is receiving a distinguished guest today. He's touring Jianghu City. If you disturb him, it'll be a capital offense. It's best if you know your place. I understand. Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He thought of the nascent soul cultivator he met outside the city 2 days ago. Take care of yourself. The shadow was like a fluttering ribbon. It gradually went far away and fell into the lake. After a long while, Fan Riguan stood up and said in a low voice, Taoist Master Xiao, please don't speak loudly again. Please follow me to Flying Fish Inn. Xiao Hua nodded. Just as he was about to take a step, he thought of something again and shook his head, saying, I should stay at another inn. I'm afraid I can't stay at Flying Fish Inn. What? Fan Riguan stared blankly and asked shortly after. Yesterday there was a waiter who asked I for the so-called immortal Tao. If I follow you back, won't I be noisy to death? Xiao Hua sighed. In his heart, he was actually still afraid that the refining talisman school's people would discover that he was a loose cultivator. So it's like that, Fan Riguan immediately understood. He said very guiltily, I was reckless. I didn't expect that my sudden departure would bring Taoist Master Xiao so much trouble. I'm truly ashamed. There's no need to be like this. It's not all your fault. Xiao Hua looked at the sky and said with a smile, Eyes matter with you is over. If you don't have anything else, I will look for another inn. Let's part ways here. Xiao Hua figured out that Fan Riguan's mother's illness was cured because of his top-grade Wuqing pill. Naturally, he also knew the use of those Wuqing pills in the space. The most important thing was that these pills were refined by Xiao Yuehong. Since Fan Riguan's wife and daughter didn't have any incurable illnesses, he naturally didn't want to waste these pills. Fan Riguan heard this and became anxious. He stepped forward and pulled Xiao Hua's sleeve. He said with a smile, Taoist Master Xiao, I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if I should say it. Alas, since it's a presumptuous request, of course there's no need to say it. Xiao Hua shook his head. Yes, Taoist Master Xiao is right. Fan Riguan said respectfully, however, my mother knew that it was Taoist Master Xiao who bestowed the immortal pills and wanted to thank you in person. It's just that, we mortals can only stay in the western part of Jianghu City and can't come here as we please. Therefore I came here in a hurry to invite Taoist Master Xiao to come to the western part of my city when you have time and accept my family's thanks. No need, Xiao Hua waved his hand and shook his head, it's an unintentional act. You don't have to thank me. If you have the heart, just properly show filial piety to my mother. Chapter 1309. Wait a moment, Taoist Xiao. Fan Riguan said anxiously, actually, then he looked left and right. This street was remote and there were only a few small shops on the side. He didn't see anyone going in or out. Only then did he lower his voice and say, My mother has something very important to tell Taoist Xiao. It seems that my mother also has something to thank Taoist Xiao. You are not a person of the secular world. What do you have that cultivators like us would like? Xiao Hua said with a frown. Taoist Xiao, I'm naturally very ordinary. But my wife's family has some stories about their ancestors. Oh? Is it about your wife and your daughter? Xiao Hua seemed to understand. Yes, it is indeed so. My mother said that it is rare to see a loose cultivator like Taoist Xiao who gives immortal pills to ordinary people without even asking. If Taoist Xiao still can't believe it, then no cultivator in this world can. Only an immortal cultivator like Taoist Master Xiao, who is sincere and caring, can be entrusted to me, can be worthy of my mother's thanks. Fan Riguan said sincerely. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's face turned a little red. It was only because he had just entered this so-called cultivation world for 3 years that he had yet to truly experience the cruelty of the cultivation world. In his heart he still had a simple and honest heart. Entrusted? Xiao Hua's face was red and his heart was moved. He said with a smile, You have a good idea. Could it be that you have something good to exchange for I's 2 pills? This time it was Fan Riguan's turn to blush. However, Fan Riguan clenched his teeth and knelt down in front of Xiao Hua again. He kowtowed and said, This lowly one is somewhat shameless. Since Taoist Xiao has already given me the pills, I shouldn't ask for more. But Taoist Xiao, please be merciful. The pills are extremely casual in Taoist Xiao's hands, but in my eyes, they are immortal pills that can save my family. Taoist Xiao, please come to my house. If Taoist Xiao doesn't like the things my mother takes out, Taoist Xiao can leave. What do you think? Xiao Hua's curiosity was immediately piqued. He helped him up and asked curiously, "Ah Jen, didn't you just say that your wife and your daughter are not sick? Why are you asking for medicinal pills now?" Fan Riguan sighed and said, "Sai, I'm glad you know that even if you're not sick, you'll get the same illness as my mother when you're 50 years old." That's strange? Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He smiled and said, "Isn't that easy? Now that we know, we can just find someone else to do it again." He, Taoist Master Xiao, please don't mock me. I know that I can't judge Taoist Master Xiao's age from your appearance. However, you don't look old. You may not be able to understand this kind of familial affection in the mortal world. Even if I have a wife at home, I'm not willing to abandon her. Love is stronger than gold. Xiao Hua couldn't help but smile. He wasn't someone who would spoil the mood. Blocking Fan Riguan's line of sight, he waved his hand and took out 2 parasol pills. Handing them over, he said, "This medicinal pill, to be honest, it's of great significance to I. I've already decided not to use it, but after hearing what you said, if I don't do anything, my heart won't be at peace. Won't I ruin my cultivation? Take this pill and give it to your wife and daughter to consume." Who knew that Fan Riguan wasn't like what he thought? He pushed Xiao Hua's hand and said resolutely, "When we came, Mother already said that if Taoist Master Xiao doesn't personally go, I definitely can't accept this medicinal pill." So it's like this. Xiao Hua was a little surprised. "Yes, Mother's orders, I definitely won't dare to disobey." Fan Riguan nodded. Then, all right. Xiao Hua accepted the parasol pills. He looked around and said with a smile, "I still have some matters to attend to at the store over there. You follow me? Oh no, you should wait here. Wait for me to exchange some spirit stones, then I'll go with you to the west of the city." "Yes, I'll listen to Taoist Master Zhao's instructions." Hearing this, Fan Riguan's face was filled with joy. He looked at where Xiao Hua was pointing and asked with concern, "Senior Immortal is going to the store to exchange for spirit stones?" "Spirit stones? Oh yes." Xiao Hua nodded. "Then, will Senior Immortal use spirit stones to cultivate or exchange for other things?" Fan Riguan continued to ask. "Spirit stones can be used to cultivate?" Xiao Hua was stunned. Fan Riguan was even more shocked. Taoist Master Xiao won't use spirit stones to cultivate? Xiao Hua scratched his head. Didn't I tell you that I's cultivation is shallow? I don't know how to use spirit stones to cultivate." "Oh, so it's like this. Then Taoist Master Xiao will use spirit stones to exchange for things?" "Yes." "Then Senior Immortal, it's best not to use things to exchange for spirit stones in these stores and then use spirit stones to buy things in the stores." "Eh? Why is that?" "Could it be that Senior Immortal doesn't know about Jianghu City's e-market?" Fan Riguan asked curiously. "I naturally know about e-market, but isn't it still early for e-market?" Xiao Hua was a little embarrassed. "Oh, so it's like this. Then Taoist Master Xiao should go to e-market to take a look. E-market is different from e-market. E-market only opens once a month, but e-market opens every day at noon. I also heard from other Senior Immortals in the inn that instead of using things to exchange for spirit stones in the stores and then going to other stores to exchange for things, it's better to directly take things from e-market and use things to exchange for things. Although there are some stores in Jianghu City that have a good reputation, they still need to make a profit. Their prices are all low and high. It's not worth it for Taoist Master Xiao to look for them." "Ah? There's such a thing." Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Wouldn't it be a big loss for him to pass through 2 stores like this? At the same time, he also thought of the e-market, that the boy in the refining glyph school whose cultivation was higher than his mentioned in the store. At this time it was already afternoon. Presumably that e-market had already dispersed. If Xiao Hua didn't go to e-market, then naturally there was nothing else to do. "All right, I will go with you to the west of the city. However, when you come back tomorrow you still need to bring I to e-market," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Taoist Master Xiao saved my mother. I can't repay you even if I have to sacrifice my life. Senior Immortal, if there's anything you need, you can instruct me." Fan Riguan said with great joy. Then he looked at the sky and said with slight hesitation, Taoist Master Xiao, if we go to the west of the city now, it's a bit late. We might not be able to arrive by nightfall. Then, even if we go to E-Market tomorrow, I'm afraid it's still not possible to go to the west of the city. Xiao Hua frowned and said, unless we leave early tomorrow morning. Really? Fan Riguan said embarrassedly. Right, I heard from the waiter in the Flying Fish Inn that you and a fellow cultivator went to the west of the city on some shuttle boat. It's very fast. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something. Yes, the shuttle boat is indeed fast, but the cost of spirit stones is also considerable. I don't have any reason to waste your spirit stones. Fan Riguan immediately objected. Then how many spirit stones will it take to go to the west of the city? According to Senior Immortal, it should be a mid-grade spirit stone. A mid-grade spirit stone. Xiao Hua also underestimated it in his heart. His high-grade fireball talisman could only be exchanged for a mid-grade spirit stone. To be honest, he was a bit reluctant to part with it. But thinking about it again, he was waiting here for Tian Qi Qing Fengmin's message. If there was suddenly news that Hua Yun Park had enough talisman masters, he might not have the time. This mid-grade spirit stone might really have to be spent. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly seemed to feel that something was wrong, but after thinking for a while, he couldn't figure out what it was, so he had to stop thinking about it. He only said to Fan Riguan, this poor Taoist's time is limited. I'm afraid I can't stay in Jianghu City for long. Take this poor Taoist to the shuttle. This poor Taoist can still afford the immortal stones. Thank you, Taoist Master Xiao. Fan Riguan was very grateful. He quickly took Xiao Hua to the lake in front of them. Seeing the empty lake and the small boat that was gliding along the surface of the lake not far away, Xiao Hua was a little surprised. Fan Riguan was very experienced. He walked to the front of a very ordinary-looking stone pillar and said respectfully, Taoist Master Xiao, please inject your spirit energy into this jade stone. Xiao Hua walked over and sized it up. This is a 3 feet tall, 1-inch square jade stone pillar. It was gray and not very conspicuous. Only the top of the pillar was protruding and there were some faintly discernible strange runes on it. Xiao Hua stretched out his finger and exerted his strength, pointing at the top of the jade pillar. The lake in front of him immediately began to bubble, and countless tiny waves swarmed out from the bottom of the lake. Immediately after, a faint blue light flashed, and a small boat that was 3 feet long and 3 feet wide appeared at the edge of the lake where the waves were surging. After the small boat appeared, the lake regained its calm. Fan Riguan said happily, the shuttle boat has appeared. Taoist Master Xiao, please move. Okay, Xiao Hua agreed. He lifted his leg and got on the shuttle boat. Fan Riguan followed behind him. Taoist Master Xiao, please inject your spirit stone into this groove. Fan Riguan pointed at a circular groove in the middle of the shuttle boat and said. Xiao Hua said as he placed a mid-grade spirit stone into the groove. Following the insertion of the mid-grade spirit stone, the groove shone with a brilliant light, covering the groove. The mid-grade spirit stone disappeared, and then a faint blue light screen rose from the surroundings of the shuttle, covering Xiao Hua and Fan Riguan within. Immediately after, in front of Xiao Hua and Fan Riguan, several different colored light balls appeared in midair. Xiao Hua glanced at them. Different words appeared on them, such as east of the city, west of the city, north of the city, south of the city. Fan Riguan said from the side, Taoist Master Xiao, please use your spirit energy to point at the west of the city. Xiao Hua did as he was told. The several balls of light in front of him disappeared, and a huge diagram appeared once again. There were many tiny light spots on the diagram, making Xiao Hua confused. Beside him, Fan Riguan said in a low voice, Taoist Master Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to use your immortal power here. As he spoke, he pointed at an extremely small light dot on the left side of the diagram. Xiao Hua very strangely sent his spirit energy to that light dot. Immediately after, several fist-sized words flew out from the diagram. It was Jing Fanqi. This is the place where this lowly, secular people live. Fan Riguan smiled apologetically. Chapter 13:10. Oh. Xiao Hua nodded. He now understood that the second image that appeared just now should be the image of the entire western part of Jianghu City. The countless tiny dots of light were also the places that the shuttle could reach. However, it seems that there are no dots of light around Jing Fanqi. Moreover, this area is especially big. It takes up almost 60% of the western part of the city. Xiaohua was a little confused. He pointed at the area and asked, Jen, these places can't be reached by shuttle? Reporting to Daoist Xiao, the place that Daoist Xiao pointed to just now is the only place where the shuttle can reach Jingfanqi. Any further inside is where the people of the secular world live. The shuttle can't enter. The shuttle can't enter such a big place? Xiaohua asked curiously. Exactly. The people of the secular world can't be compared to the immortals. Jingfanqi is surrounded by an immortal array. No one without an immortal talisman can come out. This is also the reason why my mother can't personally come to thank Daoist Xiao. Fan Riguan explained. Moreover, there are many people of the secular world in the western part of the city. I'm afraid, there are more of them than the immortals. That's why they occupy most of the western part of the city. Oh, I see. Xiaohua nodded. He then looked at the shuttle and said, now that we know the place, how should I steer the shuttle? The shuttle doesn't need to be controlled by the immortals. You just need to choose the place you want to go, then use your immortal energy to activate the immortal stones that were placed on the shuttle. The shuttle will follow the route set by Jianghu City and fly to the place you want to go. Haha, I see. That's not bad. Xiaohua was still worrying about how to not get lost. When he heard this, he laughed and sent his immortal energy into the groove where the immortal stones were. As expected, the shuttle moved slowly. Then, it gradually accelerated and flew over the lake toward the western part of the city. Xiaohua stood on the shuttle. The light blue brilliance blocked all the waves and gales outside. Moreover, the shuttle was unusually stable. There were no bumps. It was no different from standing on the ground. This shuttle is really strange. If it's just one or two, then that's fine. They're just ordinary magic tools. But what's rare is that all the lakes in Jianghu City are filled with shuttles. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of them? Xiaohua's mind had already calmed down. He looked at the shuttle under his feet with interest, as well as the many different colored shuttles on the lake. Although the surface of the lake was vast, there were even more shuttles. Within a radius of about 10 zhang around Xiaohua, there were 2 shuttles moving in the same direction. From time to time, there would be shuttles flashing past Xiaohua's left side, either in front of the shuttles or behind the shuttles. Their speed was extremely fast, and the distance of 10 zhang was covered in the blink of an eye. Many times Xiaohua felt that they would collide with each other. Seeing Xiaohua clench his fists, Fan Riguan behind him takes half a step forward and says in a low voice, Daoist Master Xiao, don't be afraid, this shuttle's route is already fixed. All the shuttles won't collide with each other. Why would I be afraid? I was just admiring the scenery of Jianghu City. Can't you slow down a bit? Xiaohua wouldn't admit it. He only smiles and says, but before he can finish, a shuttle suddenly appears in front of his eyes, giving him a fright. Fan Riguan smiles and doesn't say anything. Jen, tell I about Jianghu City? Xiaohua feels that he can't hold his face and asks. Yes, Daoist Master Xiao. Fan Riguan smiles and answers respectfully, however this little one is only immortal in Jianghu City. I only know that there are 2 old immortals in Jianghu City. One is old immortal Mu Chang, the other is the city lord of Jianghu City, immortal Luichuan. These 2 old immortals have been in charge of Jianghu City for several hundred years. As for other things, this little one doesn't know much about the matters of the immortals. I heard a lot from the immortals in the inn, so I'm afraid I can't get to the point. You can say whatever you want, I can also listen. Xiaohua says. Yes, this little one lives in the west of Jianghu City. My parents died when I was young. Fan Riguan knows that Xiaohua wants to know more, so he tells him everything he knows bit by bit. As it turns out, Jianghu City is divided into 4 areas, namely the west, east, south and north of the city. The west of the city is for the common people to live in. There are about 1 million people there. Every year, Jianghu City will send special disciples to the west of the city to select children around 6 years old who can cultivate. They will be accepted as disciples of Jianghu City, and the families of these disciples will be moved to the east of the city. Naturally, the life in the east of the city and the west of the city is very different. Every person in the west of the city hopes that they can raise a child who can become a disciple of Jianghu City, so that they can live a life like an immortal. Because Jianghu City is very big, many things are not necessarily done by disciples with high cultivation. Therefore, even if a considerable number of disciples can't set foot in the 3rd level of qi refining, they are different from the cultivation sections. Their cultivation is not abolished and they are chased down the mountain, but they are made disciples who do odd jobs. However, disciples who can pass the third level of qi refining have their families in the east of the city, and their families will have a new residence, so they will be separated from the other disciples who do odd jobs. Of course, there are also many places in Jianghu city that need the common people to work. These opportunities are open to the common people in the west of the city at any time. Fan Riguan belongs to this kind of people. He stands out among the common people in the west of the city and has the opportunity to serve the immortals in the Flying Fish Inn in the south of the city. Fan Riguan doesn't know much about the north and south of Jianghu city. He only knows that the south of the city is a place where low-level cultivators move. Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators can only stay in the south of the city. Only high-level cultivators, Oris core stage and above, can enter the north of the city. As for what the north of the city looks like, Fan Riguan has no idea at all. After all, those who stay in the Flying Fish Inn are all rogue cultivators or qi refining stage cultivators like Xiaohua. They have no chance to enter the north of the city, so it is impossible for them to talk about it. However, Fan Riguan has heard from the 10th level qi refining stage shopkeeper of the Flying Fish Inn that the north of the city seems to be abnormally rich in spiritual qi of heaven and earth. At the same time, it is also the place where the leader of Jianghu city is located. According to Fan Riguan, entering Jianghu city was also based on one's cultivation level. Xiaohua entered through the southern city gate. Mortals couldn't enter or leave, but cultivators could enter or leave as long as they were cultivators. As for the other city gates, aura refining and foundation building cultivators couldn't enter or leave. Moreover, the 4 areas of Jianghu city are protected by their own immortal formations. Random people have to check their cultivation. If they don't meet the requirements, they will have to force their way in. The disciples of Jianghu city can punish them according to the city rules. Fan Riguan said a lot of bits and pieces and Xiaohua listened to them one by one. When they talked about cultivation, Xiaohua's heart moved. He smiled and said, "That's right, what's the deal with the camouflage of Qiqiao sect? Where can I buy it?" Camouflage? Fan Riguan was surprised at first, but then he understood. He smiled apologetically and said, "That's what the immortals use. Naturally, you have to buy it from Qiqiao sect's shop in the north of the city. Didn't you say that only golden core stage cultivators can go to the north of the city? I see a lot of cultivators wearing camouflage in the south of the city. Let me tell you, Daoist Xiao. Qiqiao sect's camouflage is very precious. According to many immortals, it has many functions and is very expensive. I'm afraid you have to use some top-grade immortal stones to buy it." "What? Top-grade spirit stones?" Xiaohua was shocked. "Aren't there only low-grade, middle-grade and high-grade spirit stones?" Fan Riguan shook his head blankly. "I don't know about that. After all, I only heard about it from rumors." Then he explained, "However, according to what I know, other than Qiqiao sect's camouflage, many other sects have also introduced similar things. They are also called camouflage and the price is also much lower. If Daoist Xiao wants to hide your identity, you might as well consider these camouflage. Compared to Qiqiao sect's camouflage, what's the difference?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. How could a mortal like Fan Riguan know about this? Sure enough, Fan Riguan smiled apologetically and said, "I don't know the specific differences. I only know that there are differences in concealing immortals' cultivation and appearance." "Appearance?" Xiaohua nodded. "Then according to what you know, it should be able to conceal one's appearance, right?" "Of course. Concealing one's appearance is the most basic. Otherwise, how could it be called a camouflage?" Fan Riguan saw that Xiaohua was very interested and knew what he was thinking. He said, "These camouflage can be bought from Qiqiao sect's shop or from other sects' shops. Of course, the other sect's camouflage won't be as expensive as Qiqiao sect's. Moreover, you can occasionally find camouflage in trading markets or trading gatherings. However, it all depends on luck. I heard that the items used for trading are extremely rare and not easy to find. If Daoist Xiao wants to get a cheap camouflage, I'm afraid you'll have to go to trading gatherings." Xiaohua nodded. He already understood that the camouflage was extremely difficult for him to obtain. He only had 100 or so middle-grade spirit stones in his storage pouch. "Let's not talk about that for now." Xiaohua glanced at the rapidly receding scene on the shore of the lake and asked, "Can you talk about the matter of your wife and your daughter? So that I can have a plan in mind?" "This." Fan Riguan hesitated for a moment and nodded. "The matter of my wife and daughter, I actually already knew about it before I entered the Zhu family. All right, my wife and mother are both surnamed Zhu. I can be considered to have married into the family. My daughter is also surnamed Zhu. Xiaohua listened and nodded slightly. However, at this moment, the entire shuttle suddenly shook violently. A huge wave of water violently threw the shuttle into the air. Not to mention Fan Riguan, even Xiaohua was caught off guard and lost his balance. He curled up and crashed into the light barrier in front of him. Chapter 13:11. While Xiaohua was asking about Fan Riguan, the shuttle under his feet was suddenly lifted up by the huge waves on the lake and thrown high into the air. Xiaohua himself was also thrown straight towards the light shield on the opposite side. Similarly, Fan Riguan was also thrown towards him from the opposite direction. The two people were inevitably going to collide in midair. If it was an ordinary cultivator, let alone a second-level chi refining cultivator, even if it was a foundation establishment cultivator, under the situation where they didn't use their transcendence energy, wouldn't they also be flustered and barely mobilize their transcendence energy to cast a spell? Even if they could save themselves, Fan Riguan probably couldn't save them. Xiaohua was different. In a hurry, he didn't have time to take out a flying talisman from his storage pouch. He also didn't have any technique to float in the air. Although he was a little busy, his hands and feet weren't slow at all. It was simply faster than he thought. It was unknown what Xiaohua's hands and feet did, but his whole body immediately recovered its balance. Moreover, when Fan Riguan was about to crash into him, Xiaohua slightly raised his hand and grabbed Fan Riguan's neck. His hand gently stopped Fan Riguan from flying diagonally. Then Xiaohua's figure lightly floated to the ground. Fan Riguan's face was pale as he stood steadily on the flying shuttle in the air. Xiaohua's series of movements were like moving clouds and flowing water, as if he didn't see the smoke and fire of the mortal world. It was as if there was a spell activated by transcendence energy. As soon as he stepped on the shuttle, Fan Riguan hurriedly thanked him. Before he could finish speaking, there was a "pa" sound and the shuttle fell on the lake again. It violently undulated up and down, but it didn't float forward even half an inch. Huh? What's going on? Xiaohua raised his head in surprise. The entire lake was still rippling. There were many different colored shuttles around Xiaohua, but like Xiaohua, they only undulated in place and didn't float. "Ah Jen, do you know what's going on?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "This little one doesn't know. This little one is sitting on very few immortal things." Just as Fan Riguan was replying, the light shield above the shuttle scattered down, revealing Xiaohua and Fan Riguan on the surface of the lake. A burst of water vapor and a gust of wind blew over, making Xiaohua and Fan Riguan's faces wet, and their clothes fluttered in the wind. At this time, about 10 feet in front of the shuttle, a water curtain slowly rose up. A Jianghu city disciple's figure appeared in the water curtain. "Fellow Taoists, our city lord is accompanying a distinguished guest on a tour of Jianghu city. Please wait a moment. Please be magnanimous and forgive us." A clear and melodious voice came from the water curtain, echoing in Xiaohua's ears. "Honored guest sightseeing?" Xiaohua frowned, immediately recalling the warning he received from the Jianghu city disciple on the street just now. Before he could think about it carefully, a string of music that made one feel relaxed and happy came from extremely far away. At first it was as soft as a mosquito, but soon after, it became louder, as if many people were playing a celestial song in front of him. However, even if Xiaohua used his eyes, he still could not find the source of this celestial music. Over there. Although he couldn't see anything unusual with his naked eyes, Xiaohua still raised his eyes and looked towards the north. He saw a tricolored light slowly flying over from the north. It seemed to be moving very slowly, but in a flash, it was already in front of him. It was a dragon-shaped flying boat. The flying boat was quite tall, but it was transparent. The people on the flying boat could be seen clearly by the people in the lake, as if the flying boat didn't exist. The flying boat wasn't flying in the sky. Below the flying boat, there were several feet of clouds floating above the lake. The clouds flowed more rapidly than the water, pushing the flying boat forward rapidly. Xiaohua's eyes were sharp. He had already seen clearly that there were more than 10 foundation establishment cultivators standing on the dragon head of the flying boat. Each of them held a sword-shaped magic tool in their hands. Their faces were tense as they looked forward. There were also cultivators on both sides of the flying boat, but these cultivators' magic tools were in the shape of a rui scepter. In the center of these cultivators was an enormous platform. On the platform there were several beautiful women with graceful figures. Their cultivations were also at the late stage of qi refining and early stage of foundation establishment. They either held a feather fan in their hands or a wine jug in their hands. They clustered around 3 people sitting cross-legged in the center of the platform. Looking at the 3 people, the one at the top was an old man with white hair and a red face. He wore a purple-red Taoist robe and sat very casually. He held a strange golden wine cup in his left hand and pointed at something in the lake with his right hand. This old man was the famous old man Mu Chang of Jianghu City. On old man Mu Chang's left hand was an extremely handsome boy. He wore a luxurious robe, his face was as white as jade, and he had a purple gold crown on his head. He was holding a bunch of spirit fruits that looked like grapes in his hand and carefully tasting them with an expressionless face. This almost young boy was the city lord of Jianghu City, Lu Yichuan. Looking at the opposite side of city lord Lu, there was a middle-aged man about 40 years old. He had a horse face with many pockmarks on his face. In the middle of the pockmarks was a very conspicuous brandy nose. It was the 3rd elder of the Blue Li sect, Taoist master Zhuoming. At this time, Taoist master Zhuoming was also holding a wine cup in his hand. His Taoist robe was open at his chest and he seemed to be drinking to his heart's content. His gaze was directed at the direction old man Mu Chang was pointing at. Xiao Hua looked from afar and thought to himself, "This is the so-called nascent soul cultivator? Looks like it's just strange, but there's nothing special about it?" Xiao Hua had just thought of this when an incomparably majestic pressure pressed down on him like a mountain and like a huge wave hitting the shore. In an instant, Xiao Hua felt that his entire body was incomparably heavy. That pressure pressed down on his entire body. Even his fingers and toes were unable to move a single inch. What's more, Xiao Hua's mind was as if exposed. His mouth and nose were immersed in the pressure, making him unable to think, unable to breathe. With a plop sound behind Xiao Hua, the mortal Fan Riguan had long been unable to resist the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator. He shouted, "Old immortal," and couldn't help but kneel on the ground, truly prostrating himself on all fours. This is the divine ability of a nascent soul cultivator? Simply unbelievable. Xiao Hua, who had some doubts just now, was completely shocked in his heart. There was no need to talk about fighting. Just based on this pressure, Xiao Hua believed that as long as the 3 people on the dragon boat wanted his life, they only needed to wave their hands and he definitely wouldn't have any strength to fight back. Not to mention me, even if the sect master were here, I'm afraid he wouldn't be a match for them in 3 rounds. Xiao Hua had already deeply understood the fearsomeness of a nascent soul cultivator. At the same time, he also understood that when Xiao Yuehong mentioned the nascent soul sect masters of the 3 great cultivation sects in the country of Xi, his tone was filled with admiration, jealousy, and a bit of fear. Foundation establishment. Gold core. Compared to the nascent soul stage, the difference was really too great. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a burst of blazing passion, as if he had seen some hope. That's right, it's exactly like this. It's precisely because of this cultivation that I can avenge the sect master. I can move unhindered in this whatever country of Xi, in this whatever continent of Dawn reign. Only then can I possibly find my own origin and origin. Xiao Hua let out a cry from his heart. Sect master, this disciple finally understands your words. Only by becoming a great cultivator can I have my own freedom and do whatever I want. Rest assured, this disciple will definitely not be afraid of hardships and dangers. I will definitely use all my means to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. I will definitely personally crush the 100 Herbs sect, Jiang Fan, Jiang Jiantong, and the others to death one by one, so as to avenge you and let you rest in peace in the underworld. The dragon boat was moving extremely fast. Xiao Hua had just seen the 3 nascent soul cultivators on the dragon boat and was thinking so much in his heart when the dragon boat had already flown past Xiao Hua's shuttle boat at an extremely fast speed. Soon after, the extremely terrifying pressure was like the receding tide of the sea, suddenly disappearing. Xiao Hua felt his body become lighter and his heart also relaxed. When he turned his head to look again, the 3-colored flying boat had already gradually moved further away and could only be vaguely seen. The head of a dragon can be seen but the tail cannot be seen, isn't this what it looks like? Xiao Hua sighed with emotion. With a pu sound, the light blue light around the shuttle once again rose up and surrounded the entire shuttle. It slightly shook a few times and just like before, the shuttle flew forward at an extremely fast speed. On the surface of the lake, All the shuttles also began to move as if nothing had happened just a moment ago. Behind Xiaohua, Fan Riguan was still lying on the ground. His shoulders were slightly trembling, and he still hadn't escaped from the fright from a moment ago. Xiaohua knew that the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator was extremely powerful. It must have left an extremely deep impression in Fan Riguan's heart. In a short period of time, he probably wouldn't be able to recover his previous state of mind. Therefore Xiaohua didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. Looking ahead, his heart once again surged with monstrous waves. I naturally want to cultivate to the nascent soul stage, but the current situation is extremely bad. I only have the cultivation method of the second level of qi refining. If I want to continue cultivating, I need to find the cultivation method for the future. Let's not talk about the cultivation method for the foundation establishment stage. I must obtain the cultivation method for the 12th level of qi refining. But cultivation methods are incomparably precious in the country of Xi. Usually I may not be able to obtain it. No, I definitely can't obtain it. And if I enter another sect, my aptitude seems strange. I'm afraid it won't be easy. So, Heaven's Forsaken seems to be the only way out right now. As long as I can pass Senior Qing's test on the art of talisman crafting, I can obtain the cultivation method for the 5th level of qi refining. This young master can even refine a high-grade fireball talisman, not to mention a low-grade one. Oh no, how could I be so muddle-headed? Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Although he could refine a high-grade fireball talisman, this kind of miraculous method, could he display it in front of others? If he wanted to enter Heaven's Forsaken, his only chance was to use a talisman brush to refine a low-grade fireball talisman. Chapter 13:12. Although Xiaohua can refine high-grade fireball talismans, he absolutely can't let others know about this. After all, his method of refining yellow talismans is somewhat unimaginable. He can only use talisman brushes to refine low-grade fireball talismans in order to meet the requirements of joining Tianqi. Alas, it's really like drawing legs on a snake. Xiaohua rubbed his chin, unconsciously smiling bitterly as he said, forcefully returning that low-grade talisman brush to Senior Tian was precisely to make him believe that the high-grade fireball talisman wasn't refined by himself. This lack of confidence isn't ordinary at all. Now, I've lost 20 low-grade spirit stones for no reason, and now I have to buy a low-grade talisman brush. I'm just finding something for myself to do. Forget it, don't think so much first. When I return to the southern part of the city tomorrow, I'd better find a shop to buy a talisman brush. If Tianqi sends a summoning talisman and I can't refine yellow talismans normally, then it'll be troublesome. Right, my cultivation relied on the Peiyuan pill to push from the first layer of the aura refining realm to the second layer of the aura refining realm. Taking the Peiyuan pill is equivalent to 12 years of bitter cultivation. If I go from the second layer of the aura refining realm to the third layer of the aura refining realm, how many years of bitter cultivation do I have to take? Can I still use the Peiyuan pill? Xiaohua frowns and thinks, Shang Huaming is already gone, and everything in Yellow Flower Ridge has been taken away by my enemy. I can't easily get pills anymore. If I want to take pills, I'll have to rely on myself. And since I can refine yellow talismans that I've never learned before, then I think about the extremely familiar spells in Xihua Peak's pill room. Presumably, I can also refine pills. Even if I can't refine pills now, I still have to collect as many pill recipes as I can. I need to collect things for pill refining in the future. Loose cultivators, everything depends on oneself. Everything is cruel. Right, 100 Jianghu Peak. Kaizhuxia's matter, do I still have to go? Xiaohua thought about the matter of cultivation techniques, then he thought about Kaizhuxia and the 100 Jianghu Peak. Previously, I had a disciple of the sect. The sect head had a cultivation technique, so I naturally didn't need to go to the 100 Jianghu Peak and risk my life. But now, I've already become a loose cultivator, and I'm even inferior to Kaizhuxia. If I can go to 1000 Jianghu Peak and coincidentally obtain Old Man Thousand Zhang's inheritance, wouldn't I no longer have to rack my brains to find all the cultivation methods in the future? But Kaizhuxia is at the 5th level of qi refining. She also needs a technique like this. She must have noticed that my cultivation base is too low to compete with hers, so she invited me to go with her. Even if I have a secret technique to break through her cultivation base, she already knows about it. She'll definitely be on her guard. How could I possibly have an advantage? Since you can't snatch it from him, why should you Destroy the trust that the two of you have worked so hard to build? Sigh, forget it, I won't go. In any case, my cultivation speed is too slow. Just relying on Tianqi's cultivation method is more than enough. Why should I think about other things? If Kai Zhuoxia's luck is good, then I'll let her obtain old man Thousand Zhang's inheritance and revitalize their Kai family of Luyang. His eyes blankly stared at the lingering mist in front of him. His eyes gradually became clear. Everyone's cultivation path has its own characteristics. Simply copying another person's path may not necessarily be successful. I must have my own path. All of a sudden, Xiaohua became extremely interested in the reward that Fan Riguan's mother wanted to give him. He didn't know what it was, and he also didn't know if it would have any effect on his cultivation. He turned his head to look at Fan Riguan. Although he had already stood up from the ground, his eyes were still somewhat lifeless. The pressure of a nascent soul cultivator was still too shocking for ordinary people. Without a period of time to recover, Fan Riguan's mind wouldn't be able to escape from the shock. For a moment, Xiaohua also didn't want to ask him anything. Just like this, the two of them remained silent, allowing the shuttle to quickly advance on the surface of the lake. Time passed very quickly. When the bright red sun set in the west, a black line appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. It was precisely the end of the lake. That black line was getting closer. When he could clearly see that it was the countless houses built along the lakeside. Turning his head to look at Fan Riguan, Xiaohua thought for a moment. He slightly frowned and shouted with a trace of magic power in his voice, "Ah Jen, ah?" When the wooden chicken Fan Riguan heard Xiaohua's shout, he suddenly woke up with a start. His sluggish eyes faintly moved and regained some spirit. Immediately after, he looked left and right in panic and said in a low voice, "Daoist Xiao, have the old immortals all left?" "And they've left." Xiaohua nodded. He finally understood the almighty power of cultivators. That's good, that's good. Fan Riguan extended his hand to wipe away the non-existent sweat on his forehead. He said in shame, "When I was talking to Daoist Xiao just now, I was careless and directly called out City Lord Lu's name. Just now, City Lord Lu actually found out. Although he was magnanimous and didn't blame me, I was warned by City Lord Lu's anger in my heart. In the future, I won't dare to be so rude." That's fine. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. How could Lu Yichuan know that Fan Riguan had mentioned his name? It was only because Fan Riguan was under Lu Yichuan's pressure that a flaw appeared in his mind. He had a guilty conscience. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. The ancient saying is correct. Xiaohua naturally thought of his low-grade talisman pen. Alright, City Lord Lu has already forgiven you. You don't have to blame yourself. Let's see if this is Jing Fanqi? Xiaohua smiled and pointed forward. So fast. Fan Riguan was stunned. He raised his head and looked. Unconsciously, his face was filled with joy. "Daoist Xiao, you know that this is Jing Fanqi." Xiaohua listened and didn't say anything. He folded his hands and looked at the gradually approaching lake. Jing Fanqi's lake was extremely large. The shore couldn't be seen with a single glance. However, apart from Xiaohua's shuttle, no other shuttle was approaching. It was obvious that this was a rare sight. "Daoist Xiao, this is the place where mortals like me live. In the past, only when Jianghu City came to select disciples, the immortals would come here. Yesterday an immortal. I didn't know that they came directly to Jing Fanqi. It was only because of my earnest request that they sent me back." Fan Riguan explained as the shuttle reached the shore. Looking at the empty lake shore, he explained. And Xiaohua nodded. Seeing the shuttle's light screen descend, he jumped out of the shuttle. His figure was very agile. Xiaohua was in midair. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. Just now, when the shuttle hit the huge wave, he didn't use any magic power. Even under that kind of situation, he was still able to nimbly swim in midair. He even caught Fan Riguan with great ease. That feeling, it was as if he had another kind of divine ability. Oh, it was as if he had another kind of ability. He didn't think about it before. Now that he thought about it, it was really a little mysterious. AI, there are still a lot of things that can be discovered from me. After Xiaohua landed on the ground, he shook his head slightly. When he turned his head back, Fan Riguan also jumped down from the shuttle. In a hurry, the surface of the lake below the shuttle was the same as when the shuttle appeared. Countless bubbles gushed out, and then a light blue brilliance appeared, and the shuttle disappeared. Casually glancing at the similar pillar beside him, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Ah Jen, this is your home. You should act as the host." Of course. Daoist Xiao, please follow me." Fan Riguan smiled. Looking at the familiar building in front of him, his eyes showed a trace of warmth. He quickly stepped forward and led Xiaohua inside. There was still some distance between the buildings on the shore, and this empty space didn't have any traces of people. The two walked quickly for a moment and approached the buildings. Reflecting the setting sun in the west, Xiaohua squinted his eyes. He very keenly saw that several zhang ahead, there was a thin light screen that separated the sunlight into 7 colors. Suddenly Xiaohua came to a realization. He recalled that when he fainted on Shihua Peak, some things had happened in the space behind his head. Bone refining 7 colors, could it be related to the 7 colors in this light? Daoist Xiao, in front of us is Jing Fanqi's immortal formation. Without the immortal residence issued by Jinghu City, no mortal can pass through. Fan Riguan, who was walking in front of Xiaohua, stopped and turned back. However, for an immortal elder like Daoist Xiao, this immortal formation is ineffective. Please rest assured. Oh? Is that so? Xiaohua discovered that as long as it was an array formation in Jinghu City, there would always be some Jinghu City disciples hidden. Therefore, he wouldn't easily reveal that he had seen the array formation. Then, your yellow talisman, did you get it from the Flying Fish Inn? Hehe, Daoist Xiao, you can't get the immortal talisman from Flying Fish Inn to enter Jing Fanqi. I got it from Jinghu City near Flying Fish Inn. Oh, I see. Xiaohua nodded. With quick steps, the two arrived in front of the formation. Fan Riguan didn't stop. He didn't take out any yellow talisman and was about to pass through the formation. Xiaohua was about to stop him when he saw a burst of light flowing on the light screen. An old man of about 40 years old appeared on the light screen. That old man was wearing the disciple's uniform of Jinghu City. His divine sense swept over Xiaohua's body. Then he said with some surprise, "Fellow Taoist, why did you come to Jing Fanqi of Jinghu City?" Before Xiaohua could say anything, Fan Riguan, who had already passed through the light screen, immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, old immortal. I invited Daoist Xiao to treat my wife and daughter." "Shut up. Who asked you to speak?" The old man shouted angrily like a clap of thunder. Fan Riguan was shocked. His knees went soft and he knelt on the ground. That old man's cultivation was at the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. His angry shout also gave Xiaohua a fright. Xiaohua also hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior Xiaohua greets Senior." You have the ability to treat illnesses?" The old man's voice was full of contempt. Old immortal. Fan Riguan was about to speak again, but how could Xiaohua allow him to speak? He hurriedly interjected, "Senior, this one should still go and take a look. Whether or not it can be cured, it's still up to fate." Chapter 13:13. Humph, you're just a junior in the second layer of qi refining, how can you be so powerful? The old man said coldly. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Junior heard from Fan Riguan that as long as one is a cultivator, one can enter Jing Fan Qi. Although Junior is only in the second layer of qi refining and my cultivation is shallow, I can still be considered to have stepped into the door of cultivation. Could it be that Junior can't enter? My Jinghu City naturally has this kind of rule. However, since I am guarding this area, of course I have to make decisions for the people of my Jinghu City. I can't let anyone who is harmful to my people enter." The old man's tone was a little angry. What harmful person? It's just that this young master's cultivation is shallow. Xiaohua's heart was like a mirror. He chuckled and cupped his hands and said, "Junior is from a medical family. Since young, I have been identifying medicinal herbs with this grandfather and learning medical skills. It's also because of this background that I was chosen by the sect and accepted into the sect. However, because Junior is too immersed in this, my cultivation has been slow to improve. I've let Senior see a joke." Alas, Xiaohua's lies at this time one after another. He didn't even need to think about it in his heart, he just blurted it out directly. "So it's like this." The old man muttered to himself and stared at Xiaohua for a long time. Xiaohua was not timid. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the old man's distorted figure very calmly. "Go," the old man waved his hand. His figure gradually rose and disappeared. "Taoist Master Xiao?" Fan Riguan had been a waiter for many years. Just now, when he saw Xiao Hua stop him from saying that he had already cured his mother, he felt that there was something wrong. He said somewhat embarrassedly, "Did I cause trouble for Senior Immortal?" "Oh, it's like this." When Xiao Hua heard Fan Riguan mention it, he sighed and said, "Although I'm the immortal elder you speak of, my actual cultivation is still not enough. Therefore, the matter of curing your mother's illness, and the matter of your wife and daughter, you must not tell anyone else. You have to know that this is not a good reputation for I, but a disaster for I." "Yes, I know. Before I came here, my mother had told me not to reveal anything. Xiao Qian in the inn, the waiter like me asked, and I told him that you had nothing to do with my mother's illness." Fan Riguan said hurriedly, "It's just that just now. I was panicking so I almost said it." Xiao Hua understood Fan Riguan's urgency. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to enter Jing Fanqi's territory, so he waved his hand and said, "It's fine. I'm not from Jianghu City anyway. You can wait for 5 to 6 years. It won't be too late for you to wait until I leave." "No, I swear that I will never say it again," Fan Riguan said resolutely. That's good." Xiao Hua understood in his heart that cultivators had countless ways to make him talk, but the problem was, who would be so bored? "Oh right, this Madame Fan Riguan's mother. What kind of person is she?" Unexpectedly, her mind is so meticulous. She seems to have some understanding of the world of cultivators. Xiao Hua thought, however, Jianghu City is a place of cultivators. Jianghu City often chooses disciples from Jing Fanqi, so it's normal for her to know the cruelty of cultivators. "Let's go, your family must be waiting anxiously." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Yes, please follow me, Daoist Xiao." Fan Riguan's face was filled with gratitude as he bowed and asked Xiao Hua to follow him. After walking for a while with Fan Riguan, the two figures gradually disappeared into a cluster of buildings. As Xiao Hua gradually went deeper, he also looked at the surroundings with interest. This was a place that looked like a town. The streets were very small, completely different from the streets in other parts of Jianghu City. On both sides of the street were houses and shops, which was not much different from what Xiao Hua had imagined. Moreover, there were more and more people in the surroundings. They all looked like ordinary people and there were different kinds of people. This was a secular town. Although Xiao Hua was wearing an ordinary Taoist robe and there was nothing special about it among cultivators, in this secular town, it was out of place. In addition, he was very tall, so when he walked in the crowd, he stood out like a crane among chickens. Everyone could see him early on, especially that big bald head. The attitude of the crowd made Xiao Hua feel a little strange. When these people saw him, they were all very respectful. Many of them also stopped and cupped their hands to salute him. Xiao Hua also smiled and saluted at first, but later on there were too many people. He really couldn't cope with them, so he could only smile and nod. Fortunately, these people's eyes were full of reverence. After saluting him, they all left. They didn't crowd around him like stars surrounding the moon. Presumably, Jing Fanqi also had no lack of cultivators coming here. "Daoist Xiao, please come this way." Fan Riguan walked in front of Xiao Hua. His face was very proud. When they reached a not too small street, he turned his head and said with a smile, "Yes." Xiao Hua nodded. He was also very happy in his heart. This kind of respect made him feel quite emotional. Ever since he started cultivating, he was always looked down upon by others. When had he ever received this kind of treatment? The street wasn't too deep. Some men and women walked out. When they saw Fan Riguan, they all greeted him warmly. When they saw Xiao Hua, they were even more surprised. They respectfully stood at the side and asked Xiao Hua to go first. When they reached the end of the street, there was a not too big courtyard. Fan Riguan quickly walked a few steps and shouted, "Mother, mother, this boy has invited Daoist Xiao here." The door of the courtyard was opened with a hula sound. A middle-aged woman's face popped out from inside. Her face was full of disbelief, but when she saw Xiao Hua behind Fan Riguan, her expression immediately changed to surprise. She quickly opened the door and shouted, "Daoist Xiao, please come in. Daoist Xiao, please come in. Oh, help my mother out." As she said that, she looked like she was crying tears of joy. She turned around and ran away with nimble steps. This little one's mother has been ill for many years. Yesterday she took Daoist Zhao's elixir and can move freely. However, this little one still doesn't dare to let her move too much. Fan Riguan said very apologetically, "Therefore, I can't wait at the door for too long. I have to personally welcome Daoist Xiao." It's fine. Your wife's mother is an elder. How can I let her wait at the door? Xiaohua said indifferently. When Fan Riguan heard this, he immediately had a flattered expression. He really didn't expect that a high and mighty cultivator would be so amiable and approachable. He even treated his mother as an elder. Please, Daoist Xiao, please go first. Fan Riguan invited Xiaohua in with tears of gratitude. Father. A clear and melodious voice sounded. Before Xiaohua could take a step, the voice came from the courtyard. Xiaohua stopped with a smile on his face. Soon after, a 4 or 5-year-old little girl dressed in red and green with a little braid on her head ran out from the courtyard. When she saw Fan Riguan, she called out sweetly and opened her arms to ask for a hug. Don't make trouble. Fan Riguan's face was a little uneasy. He scolded, quickly come and greet Daoist Xiao. When the little girl heard her father's scolding, she stopped. Her small mouth twitched and her round eyes rolled around. She looked at Xiaohua from head to toe. Her eyes were full of surprise. Her small mouth opened, but she didn't say anything. She trotted a few steps and walked to Fan Riguan's side. She stretched her body and put her hand to her mouth, as if she wanted to whisper something to Fan Riguan. Daoist Xiao, this is a dog girl. Her name is Yushi. She doesn't know much. Sorry for making you laugh. Fan Riguan hurriedly explained to Xiaohua. Seeing Yushi so naive, how could Xiaohua blame her? He just smiled and nodded. If you have something to say, just say it. Xiaohua asked. Yushi looked at Xiaohua and then looked at Fan Riguan. She said clearly, people say that Daoist Xiao is a white-bearded grandfather, but why don't you have a beard? Not only do you not have a beard, you don't even have hair. Xiaohua didn't expect Yushi to ask about his hair. He was a little embarrassed. He then touched his bald head and said with a smile, that's because I'm smarter than the average Daoist Xiao. What? Yushi didn't understand. She suddenly blinked her 2 big eyes. It was very strange. Because a smart head doesn't grow hair. Xiaohua said with a smile. Huh? So it's like that. Yushi obviously didn't hear this sentence. She turned her head and looked at Fan Riguan. At this time, Fan Riguan couldn't help but laugh. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. If he didn't laugh, he would panic. You're lying. Even Daoist Xiao doesn't lie. Yushi was very smart. She immediately saw through it and said with a pout. Don't be rude. An old voice came from the other side of the door. It was an urgent voice. An old woman with a head full of white hair walked out with the help of the middle-aged woman from before. She was trembling slightly. Grandma. Yushi shouted with grievance and ran to the old woman. Grandma? A very intimate yet unfamiliar address flashed through Xiaohua's mind like a bolt of lightning. A fuzzy, kind face faintly flashed in Xiaohua's mind. Xiaohua had never thought that the address grandmother would have such a great effect on him. This is my grandma? The face in his mind was a little fuzzy and not clear. Xiaohua couldn't see it clearly no matter how hard he tried. The old woman ignored Yushi and stepped forward. She trembled and was about to kneel down and salute. Yushi greets Daoist Xiao. Thank you Daoist Xiao for saving my life. Xiaohua was originally in a daze. He only woke up when he heard the voice. Seeing the old woman about to kneel down, he couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly supported her and said, I don't dare. Grandma is much older than I. How can you salute I? Moreover, I didn't mean to save you. I don't dare to accept such a big salute. Daoist Xiao, you are a Daoist Xiao. You can't talk about age with us mortals. Moreover, whether you did it on purpose or not, it is a fact that Daoist Xiao saved me. If I don't personally thank you, I won't feel at ease. Looking at the old woman with white hair, wrinkles all over her face, and the sincere expression in her eyes, Xiaohua thought for a moment and sighed. He loosened his hand and said, if you want to thank me, it's better to go to the courtyard first. The old woman came to her senses and hurriedly said, Immortal Elder is right, please. Chapter 13-14. Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony and walked into the courtyard first. The courtyard wasn't big, but it was very neat and tidy. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a flourishing parasol tree full of vitality. Behind the parasol tree was a central room with an open door. Next to the central room were several small rooms with their doors closed. Just by looking at the things in the courtyard, Xiaohua could see that Fan Riguan's family was well off. Taoist Xiao, please accept a bow from this old woman and her family. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to understand his surroundings, the aged voice of the Zhu clan's old woman rang out behind him. When Xiao Hua turned around, not only the Zhu clan's old woman, but also Fan Riguan's family of 3 were kneeling on the ground. Xiao Hua leaned to one side. He really didn't want such an old woman to bow to him. Then, he hurried forward and single-handedly helped the old woman up. The old woman stood up under Xiao Hua's unparalleled strength, and the middle-aged woman behind her also hurried forward to support her. The old woman let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Taoist Xiao, although this old woman is a layman, but I never wanted to take advantage of other people's kindness. Ajin, he asked for an immortal pill in the inn. I didn't like that at all, but this is a junior's filial piety. This old woman can't stop him. Then she lovingly looked at Fan Riguan and sincerely said to Xiao Hua, Ajin must have already told me a bit about what happened in the past. I won't hide it from Taoist Xiao. In this old woman's eyes, cultivators are the most stingy. For a little bit of benefit they can draw their swords and even fight with their lives. Therefore, this old woman has never given them any extravagant hope. However, yesterday, Ajin actually brought back an immortal pill and cured this old woman's chronic illness. This is really beyond my expectations. Taoist Zhao's noble character and unquestionable integrity, your magnanimity really made this old woman change her previous impression of cultivators. Alas, old woman's words also make I blush with shame. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Cultivators go against the will of the heavens. Everyone is trying to seize the first opportunity of the heavenly Tao. If someone is lenient, they will have to pay tens or hundreds of years of hard work. What's more, it could even be their life. No cultivator will lower their guard. Perhaps this is what Senior doesn't understand. When the old woman heard this, she smiled even more. Taoist Master Xiao, you're not that old, right? Xiao Hua's face reddened slightly. I am already 20 years old, but my cultivation is still shallow. Just based on Taoist Zhao's generosity in giving me an immortal pill, even if my cultivation is low now, I'm sure I'll be able to reach the great Tao in the future. Old Zhu praised. Thank you for your kind words. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and took out 2 top-grade parasol pills from his storage pouch. He handed them over and said, although I don't know why this pill can cure Elder's chronic illness, but since Ajin's wife and daughter also need this pill and I have received their thanks, Elder, please accept these 2 pills. The old woman looked at the sycamore pill in Xiao Hua's hand, her eyes filled with joy. Her lips trembled slightly as she stretched out her hand, seemingly hesitating. Elder, there's no harm in accepting it. The significance of this pill is far greater than its medicinal effect. Since it can save 2 lives, I am still willing to take it out. Xiao Hua handed over the pills to the old woman. AI Taoist Master Xiao is so righteous, this old woman really admires you. This matter concerns my Zhu family's descendants. This old woman doesn't dare to be unreasonable. Thank you, Taoist Master Xiao. The old woman sighed and held the parasol pill in her hand trembling. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart, but at the same time, he also felt a burst of comfort in his heart. It was the kind of comfort of accumulating merit. Ajin, since Taoist Master Xiao is giving the pill, you take Xiao Feng and and let them take the pill first. This old woman will accompany Taoist Master Xiao here. The old woman raised her hand and handed the parasol pill to Fan Riguan. Mother? It's already late, Taoist Master Xiao wants to stay in our house. The place hasn't been cleaned yet, how can you take the pill in such a hurry? Moreover, there's still 20 to 30 years before the disease flares up, there's no need to rush. Fan Riguan was somewhat embarrassed. That's right, Taoist Master Xiao, please don't blame me. This stubborn disease has been troubling my Zhu family for who knows how many generations. This old woman suddenly found a way and lost her sense of propriety. The old woman said apologetically, then waved her hand and said, Feng, quickly take out the immortal fruits in the house and let Taoist Master Xiao taste them. Yes, mother. The middle-aged woman hurriedly responded and went to the central room. Fan Riguan said in a low voice, Mother, aren't you going to invite Taoist Master Xiao into the house? Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Let's do it under this parasol tree, I feel a little familiar here. Alright, Ajin, quickly bring out the table and chairs. Not long after, a square table and 2 chairs were moved under the parasol tree. A plate of strange fruits was also placed on the table. Taoist Master Xiao, this is a special product of my Jingfan Qi. The immortals of Jinghua City often come to pick it. This old woman specially asked Feng, to buy some for Taoist Master Xiao to taste. Thank you for your kindness. Xiao Hua smiled and picked up a jujube-like spirit fruit and threw it into his mouth. The spirit fruit didn't have any spirit energy, but it tasted very good and was extremely refreshing. After casually eating too, Xiao Hua saw Zhu drooling and licking her lips. He smiled and pushed the rest to the side of the table and said, "Little guy, I will treat you to some spirit fruits." Immortal Elder is so unreasonable, this is what Grandma bought with the immortal stones at home to treat you to. It is originally my family's food, how can you treat me to it? Zhu saw that Xiao Hua was like a big brother next to her, far from the seriousness of an immortal elder, so she was a little scared. Shut up. The old woman scolded and then smiled apologetically. Could it be that Taoist Master Xiao doesn't like these immortal fruits? This old woman will send Ajen to buy some more. Haha, no need, old woman, these spirit fruits I like very much, but I will just eat a little, no need to trouble you anymore. Xiao Hua quickly waved his hand and said, it's better to let Ajen's wife and take the elixir earlier so that you can be at ease. After pondering for a moment, the old woman said, all right, let them go in and take the elixir. This old woman will accompany the immortal elder to explain the whole story. And that's how it should be. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said. Then Xiao Hua's heart moved, and a strange idea appeared in his mind. He stretched out his hand and said, come here, let I see what's wrong with you. You have. Zhu Xi'er's little face was red, but she didn't say the last word. Go listen to Taoist Master Xiao. The old woman scolded. Zhu Xi'er felt very wronged, but she didn't dare to refute. She slowly moved over. Xiao Hua smiled and handed a slender spirit fruit to her and said with a smile, you can eat this spirit fruit, just stretch out your right hand. Zhu Xi'er was only a 5-year-old child. She took the spirit fruit in one hand and threw away her unhappiness. She happily stretched out her lotus root-like right arm. Xiao Hua smiled and stretched out his right hand's index finger and middle finger, and put it on Zhu Xi'er's wrist where her pulse was. He closed his eyes as if he was thinking. The old woman stared at Xiao Hua's face, paying attention to the changes in his expression. Sure enough, Xiao Hua's face was as heavy as water, then slightly frowned, and after half a cup of tea, it became gloomy again. Seeing this, the old woman was not surprised, but happy, and her eyes lit up. When Xiao Hua took his hand away from Zhu Xi'er's arm, the old woman asked, Taoist Master Xiao, did you notice anything? Please stretch out your right arm. Xiao Hua said with a smile. The old woman did as she was told, and Xiao Hua did the same as before, but his expression was the opposite. He didn't frown. And okay, Ajen, you take your wife and your daughter to the room to take the elixir. Xiao Hua withdrew his hand and said, if the elixir works, this Zhu family's chronic illness can be cured. Fan Riguan's face was full of surprise and he cupped his hands and said, then? I was rude. Go, the earlier you take the elixir, the earlier you can feel at ease. Xiao Hua didn't mind, and Zhu Feng, who was standing behind Fan Riguan, also bowed and followed Fan Riguan into the room with Zhu Xi'er. Taoist Master Xiao, please bring in some more spirit fruit and listen to this old woman. The old woman pushed the spirit fruit over again and said with a smile, I wonder if Taoist Master Xiao knows about talismans? Talismans? Xiao Hua frowned, shook his head and said, I's cultivation is shallow, I don't know about talismans. It's not that Taoist Master Xiao's cultivation is shallow, this talisman has been lost in the Xiaoyu continent for a long time. If it wasn't for my Zhu family suffering from this insidious talisman, how could this old woman know? Old woman? Xiao Hua listened to the old woman of the Zhu family talk, and it was simply more than what he knew. He couldn't help but feel deep veneration. The old woman of the Zhu family seemed to know what Xiao Hua was thinking. She took out a very thick book from her bosom, handed it over and said with a smile, this is my Zhu family's most precious heirloom. It records the deeds of my Zhu family's ancestors, some matters of the Xiaoyu continent, the misfortune of my Zhu family suffering from the talisman, and some of my many years of experience in breaking the talisman. Xiao Hua took it and casually flipped through it. This was a book made of silk of an unknown material, and there were a lot of small words written inside. Xiao Hua didn't look at it carefully and handed it over again and said with a smile, since it's the Zhu family's heirloom, I won't look at it anymore. Taoist Master Xiao is really a gentleman. The old woman smiled but didn't take it and continued, this isn't the most important thing. The The most important thing about this book is that it was left behind by the ancestors of the Zhou family. My Zhou family was also a cultivator of the Xiaoyu continent several thousand years ago. This book hides a great secret. A great secret? Xiao Hua stared blankly, and again looked at the unremarkable book in his hand. This secret is related to cultivation. My Zhou family has long stopped being cultivators, so it's useless to take this book. Since Daoist Xiao helped my Zhou family get rid of the pain of the talisman, this book is my gift of thanks. I hope that Daoist Xiao will be able to comprehend the secret in this book soon, and achieve a great divine ability. Ah? So it's like this. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't think about the Zhou family's reward, but he definitely didn't think that they would give him a book. This book had been in the Zhou family's possession for several thousand years, and no one had been able to comprehend the great secret. He didn't think that he would have more luck than others. Compared to this unattainable great secret, he would rather get a simple third-layer qi refining technique. Chapter 13-15. Sitting under the parasol tree and looking at the thin twilight, Xiao Hua frowned slightly as he listened to the old woman of the Zhou clan slowly talk about the Zhou clan's matters. It turns out that this Zhou clan existed several thousand years ago. And perhaps even longer. Anyway, the old woman of the Zhou clan wasn't too clear. At that time, the Zhou clan was also a famous cultivation clan on the Xiaoyu continent. But now they only had a single descendant. Moreover, this descendant was only barely passed down. The fundamental reason for this was a charm that Xiao Hua had never heard of before. The so-called talisman curse was not the same as the Chinese talisman curse. It was a kind of great magical power. It was cast by a person with great magical power to cast a spell that was similar to a curse on a person. This spell would take root in the person's body and cause a huge impact on the person's body and meridians, thus affecting the person's life. However, this was not the scariest thing about the talisman curse. The scariest thing about the talisman curse was that it could be passed down from generation to generation. Before the talisman curse was broken, all of the person's children and grandchildren would have this talisman curse in their bodies. And this kind of charm is also used on the person's children and grandchildren. The charm is a divine ability that Xiao Hua has never heard of. Although the old woman of the Zhou clan was deeply harmed by it, she also can't explain it clearly. As for what kind of cultivation clan the Zhou clan used to be, how it flourished, how it declined, why a person with great divine ability cast the charm on it, and what this charm is specifically, the old woman of the Zhou clan isn't very clear. Perhaps it's because the truth has been annihilated in history, or perhaps it's because the Zhou clan's ancestors intentionally covered it up. Everything has become a story after several thousand years. Taoist Master Xiao, this charm is very insidious. My Zhou clan's descendants, regardless of whether they're male or female, will be implanted with this charm. This charm will only appear between the age of 40 and 50. First, a part of the body will feel pain, then this pain will slowly spread throughout the entire body. Along with the pain, their strength will also gradually decrease. In the end, they will lie on the bed and only have the strength to wail and die from the pain. The old woman of the Zhou clan's eyes showed fear. This old woman once saw father wail in pain for several days with my own eyes. In the end, he had no choice but to take poison and commit suicide. Alas, this old woman's father said that taking poison and committing suicide is the fate of my Zhou clan. This old woman has also prepared this item for herself. Alas, in order to continue the bloodline of the Zhou clan, if our Zhou clan has a male descendant, we naturally don't have to worry about it. If we have a female descendant, we will have to recruit a son-in-law. After marrying into the family, both the male and female descendants will have to take the Zhou clan's surname. Zhen is the son-in-law that my daughter, Feng Er, found when she was young. I originally didn't want to tell him about this, but Zhen is very filial. When the curse on my body activated, he became very anxious and did everything he could to find a doctor to cure me. He even used his job at the inn to ask the immortals for pills. Actually, I already knew that if the immortal elders could break the curse with their immortal pills, they would have broken it thousands of years ago. Why would they wait until now? Last night, when he brought back Taoist Zhao's immortal pills, the old woman didn't believe it. However, even if she didn't have the slightest confidence, she still wouldn't take it herself. After all, if Qi Er took it, she wouldn't have to suffer from the curse anymore. Alas, although Qi Er didn't know about the curse, she was born filial. Unexpectedly she wanted to give it to her mother. How could Feng Er have the heart to let the old woman take the poison and die? She even wanted to give it to the old woman. It was really difficult. This is because the heavens have the virtue of cherishing all living things and it benefits good people the most. If it weren't for the fact that the Zhu clan's people are all filial people, how would they know that this medicinal pill can break the sinister curse? Xiao Hua said with a smile, good people will be rewarded, that's exactly what I meant. Daoist Xiao is right. Don't say that the will of the heavens is unpredictable, justice is in the hearts of people. The old woman also said with a smile, if it weren't for Daoist Zhao's immortal pills, we wouldn't have been able to break the curse for thousands of years. Moreover, Daoist Xiao wouldn't have been able to touch a general if we give up the immortal pills. Our Zhu clan's book wouldn't have been able to find a fated person like Daoist Xiao. Boom. Just when Xiao Hua heard the old woman's words, the space in his mind shook violently. A faint trace appeared under the starry sky. As for what it was, he couldn't see it clearly. Xiao Hua felt the movement in his space. He immediately put his mind into the space and carefully looked at the trace. After a while he came out of the space. Daoist Xiao, do you think the old woman's words are correct? The old woman said with a smile, this is the so-called karma, the so-called fate. Daoist Xiao shouldn't refuse this book. Karma? Xiao Hua's furrowed brows immediately relaxed. He understood and said with a smile, what the old woman said is right. I shouldn't refuse. As he spoke, he waved his hand and put the book into his storage bag. Seeing Xiao Hua put away the book, the old woman smiled. Daoist Xiao, you've given my Zhu clan a new lease on life. My Zhu clan can't repay you and can only give this thing to Daoist Xiao. As for whether or not Daoist Xiao can comprehend this secret, it will depend on Daoist Xiao. I know. Xiao Hua said with a smile. If I can comprehend it, then I'll go to the Zhu clan to form good karma. Really? The old woman was shocked. She stood up and saluted. Then this old woman really doesn't know how to thank Daoist Xiao. Alas, who knows when that will happen. I's only speaking with a red mouth and white teeth right now. Daoist Xiao, as long as you have the heart, maybe there really will be such a day. The old woman sat down. Then she hesitated and asked, I have something to say but I don't know if it's appropriate? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly in his heart and nodded, please speak. Daoist Xiao, when you pressed your fingers on Qi'er and the old woman's wrists, was that a medical method? That? Xiao Hua said, I don't know the origin of that technique, but it seems to be a medical method. I felt something very strange in Qi'er's meridians, but I can't tell what it is. I only felt that it was very cold, but I didn't feel it in the old woman's body. Presumably, it has something to do with the talisman that you talked about. Daoist Xiao, you are indeed a deity. The old woman praised. My Zhu clan's ancestors used countless methods, but there was no record of this in the book. I'm lucky, Xiao Hua smiled. Actually, he didn't know what technique he used just now, but he had a sudden realization. At this time, suddenly, a miserable scream came from the central room. Ah! The old woman was shocked and shouted. Xiao Hua was also shocked. He immediately stood up. He didn't use any magic power, but he used some kind of mysterious footwork and quickly ran towards the central room like a ghost. Xiao Hua rushed into the central room, then he realized, I didn't use any magic power, how can I run so fast? However, everything in front of him didn't allow him to think anymore. He saw that on one side of the central room, behind a screen, there was a big bed. At this time, Fan Riguan's wife and daughter were lying on it. Fan Riguan's wife, Zhu Feng, was screaming. Zhu Feng was bleeding from her 7 orifices and her face was pale. Her 2 hands were grabbing the air, and her fingers were pale as if she was in extreme pain. Mother? At this time Zhu Qi'er was also screaming. She was bleeding from her 7 orifices, and her face gradually became distorted. It seemed that she was also in pain. Fan Riguan sat in front of the bed and pressed his wife with his hands. He anxiously shouted, Feng, but Zhu Feng's strength was so great that she almost pushed him to the side. At this time, seeing Zhu Qi'er screaming, Fan Riguan didn't know what to do. You go and hold Qi'er. Xiao Hua's voice sounded in Fan Riguan's ears. Fan Riguan immediately calmed down, let go of Zhu Feng and rushed to Zhu Qi'er. Without Fan Riguan holding her down, Zhu Feng's body twisted rapidly, as if she was going to jump up. At this time Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and pressed on Zhu Feng's shoulder. With a little force, a huge force pressed Zhu Feng to the bed. Zhu Feng could only struggle with all her strength, but she couldn't leave the bed. Then Xiaohua stretched out his right hand like lightning and held Zhu Feng's right hand in his mouth, and pressed 2 fingers on her wrist. When Zhu Shi's old woman walked in, Xiaohua was thinking with his eyes closed. Zhu Feng was still struggling on the bed in pain. Zhu Shi was also in pain. Under Fan Riguan's hands, she was also struggling with all her strength. What's going on? Zhu Shi's old woman also panicked. When she took the pill, she didn't feel this pain. Could it be? A trace of ominous feeling rose in the old woman's heart. After all, if he didn't have the confidence to break the charm, it could be fatal. Walking to Xiaohua's side, the old woman didn't dare to make a sound. She held the table beside her and nervously looked at Xiaohua's face. After a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua opened his eyes with a smile on his face and said, "Congratulations, the charm in your daughter's body is gradually decreasing. However, it seems that because the charm was broken, it caused a backlash. The pain caused by the charm was triggered in advance." "Really? Thank you, Daoist Xiao." The old woman was almost crying with joy. "Alas, if only there was a soul-cleansing charm, it could reduce your daughter's pain. Unfortunately, I only have a high-grade yellow charm," Xiaohua said regretfully. But at this time his heart was moved again. He stretched out his hand and urged the magic power in his body. Pa. He pressed a few acupoints on Zhu Feng's body. Zhu Feng actually calmed down and stopped struggling. This is also possible? Xiaohua was surprised, but he couldn't care less. He got up and pressed a few acupoints on Zhu Shi's body, making her quietly lie down on the bed. Daoist Xiao. Fan Riguan stood up at this time, sweating profusely, and looked at Xiaohua very anxiously. How could it be easy to break the charm? The charm in your wife and your daughter's body is intact. Breaking it alive will definitely cause pain. Because the charm was triggered long ago, old madam has already experienced pain. It should be relatively easy to break it. Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Then what about now?" Daoist Xiao. Zhu Shi's old woman asked. "I cast a spell to restrain the two of them. For the time being they can't struggle. But this pain still has to be experienced. After enduring this period it should be fine." Chapter 13-16. Sure enough, as Xiaohua said, after 2 meals, the pain on Zhu Feng and Zhu Shi's faces gradually lessened until they finally calmed down. The sweat on their foreheads and bodies had already soaked their black hair and clothes. Seeing this, Xiaohua looked at their situation again and turned to Fan Riguan and the old woman. He cupped his hands and said, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." As he spoke, he casually tapped the acupoints on their bodies a few times. Only then could they move their bodies again. Feng Shi. Fan Riguan and the old woman's faces were filled with joy as they rushed to the bed. Xiaohua looked at them with a smile and walked out of the room. At this time, the curtain of night had already fallen. The clear night sky was dotted with stars. Xiaohua stood with his hands behind his back under the parasol tree and looked at the boundless starry sky through the leaves of the parasol tree. Countless stars twinkled slightly, like pairs of cunning eyes. Occasionally, meteors streaked across the night sky, disrupting the order of the night sky. Xiaohua looked while thinking about what just happened. What was that footwork? Although I can't remember, I actually know how to use it. It seems that I'm very familiar with it. What is the technique to tap the acupoints? It actually has the effect of the soul-cleansing talisman? It seems there are many other techniques with different effects. Can it be used on cultivators? Xiaohua immediately thought of the use of the acupoint tapping technique. But after thinking for a while, he unconsciously shook his head. Cultivators have defensive magic power all over their bodies. Many people also have defensive magic tools. Even if this technique hits the acupoints, what's the use? It can only be effective on people like Zhu Shi, Daoist Xiao. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, Fan Riguan walked over and bowed. "Thank you for coming personally, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Xiaohua smiled and nodded. "I received benefits from your Zhu family, naturally I have to do my best. Alas, I only found out yesterday that my mother's family actually had such hardships. It's a pity that I always felt miserable about my background. Compared to now, it really doesn't count as anything. In the future, you should show more filial piety to the elderly, husband and wife should treat each other with respect, that's all." Xiaohua said with a smile as if he was an experienced person. Oh, it's getting late. My wife and my daughter are too tired and have already fallen asleep. I can't thank Jinren Xiao. Please come with me. Your room has already been tidied up. Let them come over tomorrow morning to thank you. After saying that, Fan Riguan led Xiaohua to her room. The room was already very clean, and a plate of spirit fruits was placed on the table. The house is really simple and crude. This place is decorated according to the Flying Fish Inn. I wonder if Daoist Xiao is satisfied with it? Fan Riguan said embarrassedly. It's alright. Go take care of your mother and the others. Xiaohua waved his hand and walked to the side of the table. There was a praying mat there. Xiaohua sat cross-legged and picked up a spirit fruit and threw it into his mouth. After Fan Riguan withdrew, Xiaohua looked around the room. The room wasn't big, but it was tidied up very delicately. It was much cleaner than his room at the Flying Fish Inn. A small piece of Minghua stone was placed on the table, illuminating the entire room. In the corner of the room, there were some uncommon ornaments looking rather elegant. Xiaohua looked around. He knew that Fan Riguan had spent a lot of effort. He nodded in his heart. Immediately, he patted his storage pouch and took out the book gifted by the old woman from the Zhu family. This book was the same size as an ordinary book. The cover was the same as the pages of the book. They were both made of an unknown silk material, and the words recorded on the pages were also clearly written with a special ink. Xiaohua didn't look at the words first. He only roughly skimmed through the book. However, he didn't have much hope. The book had been in the Zhu family for several thousand years, and no one had discovered its secret. It was absolutely impossible for him to see any clues just from the outside. Sure enough, Xiaohua didn't see any abnormalities. He had no choice but to open the book and carefully read it. But after reading for a while, he frowned. What was written in this book, apart from the description of the Zhu family's bitter history, there were also complaints about some cultivators. These complaints were extremely obscure and unclear. Most of the other words were about how to break the Zhu family's talismans. There were also all kinds of strange methods to break the talismans. Some started from the yellow talismans, some started from the magic arts, and some even started from the medicinal pills. However, when Xiaohua crudely flipped to the end, all of these methods without exception failed. And every failure was a fresh human life. Xiaohua sighed and closed the book. He didn't have much understanding of this talisman. He had only heard the old woman's narration just now. In addition, he had used some inexplicable method to detect the insidious poison in Zhu Feng and Zhu Xier's bodies. As for the specifics, how could he know? As for why the top-grade Wu Yao pill in his space could break the talisman, Xiaohua was even more confused. He himself didn't sense anything different about the Wu Yao pill. The unknown thing that Xiao Yuehong, Zhang Qingxiao and the others spoke of, he didn't know where it came from and what use this unknown thing had. It was even harder to say. Just wait until you step on dog shit in the future. Xiaohua suddenly thought of Zhang Qingxiao's catchphrase. He tossed the book in his hand a few times in the air and put it into the space behind his head. Xiaohua sat cross-legged without moving. After putting the book away, his mind returned to the space. He sensed under the starry sky the faint traces that had appeared because of the old woman's karma. What is this thing? It seems to be a technique? It seems to be a hand? At this moment, Xiaohua's mind seemed to be a point, but it also seemed to be the entire space. However, this space didn't match with the starry sky. The starry sky seemed to be within the space, but it also seemed to have no connection with the starry sky. It was another mysterious place. Xiaohua's mind flashed past the traces that had just appeared. Suddenly, his mind stirred, and a feeling of comprehending a technique suddenly arose. This thing can be comprehended? Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. He opened up his mind, wanting to completely cover the traces. Unfortunately, the traces only appeared a moment ago. Xiaohua's mind couldn't sense anything specific. This doesn't seem to work. Xiaohua was rather disappointed. But at this moment, perhaps it was a stroke of luck, or perhaps it was a kind of habit. Xiaohua's mind suddenly looked at the endless starry sky above the space. That slow, unceasing, and incomparably mysterious starry sky trajectory. The traces just now haven't completely appeared, so I can't comprehend them. However, this starry sky has already taken shape and is incomparably clear. Countless stars are moving according to different mysterious trajectories. Can I comprehend this starry sky? Xiaohua thought. Without the slightest hesitation, he enlarged his mind infinitely and directly welcomed the starry sky above the space. his mind was also mysterious. The starry sky didn't have an end, and his mind also seemed to have no end. He didn't know how much time had passed, and he also didn't know how big the starry sky was. Xiaohua only knew that at a certain moment, his mind really did come into contact with the seemingly ethereal starry sky. An indescribable feeling came from his mind. This feeling was even more subtle than when Xiaohua comprehended a technique, even more subtle. It seemed as if everything in the starry sky was gradually being reflected in his mind, and his mind also gradually fused with the starry sky, a kind of mysterious and wonderful realm. Heaven-reaching realm. Xiaohua was startled. Oh, that's not right. This is heaven-reaching, not heaven-reaching realm. Just as Xiaohua was startled, his mind separated from the starry sky and fell back into the space. What kind of technique is this? Or is it some kind of magical ability? Xiaohua was very surprised, somewhat unable to understand. However, when he opened his eyes, he was once again greatly shocked. Outside the window, it was already dyed white, the sky was already bright. Alas, I only let my mind come into contact with the starry sky and immediately spent so much time. If I really comprehended it, I can't say comprehended it, it should be comprehended it. How much time would it take? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This comprehension. I don't know what use it has. My magic power has increased again. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and checked his cultivation. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How come compared to normal cultivation, it's equivalent to 3 days of bitter cultivation? Could it be that this is a kind of fast cultivation method? Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. That's right, how could a qi condensation brat like him know about comprehending the heavenly Tao? Even nascent soul stage cultivators could directly use their nascent soul to communicate with heaven and earth. Even severed soul stage cultivators could turn their nascent soul into their own avatar and use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as their own food. Chapter 13-17. Xiaohua didn't know that comprehending the Tao of Heaven was a supreme cultivation method. He only thought that it was a shortcut to speed up his cultivation and let him use 1 day as 3 days. He was in a very good mood. Previously, he thought that if others cultivated for 1 year, he would need to cultivate for 12 years. Now he should be able to reduce it to 4 years. Alas, if others cultivated for 1 year, it would be equivalent to 4 years of your cultivation. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already been dispirited. But for Xiaohua it was a kind of surprise. It was like seeing a ray of light in the dark night. Happily, Xiaohua got up from the ground, stretched his body and walked towards the door. Not waiting for him to open the door, he heard a clear and melodious voice outside. Nyangqin this? Little immortal, when will he get up? Why did he wake up later than she? What a lazy bug. Shut up. Fan Riguan's voice was also low, as if he was trying to lower his voice. Quiet. Don't disturb Master Zhao's cultivation. Immortal doesn't sleep. Obviously he's lazing in bed. Zhu Shi still emphasized. It seemed that Xiaohua didn't change her impression of him because he broke the spell on her body yesterday and changed her fate. Xiaohua smiled and pushed the door open. His strong eyes shone directly on his face. Of course it was already close to noon. No wonder Zhu Shi complained. Seeing Xiaohua come out of the room, Zhu's old woman trembled and stepped forward. With the help of Zhu Feng, she bowed and greeted, Immortal Xiao, good morning. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at the sun. He smiled bitterly and returned the greeting. It seems that it's already late. Yes, mother and grandmother were here early in the morning. Zhu Shi said first. Zhu's old woman was angry and scolded, Who asked you to talk? It's also strange. Usually, a 4 or 5-year-old child would hold their mother's hand and hide behind her mother to look at strangers. But this Zhu Shi is very precocious. Since she saw Xiaohua yesterday, she has been acting like a 10-year-old child. Xiaohua shook his head slightly and said to Zhu Feng, Sister-in-law, after the pain last night, how do you feel today? Zhu Feng's face was full of panic. She supported her mother and said anxiously, Immortal Xiao, please don't call me like that. Just calling her Madame Zhu is enough. Xiaohua smiles but doesn't say anything. Zhu Feng thinks for a while, then says somewhat embarrassedly, I'll let Daoist Xiao know. Last night, after taking Daoist Zhao's immortal pill, I felt extremely comfortable at first. Then my whole body was in pain and I couldn't keep my mind clear. Later on. I don't remember anything. When I entered the city, I heard from Chier's father that it was Spiritual Master Xiao who helped us last night. Once again, I would like to thank Spiritual Master Xiao for his kindness. With that, Zhu Feng let go of her mother's arm and pulled Zhu Shi'er to kneel again. Xiao Hua hurriedly supported her and said, "It's just a small matter, you don't have to do this." After that, Xiao Hua still put his fingers on Zhu Feng and Zhu Shi'er's wrists. After looking at them for a while, he said to Fan Riguan, "From what I see, your wife and daughter are in the same situation as old madam. As for whether the so-called spell has been broken, I don't know." Fan Riguan glanced at his mother and said to Xiao Hua with a smile, "Mother has already discussed with this little one. Spiritual Master Zhao's immortal pill should be the most effective in breaking the spell in the Zhu family for thousands of years. It's not much different from what the ancestors of the Zhu family guessed. If there is no accident, this insidious spell should have been broken. As for whether it has really been broken or not, only when my wife reaches 50 years old will we know. No matter what, Spiritual Master Xiao is the great benefactor of my Zhu family. My Zhu family will definitely make a longevity tablet for Spiritual Master Xiao and worship him sooner or later." The old woman of the Zhu family says very gratefully. Xiao Hua doesn't know what a longevity tablet is and only thinks that she is being polite. He smiles and waves his hand. "Elder has already given I a reward. There's no need to do this kind of thing." Soon after, Xiao Hua asked for the exact time and bade farewell to the old woman and her family. Under Fan Riguan's lead, they left the town and returned to the lakeside. Just as Fan Riguan had said, they arrived at the lakeside and before the great formation that blocked the secular world. Fan Riguan carefully took out a crude yellow talisman from his bosom and stuck it on the surface. The yellow talisman immediately began to burn. However, the light screen did not change at all because the yellow talisman had turned to ash. Just as Xiao Hua was frowning, a figure rushed along the light screen and stopped at the place where the yellow talisman was burning. This person was rather young. He looked at Fan Riguan and asked, "Is this your immortal talisman?" "Yes, it is this little one. This little one is the waiter of the Flying Fish Inn. I'm returning to the Flying Fish Inn today." Fan Riguan says very respectfully with a salute. The young man waves his hand and the light screen dimmed. He says, "Go on." After Fan Riguan passes, the young man doesn't seem to care about Xiao Hua. His figure flashes and disappears. When Xiao Hua saw that the other party was ignoring him, he didn't even need to use the words he had prepared. He shrugged slightly and walked through the light shield. The light shield was also strange. When Xiao Hua walked through it, it actually stirred up the Fa Li in Xiao Hua's body. When the light shield sensed the Fa Li, it immediately stopped moving. Just like when he came, Xiao Hua used a mid-grade spirit stone to start the shuttle again. However, when he returns this time, it is very calm and didn't encounter any storms. After getting off the shuttle, Fan Riguan still wants to invite Xiao Hua to the Flying Fish Inn, but Xiao Hua shakes his head and says, Gen I's cultivation is shallow. You probably don't know. The matter of the pills is what I told you before. Don't say a word more. Otherwise, not only you, even I will be killed. If you think about your wife and daughter, you should know what to do. Don't worry, Daoist Xiao. This little one's mother has already warned me countless times. This little one naturally knows what to do. Fan Riguan says respectfully. That's good. I am a loose cultivator. Others can't find I's trace. You should take care of your own safety. Xiao Hua smiles and turns around to leave. Plop, Fan Riguan kneels on the ground and yells, Daoist Xiao. Although this little one is a mortal of the secular world, I also know how to be grateful. Daoist Xiao's grace to this little one's family, this little one will never forget. I only hate this little one's weak strength. I hope that in the future, this little one will have the opportunity to repay Daoist Xiao's kindness. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Xiao Hua lets out a long laugh and walks away. His shadow is extremely long under the sunlight. Fan Riguan kneels on the ground, his eyes are filled with gratitude and reverence. Xiao Hua has a smile on his face. He doesn't turn his head and doesn't distinguish the direction. He just casually walks forward. Although Fan Riguan's family is the descendant of a cultivator family, they have already declined. It's already not easy for them to live the life of an ordinary person. Xiao Hua absolutely doesn't think that they can repay him in any way. Of course, Xiao Hua doesn't have too much time to think about this so-called scroll that contains a great secret. Because right now, he has to face the problem of how to be a good loose cultivator, how to be a qualified loose cultivator, how to survive in this world of cultivators. Of course, he still enjoys the gratitude of Fan Riguan's family. He likes the feeling of being thanked. After the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, Xiaohua casually finds an inn on the side of the road. It can be considered as another place to stay. This inn's facade is quite big. It's obviously higher class than the Flying Fish Inn. Of course, the inn's price is also not cheap. It costs 20 low-grade spirit stones per night. Naturally, Xiaohua doesn't agree. After bargaining for a while, Xiaohua spares them 3 spirit stones. Xiaohua takes out 17 low-grade spirit stones and gets a room. Similarly, a waiter escorted Xiaohua to his room before respectfully withdrawing. Needless to say, the room is quite big. Xiaohua even feels that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth here is a bit more than the Flying Fish Inn. After he activates the restriction of the room, he sits down cross-legged. He touches his ear and takes out the 100 high-grade talisman papers that the refining charm school gave him. He takes a closer look. Sure enough, the talisman papers are very different from the low-grade talisman papers from before. Not only does it feel to the touch, but the fine runes on the talisman papers are smooth and natural. Because Xiaohua's talisman ink has been used up, if he wants to refine yellow talismans, he will have to buy them from outside. Therefore, Xiaohua thinks for a while and puts the talisman papers into the space. He sits down cross-legged with his palms facing the sky. On one hand, he silently circulates the Death Flower Heart Sutra. On the other hand, he immerses his mind into the space. Just like last night at Jingfanchi, his mind is infinitely enlarged. Time slowly passed, and when night fell, the reverse light within Xiaohua's mind space still stopped. A mysterious fluctuation spread out in all directions with Xiaohua's body as the center. Moreover, because Xiaohua's mind was comprehending the heavenly Tao, this fluctuation contained a trace of the heavenly Tao's aura. In that endless night sky there were many different kinds of starlight shining down, wrapping around Xiaohua. Even more starlight seeped into Xiaohua's skin, meridians, and bones. Xiaohua spends the whole night cultivating. He only gets up when the sun is high up in the sky. He checks his body with great satisfaction, takes off the yellow talisman and walks out of the room. He asks the waiter about the location of EG and then walks out of the inn. The location of EG is a bit off. It is located in the innermost part of the southwest corner of Jingbo City. Xiaohua walks for about an hour before he arrives. However, the road is very direct. Xiaohua is not worried that he can't find the way back to the inn. When Xiaohua leaves the inn, there are not many cultivators on the street. When he gets closer to EG, the number of cultivators he sees increases. In particular, there are several qi condensation cultivators around Xiaohua. They are all walking in the direction of EG. Xiaohua understands in his heart that not all of them are going to EG. Sure enough, they are the same as Xiaohua. They walk in front of EG and stop. In front of Xiaohua is a very huge square. At a glance, it has a radius of thousands of feet. Although it is not noon yet, there are already many people gathered in the square. Xiaohua can't see the depths of the square, but in front of Xiaohua, there are many cultivators sitting cross-legged. In front of these cultivators, there are some things placed in front of them just like the stalls in the secular world. Chapter 13:18. This EG's plaza was next to the lake. When Xiaohua arrived, there were many shuttles coming over from the water. On the shuttles there were cultivators wearing the same clothes. They must be from the same sect. Xiaohua carefully looked at everything in the plaza. After all, this was his first time coming to EG, so he was quite excited. Of course, at the same time he was also nervous. Because there were many things he didn't know, he was afraid of exposing himself. He looked at the cultivators who came from the same direction as him. Some swaggered, ignoring everything else, and directly entered EG. Some were like Xiaohua, standing slightly and looking around for a moment. They took out a cloak from their storage pouch and skillfully put it on, covering their faces. This is a good idea, why didn't I think of it? Xiaohua was slightly surprised. He knew that these people often came to EG. Then he thought, forget it, it's my first time coming here. I'll take a look first. If there's any talisman ink or something like that, I'll buy some with spirit stones. I won't think about the rest for now. After making up his mind, Xiaohua calmed down and walked towards the square. Before he could reach the edge of the square, he heard a voice shouting from the side of the square's entrance. Me, cheap me, only 10 high-grade spirit stones? 10 high-grade spirit stones? Why is it so cheap? When Xiaohua heard this, his eyes lit up. He quickened his pace and ran towards the source of the voice. Unfortunately, he was far from the only one who heard this. By the time he arrived, that stall was already surrounded by many cultivators. Xiaohua was somewhat anxious, but all the cultivators in front of him had cultivation levels higher than his, so he didn't dare to carelessly squeeze in. "I owe you, how could you possibly be a mystic insect?" A shrill voice rang out. It was a female cultivator about 25 or 26 years old who had squeezed to the front of the stall. She was currently draping an extremely beautiful camouflage over her shoulders. She asked in astonishment, "You're completely useless in the camouflage." Behind the stall was a young cultivator around the age of 17 or 18, about the same age as Xiaohua. His appearance was extremely fair and his eyes were rolling around randomly. He appeared to be exceptionally quick-witted. The young cultivator was all smiles as he said, "Fellow Taoist, this camouflage cloth isn't suitable for you. Think about it, if you wear this camouflage cloth of mine, wouldn't your appearance that outshines the moon and puts flowers to shame be covered by it?" When the female cultivator heard this, she couldn't help but blush. "Don't be so glib-tongued. Your mystique seems to only be able to cover your face. It can't even conceal your cultivation base. How can it be called a mystique? Not to mention 10 high-grade spirit stones. In I's opinion, even a single high-grade spirit stone is not worth it." An old cultivator next to the female cultivator frowned and scolded. "Fellow Taoist, it's obvious that you're an itinerant cultivator who's experienced a lot. You're truly worthy of I's admiration. To tell the truth, what fellow Taoist is talking about is a mystique. However, this mystique isn't the same. The 7 possibilities sex mystique can conceal everything from a cultivator and has many uses. However, not all mystiques in the world have the same function as the 7 possibilities sex mystique." The young cultivator didn't show the slightest bit of fear and said with a matter-of-fact tone, "Some mystiques can't conceal a cultivator's cultivation base and can only change it. Naturally, changing it to a higher level is impossible. In fact, fellow Taoists, think about it again. Even if we Qi condensation cultivators wear a genuine mystique, a golden core or nascent soul cultivator would still be able to see through our true appearance. Rather than that, if you wear a genuine mystique and spend several tens or hundreds of top-grade spirit stones, wouldn't you only be able to deceive a foundation establishment cultivator? Fellow Taoists, think about it again. Are you willing to pay such a large price for a genuine 7 possibilities sex mystique? Nonsense. If I had that many spirit stones, I would have already gone to the city's north. Why would I still be wandering around here?" A burly cultivator sneered. "Fellow Taoist, looking at your cultivation base, going to the city's north is only a matter of time. There's no need to rush. Listen to I first." The young cultivator cupped his fists and said with a smile, "If fellow Taoist doesn't have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones, and only spends a few hundred upper-grade spirit stones to buy an ordinary bewildering pill, which can only lower fellow Taoist cultivation base, then what can it be? Apart from Qi condensation, isn't it still Qi condensation? What's the difference between wearing a mystique or not?" Xiaohua immediately understood the young cultivator's words. Indeed, the 7 possibilities sex mystique didn't have any meaning to Xiaohua. Perhaps a foundation establishment cultivator would be able to see through his true appearance. What was the difference between it and a normal cloak? "Aha, no wonder your mystique is so cheap. It's basically the same as a cloak." The burly cultivator laughed and sneered. "If what you said is true, then I only need to buy a cloak with a low-grade spirit stone and it'll cover my face. What's the use of your mystique to cover my face?" With that, the cultivator threw the bewildering insect in front of the young cultivator and left. Everyone laughed when they heard this and immediately dispersed. Only the female cultivator at the front still held the bewildering insect in her hand and hesitated. "Fellow Taoist, you really have a discerning eye. Where are you going to find this kind of thing? If you don't want to regret it, then you should make a move now," the young cultivator hurriedly said. "But..." The female cultivator pursed her lips and said, "I also have a cloak. I only see that your mystique looks pretty. Whether or not it can cover my face, I don't care." At this time, Xiaohua had already arrived in front of them. Hearing this, he couldn't help but bitterly smile in his heart. He thought of the peacock fantasy that Xiao Xinrui bought at the market. Wasn't it because it was pretty? Alas, this female cultivator really isn't a male cultivator. Xiaohua sighed and secretly said in his heart, But soon after he laughed even more hoarsely. These words aren't generally correct. Fellow Taoist, if you really like it, forget it. Today is the first time EG has opened, so I'll spare you 3 spirit stones. It's only 7 high-grade spirit stones. What do you think? The young cultivator's face was resolute, as if he was cutting off meat from his body. This. The female cultivator bit her lip. Her face was still filled with disappointment. She was just about to put the mystique in her hand on the ground. Forget it? Since fellow Taoist likes it so much, Alas, if it weren't for the strict order of my sect, what harm would there be in giving this mystique to fellow Taoist? As the ancient saying goes, treasured swords are given to heroes, red makeup goes with beauties. This mystique is exactly what fellow Taoist should wear. I'll give you 5 high-grade spirit stones. How about it? The young cultivator's face was slightly pale. It seemed that he really had reached his bottom line. Hee, that's what you said. The female cultivator chuckled. She quickly slapped her storage pouch and took out 5 high-grade spirit stones. She handed them over to the young cultivator, turned around and left. Alas, the young cultivator sighed helplessly and shook his head. His eyes were filled with helplessness. In just a moment, the young cultivator raised his head. When he saw Xiaohua walk to the front of the stall, his expression immediately changed. He was full of smiles as he picked up the mystique in front of him and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, I can tell at a glance that you're a person of great stature. A rogue cultivator like you is the easiest to target. If it weren't for that mystique covering your face, you wouldn't even be bothered by a female cultivator who wants to dual cultivate with you." This. When Xiaohua heard this, he smiled bitterly. He also wanted to take a look, so he unconsciously reached out to take it. Fellow Taoist's eyes are indeed sharp. You really know what's good for you. Just based on fellow Taoist's flattery, there's no need to say anything else. That fellow Taoist just now offered 7 spirit stones, so I will give fellow Taoist some benefits. Only 6 high-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Xiaohua held the so-called mystique in his hand and carefully examined it. This mystique was made from an unknown material and was very light. However, apart from some talisman characters on the hood, there was no difference from an ordinary Taoist robe. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua smiled and said, "I wonder, which sect fellow Taoist is from?" "Fellow Taoist is noisy. If you want to buy it, then name a price. If it's suitable, I will give it to you. Why, try to curry favor with I. In any case, I am not a rogue cultivator and have no relationship with you." The young cultivator frowned and replied with extreme displeasure. His face was full of vigilance. Since fellow Taoist knows that I am a rogue cultivator, how can I afford 6 high-grade spirit stones? Xiaohua said with a smile. The young cultivator glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Actually, fellow Taoist, I'll say something unpleasant. With fellow Taoist cultivation, I think you don't need to buy this mystique. Even if you cover your face with such a low cultivation, you'll only make it more conspicuous. You might as well save up some spirit stones and buy a defensive Taoist robe. This is the right way." This? Xiaohua's face was slightly red. He pointed at the mystique at the side and said, "Actually, I will also tell you the truth. The style of this mystique is much better than a Taoist robe. I like it very much." "You." The young cultivator's face was full of resentment. He picked up the mystique and threw it to Xiaohua. He sneered and said, "Since fellow Taoist is so vain, I will fulfill your wish. If someone else buys this mystique, it will cost at least 6 spirit stones. Fellow Taoist wants it, then take 5. Forget it, just take 3 high-grade spirit stones." Then he muttered in a low voice, "I'm afraid, you can't even take out 3. "Sure enough," Xiaohua muttered, "fellow Taoist, don't tell me you really don't have 3 high-grade spirit stones." The young cultivator stared blankly and said angrily, "Fellow Taoist, 3 spirit stones is I's lowest price. I have worked hard for more than a month. You can't let I work hard for nothing." When Xiaohua heard this, he raised his eyebrows and somewhat understood. "Oh, these 3 spirit stones are the lowest price given by my sect. I see that fellow Taoist really wants it, and looking at your cultivation, you really can't take out the spirit stones of my sect. That's why I said it. I really can't reduce it anymore." The young cultivator hurriedly said, "High-grade spirit stones. I don't have them. I wonder what fellow Taoist is willing to exchange?" Xiaohua said with a smile. If you don't have spirit stones, what good things can you have?" The young cultivator waved his hand and said with a sigh, "Forget it, looking at your cultivation. I was also in dire straits like you in the past. I won't say anything to you. Take out all the spirit stones you have, and I will give this mystique to you. After the young cultivator finished speaking, he stared at Xiaohua. It was quite thought-provoking. How could Xiaohua take advantage of this? Although he didn't know why the young cultivator was staring at him, he only shook his head and said, "You just need to say what you want. If I have it, I will naturally take it out. If not, I will turn around and leave." The young cultivator nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist indeed has some character. It's not out of eyes expectations. Firm and straightforward people are easily broken. This shouldn't be the character of a loose cultivator." Soon after, he looked around and saw that there weren't any cultivators. He said with a smile, "You can take this mystique. Although this mystique is worth 3 high-grade spirit stones, it's still something I personally made. Giving it to you is nothing." "You really want to give it to me?" Xiaohua was stunned. The young cultivator's attitude was completely different from before. He didn't understand the young cultivator's meaning. Take it. In the past, when I was your age, my cultivation wasn't high, and I suffered humiliation. Now that I see you, I think of myself in the past. This mystique is only worth 3 spirit stones in I's eyes. If it can be of greater use to you, even if I don't want these 3 spirit stones, I'll still be gratified in my heart." The young cultivator said sincerely. These words were somewhat familiar to Xiaohua's ears. Wasn't this what he said to Fan Riguan's family? A top-grade parasol pill only had healing and commemorative significance to him, but to Zhu Shi and the others, it was a perfect life and a fresh life. Similarly, this mystique was worth 3 high-grade spirit stones to the young cultivator, but to him, a loose cultivator who was only at the 2nd layer of the qi refining realm, it might be a life. Although there is mutual deception in the cultivation world, although there is the law of the jungle, there are still people who sympathize with the weak and help the weak. Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Thus Xiaohua said with a smile, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist. In fact, I don't have any spirit stones, but I do have some fireball talismans. I don't know if fellow Taoist needs them?" "Fireball talismans?" The young cultivator didn't frown and immediately nodded. "And that's fine. If fellow Taoist has the heart to give them, then give them to me at the price." "Okay," Xiaohua nodded and looked left and right. He clapped his hands and took out 4 fireball talismans, handing them over to the young cultivator. When the young cultivator saw the 4 fireball talismans, he said with a smile, "I appreciate fellow Taoist's kindness, but these fireball talismans..." Great. When he took them in his hands and was about to decline, he suddenly recognized them and looked at Xiaohua in shock. He then looked around and put the fireball talismans into his storage pouch first, saying in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, don't you need them to protect you? Even if you want to change them, it's better to change into some defensive Taoist robes." Xiaohua smiled but didn't say anything. "And since it's like this, I'll accept them." The young cultivator didn't say much and said again, "I meet the requirements. How should I address fellow Taoist?" Xiaohua greets fellow Taoist Fu." Xiaohua cupped his hands and saluted. Fellow Taoist Xiao is too polite," Guing said with a smile. He still wanted to say something, but another person came over. Guing immediately called out loudly, "Fellow Taoist, quickly come over and take a look. Cheap and good bewitching Yong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.